All right, we will get going here on a Friday morning. Welcome in. Going to be an important session for the market. We're wrapping up what has been an interesting week here. We're also going to get inflation print coming up in about 30 minutes. We'll bring that to you live. January CPI going to come through at 8:30 this morning. We are expecting a slight, ever so slight uptick as far as inflation goes. Very important ahead of the Fed coming up in a couple of weeks here. Here's how the overall market is setting up so far this morning. We had the nasty sell-off right out of the gate yesterday morning. We're continuing to get hit here in the pre-market. Earnings kind of mixed, really, right across the entire board. Hey, we'll just do it all over again. Why don't we?
Why not, Brendo?
Take two, I guess. I don't know. Welcome to Friday. As I was saying, market downside here ever so slightly this morning as we get going on a Friday, which is going to be very important for the overall market with inflation to come. We'll talk about CPI coming up, January CPI print. Obviously, coming on the back of the employment data that we got the other day, much better than expected. You and I sat here and said, what happens if CPI comes out and it's also in the right direction, downside, and we just keep getting these, great prints. But anyway, lots of earnings news to cover this morning as well.
Well, one eventuality, obviously, more pressure on the Fed to cut at that point, but we'll have to get that print before we can make that argument. Good morning, guys. There is a whole lot of earnings names to talk about. Applied Materials, blowout earnings, kind of echoing the same thing that we've been hearing about ASML, that there's a lot of buying for chip manufacturing equipment. Instacart in focus as well, Brendo. Airbnb, Pinterest, Rivian with a blow-off top there, over 20 bucks. Randy's probably quite happy. Roku as well, reporting. DraftKings with a bit of a miss. And Coinbase a little stagnant here. I mean, there was some good, some bad in that report, but not really doing a whole lot. Aristia Networks, Brendo, there's a whole lot of earnings next.
We were sitting here last night when this Coinbase earnings report came out, and we were all just kind of staring at each other going, why isn't it doing anything?
And more the same this morning.
We went through all the numbers, and they seemed pretty good. The initial move was down, and then we came back to basically flat. And even when we left, I think it was still basically flat. I mean, yeah, we're up nicely here this morning. But, I mean, not much to do about anything, really.
But talking about the same thing about this super cycle that they're talking about for the prediction markets, we heard it as well from Robinhood, Vlad Tenev, saying there's going to be a prediction market super cycle. He didn't use that phrase, Brian Armstrong, obviously, but they're throwing their hat into the ring as well.
But spending higher, on the back of that, maybe some build out to accommodate some of that prediction market gains, hopefully down the road. So yeah, Coin one of those. We'll talk about Rivian as well. I mean, you and I were just discussing this R2. I think there's a lot of excitement around this R2 and the launch of it. He came out right in the report saying Q2. People are going to be able to get their hands on R2s in Q2. Say that 3 times fast.
That's going to be tough.
But it looks really good. I mean, if they can actually make money. One thing that stood out in that report is the loss shrunk. The per unit loss shrunk again, which was 2 quarters in a row. The prior quarter was around $19,000. They were saying they were saving an additional $7,000 off of that. So heading in the right direction.
Exactly, and you got to get to profitability at some point. You can't just burn cash forever, and I think they've been given a fair runway. But I did like, as you and I were talking about, Marques Brownlee's video where he reviews the R2. If you don't see this thing live in person, you really can't tell the size difference between the R1S and the R2. They look identical. Obviously, it doesn't have a third row. It's a little narrower. It's a little bit longer than the Model Y. Completely different shaped, obviously. It's not aerodynamic, so it doesn't have the same kind of range. But if you can get a nicely equipped R2, Brendo, with that kind of range and that kind of price, $45,000, I think that's a game changer. He's going to have to keep that price low. As we know, the consumer is quite conscious now.
Yeah, I still just don't understand how are they not going to lose their shirt on those rolling out of the door at $45,000?
Exactly.
When they can't even, make money on the higher price one. So lots to learn, obviously, still for Rivian. But yeah, up nicely here. We're up to 17 bucks. Just struggling. Disregard that candle. It's a D print coming through right now. But 17 bucks coming into play. Sean is off, enjoying a nice day off on a Friday. Obi and by the way, guys, it's Friday the 13th. If anyone cares.
Welcome. I was kind of wondering when you were going to say that. Hopefully nobody cares, and hopefully it's not an ominous thing. I feel like after yesterday, like what what could possibly happen that was crazier than the sell-off we had yesterday? I mean, it couldn't possibly get worse.
It's definitely the week of the Friday the 13th. Let's say that. Every day coming in, I'm just like, the sellers are very, very dominant. I think there's maybe a little bit of a lack of confidence in the bid when it comes to just the market in general. We've been seeing that. And beautiful trends, all day trends. So if you are day trading some of this stuff, I think some absolutely solid, amazing opportunities. And just, a big thing that I've been kind of journaling this week, Neil, has been stick with it. Stick with it. Because I'm just like, I feel like I'm getting out a little too early on some of these, getting short, of course. And then I'm just like, this just keeps on going and going and going. And I covered maybe in the morning, and I'm looking at it at the end of the day being like, oh boy, this is an all-day move. But, it is what it is. It's a great scalper's market as well, I'd say. Just the amount of volatility in with some of these earnings names. And we're in the midst of earnings season as well. So,
and the other thing about it, too, is like as much as it's been a sell, like you say that with the earnings, there's also plenty to the upside. Like yesterday, you cover, like, short Bitcoin, short silver, like a bunch of stuff in the morning, BM&R, and then it's like everything, you're out, and then so many things fall through randomly. That was that crazy drop in silver that tanked the market. You can't know that that's going to happen. But on the other side of the coin, like you still had things like, okay, obviously Pinterest is not helping the point I'm about to make. So I'm going to go to FSLY. No, you had this
that was crazy,
just literally going up almost the entirety of the day. Pulled back into VWAP a couple times after the opening push, and at one point was up like 90-something%. So you do have the other side of it where you're getting continuation, even some of the big earnings names. So you look to see if a Rivian can pull that off. You look to see if, my goodness, AMAT beast. The stock is a beast. We had a poll last night going into the aftermarket show, and it was like, which one of these earnings names did you want to buy? And I don't even remember what the other three were, but it was like Coin and Airbnb, and I don't remember what the third one was, and it was AMAT. I'm like, how is everybody not just choosing AMAT? Like you have a stock which is continually going higher. Everyone in the space is blowing it out. You saw ASML do it. You saw Lam do it. There's zero reason to believe AMAT wouldn't have had a good quarter. You don't know that they're going to go 10%. But at the same time, there's plenty of strength out there in the market if you want to find it. But I think, like you were saying, it's about continuation. Right? Like try to be with the move. Like the other day, I think it was like 2 or 3 sessions ago, was like PayPal. And I remember like shorting that one, and every single time it made a lower high. I don't know if I can find it. Let's see how many sessions ago it was here. And obviously PayPal's having a rough time as well. But you look at some of these names that are just stair-stepping it to the downside. And you ask yourself, oh yeah, it was this day. Like every single time it consolidated, there was just another chance to get in. And it would consolidate from it's just another chance to get in. And then there's a green candle on the 15-minute, you're just shorting the next candle. Like every single time you were basically just doing that and then going to prior resistance on a downward trend. And of course, this is also threatening to go lower. Yeah, so there's lots to watch, but don't get caught thinking because the market might look weak or maybe CPI doesn't turn things around, we get that number in 20 minutes, that there won't be names that are trending upside. So just make sure you understand. That's why we go through the watch list. That's why we're going to do the rundown. That's why we have the notes out so that you have an idea where to start, and there's always something strong. Heck, you can always just go long ZLS when silver goes down as well. So you can always express the trade one way or another. Lots to cover. I didn't realize we didn't get the memo that we're supposed to wear like blinding white dress shirts today, guys. Not white.
No.
Comes across.
It looks white on the screen, but yeah.
Wow, it really does.
It's a little different. What is this color, Brendo? Paisley? What do they call this?
I don't know. I got to the end of the row in my shirt closet. And
Same with me. That's
Give me that
exactly
one.
how I do it. I keep them in rotation. I like it.
Whatever. Just reading a note here on Alibaba. U.S. expected to add companies including Alibaba to the Pentagon's list of firms allegedly aiding Chinese military.
There you go. Yep.
As soon as today. So downside here, 2 days in a row. I mean, obviously the market was pretty hit. It was pretty ugly yesterday. Downside. So here we are, Baba under a little bit of pressure down to 155 on that note. I mean, this is nothing new as far as the U.S.-China back and forth goes, but I mean, that's a big name if they want to start targeting those too.
Well, we know that they're in the chip making game now. They're trying to build their own chips and in conjunction with Huawei to kind of get their AI data centers up and floating. But let's be honest here. We know that there's going to be a meeting between President Trump and President Xi in April. We don't know exactly when. And there's a lot of political posturing ahead of that meeting so that you can kind of get a better negotiating hand. This could be part of it as well. So we'll have to keep an eye out on that. But Baba, very clearly has always been involved with the Chinese government, Chinese military. We know about Jack Ma and his connections with the Chinese Communist Party. Also, did you see this Baidu headline? To build on some of the things you were talking about yesterday, OpenClaw, Baidu is embedding OpenClaw AI agent directly into its flagship AI app. I think they call it Ernie. So get ready for the security breaches there.
Yeah, I was going to say that's not terrifying at all.
Not at all.
One of the other major talking points this morning might be this one. Apple, big. If you go to the daily chart, big, ugly red candle yesterday here for Apple. Worst day since April. The tariff tantrum downside move we had in the overall market. On this FTC note, I think it's worth right out of the gate just pointing out they haven't come out and said Apple did something wrong,
right?
And they're going to go after them for doing something wrong. It's very cautionary in nature, just talking about how they're communicating their spending plans and how they're communicating their strategy when it comes to AI.
Well, here's how I kind of look at AI aside, that botched, yet again issue. The FTC political bias thing, I think, is really less to do with Apple and more to do with mainstream media taking a left-leaning bias when it comes to, news. And Apple just basically gives you that, mainstream media in the flow. So I don't think it has anything to do with Apple. I think perhaps maybe they can alter their algorithms a little bit to include some more objective or other side voices. I think that is probably incumbent upon them so that they can kind of touch both sides of the market. But I feel like the content much less to do with Apple and more to do with mainstream media.
The one thing, and Sean made this point, and it was a very good point yesterday, this is the one, as far as Mag 7 goes, as far as big tech goes, that has been holding up better than most. Obviously not a software-related name, that's a whole other argument, but also I think with that down day we had in the overall market, it was just maybe some people going in saying, where can I take some gains and take some profits? Exactly. That was one that was still high.
It's high, but Brendo, I have a bigger concern here, about AI in general. You and I, big users of AI. We know for a fact it's constantly hallucinating. It's constantly making mistakes. I think this is Apple saying, we will not put a deficient product out there unless it is, well-tuned and polished. That is different than we see with Google. Google is willing to take the risk, put a product that is not, that is not fully polished, and the market rewards them for that, right? They're taking risk even at the expense of maybe looking a little bit, unpolished. Apple doesn't want to do that.
I mean, we saw on the CapEx spend, it's worth noting as well, what was it? 10% of, basically what everyone else was going to spend in the remainder of this year. That said, back to key levels here, guys, for Apple on a higher time frame this morning. I mean, if we get follow through, this is all going to probably depend on what happens with this number at 8:30. But if we get some follow through to the downside here today, definitely one to watch.
Oh, for sure. Like it just doesn't do this usually, right? We're even saying like on an earnings day, you'd be sometimes you're even shocked if it'll move 5 points on Apple. You got a few things going on that were part of the strength. I think the fact that they weren't doing the AI spend and insulated them from the whole bubble talk. The other thing that you've got to consider here, though, is like some of the explosive growth upside, however, might not be there as well for Apple. So it made some sense that there was a little bit of trimming. I'd be pretty concerned if we lose 260 today, that you don't just fill it all the way back into somewhere 45 to the 50 area. Like that's been, pretty good and distinct price level. So if you lose 260 today, I'm not, I don't want to be all like doom and gloom or anything, but like there's nothing about this morning yet going into this CPI. Like the NASDAQ is at the lows. We've been trending down literally the entirety of the pre-market here. Like there's really not been much of a bid to make us look otherwise. Yeah, you just don't want to have a flat bottom break after that wedge fall over that we just saw over here in Apple. I would be concerned if you lose this 260. You could easily see, maybe not in a single day. I don't know if we can do 5% 2 days in a row. That would be pretty extreme for Apple. But next week, we could easily see that 250 level. And I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because everything about Apple that made it maybe relatively strong compared to the other Mag 7, it's still there. Like I don't want to compare it to. I don't want to compare them improving Siri and actually getting something out there, which will be a big improvement. I don't want to compare it to Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
But it's the kind of thing where wow, we've been waiting for them to do it forever. Yeah. Just the fact that that it seems to be soon, that should be good enough. I'm not worried about the delay thing, but you can sometimes get worried about the whole political notion and the skew. We've seen that happen before to punish the stock. I don't know how much it would punish Apple. I still think you can buy it in that 245 to 250 range. And next week, I think we could see that price.
Yeah, I think it is pulling back into some interesting levels here, Neil. And yeah, you're right. Yesterday, I was just looking at Apple, and I was just like, what is going on here? Just continues to just bleed out, just methodic selling all day long, and it was tripping up my overextension indicators all over the place. But I was like, yeah, this is something I definitely don't want to revert, especially on a day like yesterday. And it ended up closing near the low a day there. But yeah, I'm looking for potential continuation. That was aggressive selling, and if that seller or sellers are not done yet, yeah, maybe through just taking it simply through prior day's low, and we're seeing that kind of coming into the pre-market session right here, right now. But yeah, we still have about just under 15 minutes until CPI, so I think we're definitely awaiting that as well. And it kind of goes on to something that I said before, just the lack of bid, and Apple was the most overextended to the downside yesterday. So maybe just gives us an inkling of a potential market sentiment going forward here, and a bit of a false break maybe potentially of some of these highs here in those 280s. We tried a couple of times. We finally broke that down. Couldn't quite get that far. I know there's a lot of lines here, but let's go to a daily chart and just look at the break of this trend here, Neil. So this is that bid from August. From 2025, you can see higher highs, higher lows right there. We were holding this trend quite nicely, and that puke comes in going into the end of the year. So this is technically the year high, or it was. We pull back in aggressively into a prior maybe potential support level all the way here from October, catch a bit of a bounce, and then a lower high coming right back in, a false break of yearly highs, and it's only February. So I don't know. That right here.
Only February, like it hasn't been a really quick month and a half.
Just in terms of just like price action, we come back into the high.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. We attempt to push, and then sellers step right back in. Not only do they step in aggressively. So is this a little bit of a key level? Yes, for sure. Are we going to continue above or below? I don't know. I don't know what it's going to do. I have no idea. But it's telling me right here off the chart that this 277 to 280 level probably going to be interesting if we do come back up there again.
And we've been seeing that pattern a lot. Things pulling back, like you've got the things that are breaking out clean. You saw it with energy, pull up like a chart of XOM or CVX. You've seen it. We showed things like AMAT that are continuing to go higher, like Walmart, which continues to break out and continues to go higher. And then you throw in, like Nvidia would be an example of a stock, maybe not the exact same pattern, but you're pulling into the lower. You're pulling into the lower high, and you're doing absolutely nothing with it, right? Like over and over and over again. You just can't press. You can't press. You cannot get through it. I could even take you to something like Intel, which is similar. Presses, makes the high, lower high. That's 50 level. You just can't do anything with it. It's been gold shorting off of this 50 level. So what it's telling you is like there's a couple of groups of strong names, and really, let's be real, industrial, some of the staples and energy have been the ones breaking out. You get some notable exceptions like our AMATs and RACE and those types of things, which are fine. But in the tech space, it's not just an Apple thing. It's across the board. You're having a bunch failing these lower highs that are pretty big. And of course, on a Friday, we have to look at some big optionable levels as well with our good friend Joe.
Absolutely, guys. Good morning and happy Friday. Friday the 13th, that's Brendo mentioned for all the superstitious individuals down there. All right, guys, let's hop right into things and take a look into the world of options. We're going to start some things off with ASTS. A big time move to the downside yesterday, guys. So what do we have to do? We have to look at some of the options activity, and we're going to go to that OPEX expiration cycle of February 20th. So that's going to be next week, guys. We're going to take a gander at that $85 strike price. Now, you can see the open interest in this name. It's not the most active in the options world, but if we're talking relatively speaking, there's an increase in activity here, guys. 5,400 contracts open and closed with 1,870 at that $85 mark. Now, you can see there's a pretty big bid and ask here, guys. We're looking at around $60 or so, a little bit more. It might tighten up after the open, right? So you want to keep an eye out on that. And considering it's a deeply in the money contract, you have a slight increase in the delta. We're sitting around 55 there. And your gamma exposure is relatively cool. Don't forget gamma greatest at its when it's at the money. And we are in the money on this contract. But your at the money IV is drastically increased, obviously due to the earnings report and the dramatic slides that we experienced yesterday. Sitting around 110% there, guys. But what we want to do is take a look at the actual contract. Now, this name hasn't been performing the best, and we talk about this time and time again, just the decay within these contracts. Now, one thing about holding these leaps, guys, and we talk about the objective of what you're looking for when you're holding these contracts. Now, intrinsic, extrinsic value, we can go on all day about these things, but when you're holding leaps, whatever it may be, the quicker your thesis works, the better, okay? Just because there's a longer duration, and speaking from experience and for those who have held longer duration contracts, the longer you move sideways and the longer the contract or the underlying moves against you, the less you're going to be able to capture from a premium standpoint within these contracts, okay? So you can see that this 85 put was worth $2,800 at one point. And then sure enough, it slid down to $1.87. Now, if you're a buyer after the option or after earnings, then sure enough, you can see some gains. But for the individuals in the volume in here, just waiting and hoping that, hey, we need an aggressive downturn and that you're going to recuperate all of that, what you have lost due to theta. It's very difficult, and you need an outsized move, even though we did experience one here in ASTS. So keep an eye out on that, guys, there on that $85 strike price. Moving forward, let's take a look at NewScale Power here. SMR continuing its slide yesterday as well, too. A strong pop in the pre-market and then gave the majority of that back, guys. So we're sitting at that $15.50 strike price. Once again, expiring on the 20th. The bid and the ask relatively cheap, guys, $11 spread there. But open interest and volume were substantial for this name, 22,800, and then volume around 20,800 there, guys. And then once again, bid and ask relatively tight, but your delta, you're sitting at that $88 delta there, guys. For every $1 change to the downside, you're going to see an $88 increase within that options contract. The at-the-money IV increased, obviously, due to the volatility. 128.2% gamma exposure, relatively light, but 16.9 there, guys.
Yeah, great look, Joe. And one of those, see, the unfortunate thing when you look at the market that did what it did yesterday or has been doing what it's been doing recently, where you've had some distinct losers and very distinct winners, despite the fact that overall, if you're diversified, you're good, is names like SMR holding the line, but just barely at this 14. It's a good support level, and technically we haven't broken it yet. Right? Like it's just underneath the $14 mark here that you get a flat bottom break into some pretty big lows. Again, it has not yet broken, but that's exactly the kind of move, especially on a Friday here. Like if I see, use like yesterday as an example, right? Like imagine that like here, like the 1640 is about your 14 breakdown. Like if it busts down and we're going, it retests VWAP short. That's simple. You break this low at 14 and we do a structure down, like I'm gonna want a continuation trade in SMR. I'm thinking the same things with like a Pinterest as well. Like it's obviously their earnings was a big problem, but SMR needs to be on the radar, needs to be on the list. Oh, before we move on, by the way, Rivian has already broken 17 and is now up 24%. See, there's always something strong. You can go doom and gloom all you want. 5 minutes, we'll get CPI, but there's always something which is going ham. Rivian, I can't say that the earnings were a blowout because if you lose money, blowouts it's just not a word I can use when a company's losing money. But there were certain metrics were important, and as we were saying last night, if these guys can figure it out, the point at which they get profitable is going to be way too late. That's just the reality. It was a marked and massive improvement in terms of how much they were losing per vehicle. That's the kind of thing that if they can sustain, people are starting to see the light around at the end of the tunnel here for Rivian. Now 25% to the upside, and that R2, it's like Sharif said, I mean, if you can keep it cheap, if they can keep the price point down, I think that'll be absolutely huge for them. And you're seeing that right here. Already another 4% in here for Rivian. There's just a lot to look at on these earnings plays.
Yeah, I think one we were discussing earlier was that ASTS, and yesterday I was talking to Neil. Great trade off of the open. The opening drive was absolutely beautiful, especially if you tried to take it through this 86 level, but it was SSR. I tried to hit that 86, did not get any fills. Chase down below 86, did not get any fills, but kind of these are the ones, again, Neil was like, yeah, sometimes you just got to take a step back and just look at where some of these levels are actually coming in. And you can see here, VWAP was the place to sell, not only off of the open, once again at 1040, 1045s, maybe once again at 945s and 950, and then once again at 1020. That's where the sellers kind of came in. So on an SSR name where you can't just hit the bid, you have to post and provide some liquidity there. VWAP was the place to come in. Let's see if that holds true once again. I saw that Joe was talking about those puts potentially coming in real nice coming into the end of the week. And you said they had some sort of an offering there coming in. It was an offering there. So decent catalyst. Let's see if we can continue this one here with that tailwind. Market tailwind is definitely on your side, especially yesterday. We'll see if it is once again today on ASTS. But lots of names on the roster today, and stock selection is going to be a big one. And like you said before, again, you don't have to be short. If you find the bid on, like a great example was Fastly yesterday. Find something that is catching a bid and see whether that relative strength continues on throughout the day, and then get with the trend.
Well, think about it. Yesterday was probably one of the biggest days for shorts. If you were short crypto, silver, market, like Apple, like there were just monster moves. Yet nothing was a better trade than Fastly to the long side. On one of the best short days you will find of the year, and probably the #1 trading opportunity. I mean, like I didn't trade Fastly. Obviously, it was short. I was short in the morning. I was short in the afternoon, but Fastly was a stock that you could have just been only long this and doing nothing else, and there's almost no chance that you could have had a better trade. I'm sure, don't at me, I'm sure there's something that was, somewhere there was something that probably moved more. I get that, but you guys know what we mean.
VRT wasn't bad.
VRT. I'm just saying, if you buy this one off of VWAP,
this was the cleanest one.
It went like 20% off of VWAP from 11 o'clock to the highs. Like that's like, come on, like you just don't see that. The initial move, the gap up, certainly is usually more of the market. It said if you missed the gap up, you missed the initial move. Here, just go have another 20% with Fastly, and that was on a down day. So there's always something out there like Rivian, which is trying to go here. But in 2 minutes, and we'll throw back to the desk, we're gonna get CPI. Just a reminder. We've seen this the last couple of sessions. You get that 830 number, the chase, whatever it does on the first move, the market's doing the first move, the chase is not always the best play. We've seen so many reversals off of whatever direction we head heavily on an 830 print. With that, we'll send you guys back to the boys in white.
Yeah, about 90 seconds to go here. We'll set this up a little bit. That's how the S&P 500 is going to go into this. Basically flat on the session, down slightly on the pre-market here. For January, month over month, the prior was 0.2. We're looking for a 0.3% uptick over the year period. 2.5% is the number, so a little bit of a downtick. Prior was 2.6%, if you remember. Inflation rate overall, 2.7 versus 2.5. Was the consensus. So last time 2.7 consensus, looking for a downtick as well. So about a minute here, we've gotten to a point where this number has been 0.1 up, 0.1 down kind of thing, month over month over month over month. Anything's outside of that, market moves.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to get into the nitty gritty as well to see exactly which categories are continuing to have higher rates of inflation, which ones are deflationary. You always see that number after, but it's been manageable lately. And as Chair Powell said, they're monitoring the categories that were affected by tariffs, and they have data off which to work.
Yeah, all right. 15 seconds here before we get the January CPI print. Don't expect massive fireworks here as far as the market is concerned. I could be completely wrong with that, but the past few haven't been terribly exciting as far as this print is concerned. There it is, in line with expectation. 0.3% month over month, 2.5%. So bang on target, 2.5% for January CPI, exactly where they were expecting it to be. The inflation rates, however, a bit of a downtick here, 2.4%. versus 2.5% expected there. So overall, got a little bit of a tick higher here, guys, for the market.
Yeah, initial move to the upside. It's not crazy, but we are look, we're green. We ended up on the lows. It'll be a little bit deceiving when you look red or green today, I think, for the market, because we did end up on those lows. And I really do feel like the top end of the range from the afternoon could be a more reasonable spot to think of us as breaking out. So on the SPY, that'll be like 686 or so, just over on the Qs. Triple Q, come on, baby. There we go. That'll be like more like 605-ish. So yeah, good gap up, but I wouldn't be necessarily chasing this at all after that CPI print. Yeah, I mean, as expected, in theory, shouldn't move the needle too much. Like if the stocks that I felt bearish on or the things I feel bearish on, I'm going to kind of lean back toward that and not change anything. Looking at individual names, decent bump in NVIDIA. You look at Apple, one of the things that I like to always pay attention to is what does and doesn't react with the market. So as you see, the market bounces up, NVIDIA bounces up. AMD is now up 1.5%. I got that one up here. Well, Apple did not even budge. So there should be at least a little bit of concern over that. Like you get this nice move up in reaction to CPI, and Apple says, well, we're not doing anything. We're just going to sit exactly where we were before. So the relative weakness seems to still be in Apple as we watch the next hour. If that doesn't change, I do fear we could lose that 260 level. That's exactly what you didn't want to see with Apple. It would be nice. If it just moved with the market there, it would have been perfectly fine. It doesn't have to go crazy or anything, but not looking good for them. Continuation still seeming like it's in play.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly, Neil. The first thing when I saw that market bid, I just pulled up Apple. I was like, all right, let's see what Apple's doing. We had this consolidation range yesterday for about 3 hours, Neil. So that selling kind of started to slow off there at around 1 p.m. And since then, we had a bit of a sideways consolidation, and even going into the end of the day, a bit of a range hold there all the way down to day lows, and then pulls right back up to 262 halves there. The day lows coming in at 260.18. So we didn't quite get through 260s, but maybe that'll potentially come in as of right now. Take a look at that. That bid that just came in on the market getting slapped right back down, back into some of those opening prices of this current 15-minute candle here on both these futures. So yeah, Apple, relative weakness still kind of very, very apparent there. Didn't really see too much of a move across the board, but we'll see. We'll see. Open market price action is what I'm maybe a little bit more focused towards today. We'll see how the market reacts, and continuation is definitely on the board for me. But I don't know. I have no idea what the market is going to do. But that's the beautiful thing. Can we react? Can we act? Can we readapt, apt?
Ooh,
that's the real question.
Oh, Michael Scott. That's what it's all about. See, Obi's got the references. I know you've got the references. It's just sometimes the old ones are all me, and Sean as well, but that's a good one there. Just to go down the line of things that are moving with the market, pointing out iBit here or Bitcoin with a little bit of a bump. You're actually, you're very close to where things fell off yesterday. 38.5, that's 68, just underneath the 68,000 level. So that could be a key one. Also worth noting, I quickly showed that chart of AMD with a decent spike, but remember the earnings name of AMAT. This should be interesting. We'll go to Michael Noss in a second. It'd be interesting to hear his thoughts about what happened yesterday, because some of those pullbacks were crazy. AMAT didn't press through the highs there. So big gap up there for them on earnings, up 11%, but didn't really sustain much of the move with the market. So that could be one to watch if they start doing some profit taking here on AMAT. But we do have Michael Nas. It's a Friday, so we're always excited to get his point of view, especially after a sell-off like we had yesterday. So let's get you to the desk with Brendan and Michael.
Just seeing, guys, the Fed fund futures now pricing in a 50% chance of a third Fed rate cut coming up by the end of the year after that inflation print. Again, if you're just joining a little bit late, basically in line with expectations across the board. Month over month, 0.2, forecast was 0.3, so a little better. And then the year over year, the overall inflation rate was a tenth downside as well, so a little bit better than expected. So overall, market right back to where we started.
So were you talking about the June meeting?
No, I'm
You're
just
talking about 3 cuts.
Yeah, by the end of the year.
And now the June meeting, Brendo, there's a 50% chance on the Fed rate tool that we get that quarter point cut. That's in June. I think we were kicking the can down the road July, I think a few weeks ago, right?
I think we're going to get a very dovish Kevin Warsh coming into Powell's seat when he does take over in May. Let's bring in Michael Nas. It's Friday. We get a bit of a yawner of a CPI print here. Mr. Nas, good to see you as always. The overall theme seems to be this choppy range that we continue to bounce around in. Seems like we're right back down to the bottom end of the range here going into today after what happened yesterday. Give me your thoughts.
Yeah, we've been talking about this kind of all year. Started talking about it last year that we are range bound, and again, I still expect us to be range bound. I brought back the markets in turmoil slide because I thought it was funny that last week I flashed this up, and then the next day, or Friday that I was on, I think the IWM rallied like 4% off its lows, and then we had a bullish week ever since. But this is the part of choppy markets, is that you're going to get tests to the top end of ranges. Probably you're going to get some breakthrough with the top end of ranges. Then you're going to have the same on the way back down. Again, if I'm right about it being choppy and this isn't some sort of long-term chart, this is kind of what I expect, is that both sides get very, very frustrated. And then the people who either trade relative strength, which is what we're going to talk about today, and then also people who are very good at, buying support, selling resistance, that type of thing. I really do think that that's going to be the thing that thrives. And it's not what most people are used to. Most people are used to, let me find some hot stock that's going up that has AI in it, and I'll buy it and I'll double my money. But I really do think it's going to be a buy the dip, sell the rip kind of environment, which is what people are going to need to adapt. So I just thought I'd do a simple lesson. I know I've talked about this before, about how to do this. And, this is just a heat map of everything that happened yesterday. You can see a lot of red, but still some green. I know you guys show this on the show, and there's lots of free places to get stuff like this, where you're just looking for, show me the stuff that's green. So very simply, at Stats Edge, we do a lot of like quantitative stuff. Everything I do is systematic, but I just wanted to show for people who aren't into that, just a very simple way to do this. So all I did is I sat down for about 5-10 minutes last night, and I clicked on the ones that are green, and I just went through them, and I looked at anything that was a larger cap company. These are all S&P 500 names that were green. You can find some themes usually, like if you have some of these sectors that are a theme, like we saw, healthcare doing okay, and consumer staples doing okay, and things like that. But I was more focused on the boxes that were red, but then there was names that just weren't quite red, and that's the concept of relative strength. The idea is that when everybody is selling, and we're selling because of some story or narrative or AI shift, I'm just going to look for the stuff they didn't sell, because then if the market rebounds, the idea is those things are potentially going to hold up the best. So I brought some names to you that I thought were kind of interesting here, and the first one is Boeing. And if we're selling now because everyone's worried about AI taking everything, well, I hope it's not going to be building planes by itself anytime soon. So you're not going to be able to fly to another country because you ask Claude Code to do it for you, or build a plane in your backyard. So these kind of charts are the ones that we might gravitate to. They're not going to be as interesting as an Oklo or a Big Bear AI or anything like that, but very great chart. I know me and Neil, we talk about this all the time, that this is my personal favorite setup. You have a simple zone here around 230. We broke 230, we came back to hold that level, and now it becomes a very simple trade. As long as we're holding this kind of 230, 240 area, I'm going to be in, and if we break that and we kind of close below that area, I'm wrong and I'm going to be out. And that leads to a very tight stop on something that's trending nicely, which again is why it's one of my favorite setups. Makes the idea really simple here. Next one is AbbVie, ABBV. This is in the healthcare space. Not only held up great yesterday, nice strong candle at the top end of this kind of, you call it a flag or a downward channel or whatever, however you want to call it. But the idea is we have this upper trend line. If we can break through that around 230, this is a pretty simple buy. And then if we lose that, if we lose kind of 220, then I'm out. And you can see I'm just starting with a first principles of show me all the stuff they didn't sell, draw very basic, very simple technical analysis patterns that you'd find in any book, and then make very simple decision points. Above this price, I want to be in. Below this price, I want to be out. Burke B. So, good job. Nice little triangle. Good job for the new guy. Held up pretty good yesterday and has been doing really good recently. You can see I still have the retire line on there. I'll probably leave that on there forever. That's the price at which Warren Buffett said he would retire. So above that, I think is really interesting because it shows, faith in the new guy, and holding up really well, and a nice little wedge here that we could be breaking out of. So this is another simple above 510. I'm interested. Below 510, it's time to go. And then last but not least is Ford, right? So huge kind of pushing Ford, gave back a lot of it later in the day. So it was an after earnings report, which I like because it means there's some sort of fundamental catalyst. I don't really care what it is, but there's some fundamental catalyst there. And this is the same kind of thing. Above 14 is interesting. Below 14, it's not. And this is the beauty, I think, of systematic trading and of technical analysis, especially in these volatile markets, where I'm not going to be one that tells you that you can just, if you know technical analysis, you can open up any chart and predict where it's going. That's not true, and it's not what we're trying to do. But in moments like this, there's very simple steps that we can go through to find where the money is flowing into, or even in down markets, more importantly, where the money's not flowing out of. And that's what I'm going to be spending a lot of today and a lot of the weekend doing. That's what a lot of my systems do for me automatically, is just say, hey, where's the money going to? When everything in the world got scary, where did the big money, the large institutional investors, where did they buy into? Or again, where did they not sell? And then from that, I have a pretty good understanding of the people that are, in the know, where they're hiding out, and I'm going to hide out there with them.
If you zoom out a little bit, I think Sharif and I were actually having this conversation this morning. I heard on another podcast a very interesting narrative on this. A lot of people have been talking about, it's rotation, it's rotation, it's rotation, which is, maybe partially true. But as you alluded to, if you really, really look at what is working, it's the companies that have an actual thing you can hold, a hard asset of some sort, or a product like a car, like a Ford or a Caterpillar or oil or XOM, or even healthcare, I think is a really good example, because the AI argument with healthcare is it can actually improve a product or speed up the R&D process to have new products coming to market versus just destroying the product altogether. So anything with that hard physical asset that you can hold is working right now. Anything that isn't, that is software based, we've talked about to death, high margin companies typically aren't. So more and more, it's becoming clear that there's a shift towards that. I don't even know what you want to call it, the hard asset area of the market, airlines, hotels, like things like that LLMs are just not going to be able to replace.
Yeah, I think I listened to the same podcast, and that it was a really good point. And it's basically the market trying to figure out who is left standing at the end. And that is going to be the place in which I think there's going to be the most money for the most people. And if you're smart enough to do that without, charts, then that's great. But I think that is hitting the nail on the head. A lot of what's happening is that people are worried about not necessarily that a company, and let's pick on Adobe for a second, not necessarily that it's going to completely go away and disappear or anything like that, but more about they can't raise prices anymore. And in fact, they might need to lower prices. They might need to lower them dramatically. And there's going to be some software companies that are going to learn to use AI, and they're going to be just fine on their own, but they're products are going to be cheaper. Again, Cloud Code's like $20 a month. And that's a big part of it. But so what people are doing is they're trying to flock to areas, knowing that the market's still strong, the economy's still strong, that these people are just not going to be affected. And I think it's more of a hideout there. Wait for the market to figure out which of these software companies are going to benefit from AI and which ones are going to be completely destroyed from AI, and then move back in after that. But at the end of the day, it's rotation. And I just, the old technical analysis saying is rotation is the lifeblood of a bull market. So as long as we're seeing them sell some things and buy other things, I think we're okay. It's when they sell everything, I think that's when it's time to really get worried.
If you zoom out just real quick on the NASDAQ, here I'll bring up a NASDAQ chart, or the Qs anyways. If you zoom out to a daily chart, this is that choppy back and forth area that we've been talking to. It feels more and more like not only are we going to test the lower end of this range, the SPY a little bit cleaner maybe for the S&P, but maybe even see what happens below the bottom end of that range, which if you zoom out far enough, I mean, to me is still constructive.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And it would hurt in the moment, but we could already go and test that prior high that you're seeing there in 2024, 2025. And if we come all the way down to that before the tariff tantrum, yeah, right there, and we find support there, then on the very long term, that's still constructive, but it's going to take us a bear market to get there. Now, I've been bringing these charts periodically about we experience chop and noise and mess until the end of the midterm election that's coming out, just historically through this year. And the volume of that chop is generally 30%. So it just means from the very low of the chop to the very high of the chop, it's about 30%. So you get about a 15% pullback and about a 15% rally, and then you just kind of chop around that side of things. So chop can certainly mean high volatility, right? That 15% would definitely break some of these prior lows and test that. I think what we need to see to start getting worried, though, is a sustained move under that low. And to have that happen on the indexes, what we need is this rotation to stop. And like I just talked about, with everything selling. So as soon as software goes down and we don't see Ford rallying and we don't see Boeing holding up, and they start to go after these names that have been safe havens, then I think we're just kind of chopping as the market's going to rebalance. So if NVIDIA goes down as the largest component because people are worried about AI trade slowing or something like that, but we have all these other stocks going up, then that will create that chop. If they just say, I'm out, and they go to bonds or something like that, then that's a little bit of a worrisome thing. So I think it's time to start looking at the risk-off assets, bonds and things like that. I would have said gold, but that's just has a life of its own at this point.
You're making Obi really upset. He's throwing his dishes around here on set. It's always fascinating. I mean, it's a really, really interesting time, I think, in the market that we haven't seen in a long, long time. And, there's going to be opportunities here definitely coming up. The timeline on that, remains to be seen. So have a wonderful weekend, Mr. Noss. We will catch you again on Monday.
I'll talk to you soon.
Perfect. Fantastic stuff from Mr. Noss and Brenda. Once again, we'll see them hopefully Monday morning. All right, guys, let's kick things off with some analyst actions this morning. We're going to start off with Pinterest, guys, going from a buy to a hold by Loop Capital. You're down 21%, a little bit more now, guys, around 22%. So not too good of a look here in Pinterest. Maybe we get a little bit of a continuation to the downside. Now, as for Dollar Tree, also getting the downgrade as well, guys, from BMO Capital, going from a $110 price target to $95. DraftKings down substantially as well. These earnings names are getting hit heavy, guys. Bank of America giving that downgrade from a price target of around $37.50 to $30. So that's a hefty haircut by Bank of America, down 15 3/4 there. Upstart also getting the downgrade as well, too, by Citigroup, down only 0.25%, so not too bad here, guys. UPST going from a buy to a neutral here, so a downgrade there. Now, moving forward, we're going to take a look at some of the upgrades, guys. Airbnb at the top of the list, surprisingly. So hold to a buy, but with a price target of $854. By Deutsche Bank, you're up 5 1/3 here this morning. Applied Materials continuing its climb higher here, guys, up 10%. A massive gap up and a break through some key pivot levels. KGI Securities giving them the nod there. $425 is going to be that price target. Now, Rivian continuing its move higher up to $17.80 with a price target of $16. So we have now surpassed that. Joseph SPAC giving that upgrade there, guys, once again up 20%. And Zscaler, cybersecurity name that has been getting hit heavy as of late, but getting the upgrade by Sanford Bernstein from a market perform to an outperform with a price target of $228, guys.
All right.
Man, like
Thank you very much. No, I dropped my plate. I went to go put in my my earpiece in. I went to go plug it in, and the plate was hanging, just like maybe like half a centimeter, maybe 1 centimeter. That's about a quarter of an inch for you guys there.
That's just a poor risk manager right there.
Maybe,
because I
didn't even know. I went down and it just started did like a triple backflip, and I thought I was watching the Olympics for a second.
You guys can't see this. There's a distinct difference between plate placement and where, like, I have a plate on my desk, but like, I can't.
Dude, look at the clearance.
Not
here,
on the edge.
You know what I mean? Like,
see where he keeps it on the edge, which is fine. But I have a big thing about unnecessary risk. I truly, I truly like live by this one. I feel like the way I always approach things is if there is zero downside to doing something, but any small upside and no effort, then I do it. And if there is a reasonably decent downside to something, but zero upside, then what am I doing with that? It's like, why do I need to have the glass on the edge of the table? And I tell this to sometimes I'll say this at home, look at my wife, I'm like, you could literally just put that like somewhere in the middle of the table. You just put it on the edge. For no apparent reason, you're gonna do it. And think of the other side of that equation when you think about it logically is, even if it's a low probability event, it's like imagine having a lottery ticket. Like, I don't believe in buying the lottery, but if you had a lottery ticket or if you found one and then you just didn't check it because you're like, there's no chance it could win, so you didn't even bother to check it. Does it take you much of an effort to check it? I'm not saying you should buy one, but that's the other side of the equation. Forget about plates for a second and making them crash, because the only thing crashing right now is Pinterest and some of those downgrades. And it's ugly. I wish we could give them 4 thumbs down, but I only have 2. Shout out to Dave Chappelle. This is, it's bad when you've got to go I'm pulling back the monthly chart and thinking about COVID all-time low. This is what we're talking about here. Like, we're looking back to COVID lows. We're at $14.50. This is the 2020 lowest open or close of a single month, was right at the 1450 level. We lose 14 on Pinterest, and basically you're just thinking down bottom here. So this is going to be on the radar. A lot of times, and we were talking about this with regard to, we were just talking about like breakdowns trading with ASTS and whatnot. Anyways, it's at VWAP already, which makes it a bit trickier because I think I have to respect the fact that you could try to push back into the 15. But if we break the low, it's that VWAP retrace short that I would be looking for in pins. Yeah, downgrade, but it doesn't matter. They don't have much left going for them to be missing on top and bottom. They still have growth, but the problem is competition is way too fierce. And at some point, they will get low enough that there'll be some shreds that someone might want to pick up for a deal. I'm not sure they're at that point yet. Usually think about that when it breaks through some all-time lows. But Pinterest on the radar for the other side of it, unlike Rivian.
Yeah, out of those names, I really like AMAT here. Again, AMAT we just talked about. Very, very strong, getting that upgrade as well on that earnings report. So how are we looking like here on the daily? All-time highs here, Neil. I really do like that. While the rest of the market is getting taken to the woodshed, you can see couple names here catching a bit of a bid. So I'm really curious to see. This prior high here was 344.60s. Currently in the pre-market, the high or the after hours high, which is the current high, is 374.80. 389. So let's see if we can get through that 375, that last quarter before the 400 potentially comes in here on AMAT. So yeah, a bit of an upgrade. Maybe we get that double factor of confluence, but I definitely weigh the earnings a lot more than the upgrade. But doing something distinctly different from that of the market definitely attracts me to this one. One of the top ideas on my list today, I'll be honest, is a potential continuation, but we'll see. If it doesn't continue, I like that as well, and maybe taking it through pre-market or the bounce lows here as well. But applied materials to the upside is very strong, and that upgrade catching, maybe giving us a better sentiment as well.
Before we go back up to the desk, a couple of things happening here. SNDK and Micron both just broke through their lows of the day. Ears to the ground. I haven't heard a specific story on the memory chip names at all. I'm just sort of scanning through. I'm not seeing anything, not hearing anything. On the other side of the coin, Coinbase is up 9%. So after we thought was a nothing burger on Coinbase earnings, at one point it was actually flat, it was down, it was up. It's like, we're not really doing anything. Coinbase maybe has found itself a temporary bottom. So up 9%. I'm just gonna go out to a higher time frame chart on Coin. I'm sure, it's probably gonna be on the run now, but while it's on the mind, worth remembering that this is at a triple bottom here. Weekly, monthly doesn't make a difference. I just already happen to be on the monthly. I guess it'll look better on a weekly chart. Yeah, it looks way better on a weekly chart. As you can see, bit of a triple bottom here, which it's trying to bounce off of that 143, and we're now sitting at $153. So the fact that it was able to rally away from this level, I think it bodes well for Coin, and it's doing so without much happening in Bitcoin. So big key level for a bounce here on Coinbase. We'll try to figure out what's going on there with Micron and some of their cohorts. Is usually a strong name. You got the market going up, and it's a little bit strange, let's just say, to be seeing a Micron hitting the bid here while the market's looking strong. It's usually been a leader. Like yesterday, these guys were leaders. Yeah, kind of a weird one.
Just having a look at financials here. It's been, 1, 2, 3, 4 days in a row downside here for banks in general. Michael Moss was pointing out the ones that have been working, ones that haven't been working. Yes, there are a few in this group that have, but going back, I guess it was about a month ago, we were talking about how banks were so strong, potentially leading the market to highs, but it's definitely not been the case in the past couple of weeks here. Goldman just cracked yesterday, goes out on the very, very lows of the session. We're set to open in that area this morning as well. I was just seeing the CEO reluctantly accepting the resignation of the firm's top lawyer, who apparently was in the Epstein files and has resigned because of that. So, I mean, I'm not saying this is going to kick off more selling in the banks or whatever. This is very, very specific to Goldman. But it's interesting to see that group starting to crack a little bit.
Can I tell you something, Brendo? I thought this was going to be a group that was really going to benefit from President Trump's Trump 2.0, okay? Because we were talking about the regulatory tailwind that they were going to get. There was going to be deregulation. They didn't have to keep as much money, locked up for a rainy day, so to speak. But now we're seeing this more populist push, and it's bipartisan, mind you, where they want interest rates specifically on credit cards to drop. That is one of their most profitable segments. And we've seen sort of back and forth commentary by CEOs about wanting to push back against that. And we know Senator Elizabeth Warren and President Trump had a conversation to that effect. So I do feel there may be some bipartisan populist, pushback against some of these institutions on one of their most profitable products. So I feel like, we're going to have to certainly keep an eye on that. And let's just be honest. With the cost of living in the foremost of people's minds, and the the primaries, or not the primaries, sorry, the midterms coming up in a few months, that's going to be front and center here by obviously the incumbents. They're going to want to drop, or at least give the aura or the view that they're dropping some of these rates to kind of gain favor with the populace. So I feel like this might be a bigger issue going in the next couple of months?
We'll see. And if you zoom out, again, banks by no means broken here. I mean, that's just XLF. We're definitely coming into key areas that this thing needs to start to find some support and maybe bounce. We'll see what happens today. But going back to November, I guess, beginning of December, we had that low around $51 for XLF. But if it doesn't, I mean, that's just another one to put on the board of the, weaker than the rest side that was doing quite well, up to just a month ago or so. So anyway, let's jump into the market here, and then we'll talk about the watch list.
All right, let's have a look at where we closed off on the the SPY now we're doing. Well, we lost a lot of trends, guys, but hey, we're still above these key technical levels. That was a sell-off. I want to say early February, we got down to 673 to quite make it down there yesterday, got to about 680. So that's what we're going to say. We're going to say 680 as our first level of general support. If we really catch a bid, we're looking at that shelf that we kept having trouble with, Brendo, back on the 29th. We were using a support on the 29th of January and on the 3rd of February. We're looking at that 686 to 687 area as resistance.
It's starting to look like that's an ugly chart. It's starting to look like, those tennis ball trackers that are just like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It's like ping pong. Anyway, link is below for that. If you haven't done so, of course, grab the watch list. It's free. Top link in the description will get you to the sign up page. You need your email, and that's it. And then you just get everything you need to know sent right to your inbox every single day. Here's Coinbase on a daily chart. We were touching on this after the close last night a little bit. I mean, there's April, and then you got to go back to the end of 2024. I mean, we're just sitting on this shelf. It needs to be the level that ends up, being supported here for Coinbase if it's going to start going back up at any time. But overall, the report not terrible. I mean, there was definitely some question marks here.
Yeah, and as I look at Neil's screen, it's up 9 2/3%. Despite, Breno, Q4 revenue, $667 million. Let's compare that to the $1.37 billion they took home last year. So almost cut in half there. Sustained slump in crypto trading activities being blamed for that, with net income also suffering. $2.49 per share. Compare that to the $4.58 per share they had last year. Transaction volumes remain under pressure. Speaking of those transactions, total transaction revenue fell to $551 million. That is down 37% year over year. But let's be honest, the fact that it's up 9 1/3, 9 1/4 right now means that the market was already pricing this in. No, it was no surprise to anybody that crypto trading revenue was down when crypto's getting clipped. Q1 transaction revenue guidance, $420 million. That is below the street's expectations, and subscription and services revenue is expected to be $550 to $630. But I think that the street was really optimistic about what some are calling the, super cycle, or whatever term they're using now for the prediction markets. It really does seem to kind of be taking this whole thing over by storm.
The gateway drug going forward for stock market and trading in general. 155 a couple of days ago ends up being a pretty solid line in the sand, guys, for Coinbase. We're right there right now.
Yeah, Armstrong thinks he could be up to $10 billion of revenue eventually in those in that prediction market. But first of all, Sharif, why you gotta be looking at my chart, bro? You got your own charts. Don't be staring at my. Well, you know what? Because I'm the one that puts like you could always see, because I put like the biggest font you can for the title and the percentage points. You can see it from like a mile away. Look, ball doesn't lie here. I don't want to get too much into the nitty gritty about why this was a mixed report, or at best, I think your best interpretation could be a mixed report, I think. And in a lot of ways, yuck is how you should be thinking about it. But it doesn't, at this point, it doesn't matter. I didn't really have this on the radar when we were just chilling out trading at $148. It wasn't really on the list of anything that was exciting. The only concern I have is, like I said, I don't love chasing that 830 move. So this rounded bottom, which seems like an obvious, just break out 155 and you've got a bit of a gap to fill. Not chasing an 830 move up. Everything is pressed higher. I'd rather, if I look to be bullish, buying some dips. Maybe we'll see that in Rivian. But the 150, that could be a place. So you dip, hold 150 off the open, or at least somewhere in that range, like 50 to 52. Look for reversion back up so that you're not worrying about taking off the top here on a Friday, which could be a little bit trappish. So let's be real. It wasn't that big of a quarter that you're like, oh, I just think it's going to be a long. If the chart says long, just got to be looking for that as well. Shouldn't matter too much when it's got its own catalyst, obviously, because it had earnings. And again, this is not, like, they're not just a Bitcoin play, but it is worth mentioning that Bitcoin is not into this little double top area. I'm still thinking bearish here. So it could get weird if all of a sudden Coinbase sets up like that great long, and we end up getting into this 38.5 to 38.8 area where we're looking short yesterday as well. So I'm not really changing that tune. I think as strong as the market has been and this bounce that we're seeing, is anybody actually seeing any continuation or reason to turn from bearish to bullish in Coinbase? I'm not seeing it, so I'm going to look short again. I feel like every day it's broken record on IBIT.
I think that's a fair look here, Neil. I'm looking here at the monthly chart because we're coming into some higher time frame levels here. As Neil pointed out, 150s has been interesting. We came there here September of 24, and then once again April of 25. That aggressive bid that came in not only on Coinbase but into the rest of the market. That's where we found some demand here twice in the past couple of years. So we're pulling back in, but a lot more aggressively as well. So you can see here, beautiful downtrend on the monthly chart. Let's go down to the weekly and take a look at some of these levels here. You can see coming into that support level, maybe pulling potentially down here into this 118s. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking a little short here on this name. Catching a bit of a bid in the pre-market. And if we're talking about reversions, Neil, man, last night, off of the initial reaction, this reversion was absolutely solid when the price action started to calm down. This was about, roughly about, was this 135 all the way to 140, so almost a $10 range. But when that calms down, pulls back in, the bid catches right back on. This 136, 137 level was quite nice here for the push back through. And you can see here, I dropped an anchored on the initial reaction right here. Let's just drop it down to this candle. You can see price did reclaim over this moving average. And then in the pre-market session, we held above those reaction highs and now pushing a little bit higher into some prior levels that we've seen earlier on this week. So interesting. I think this has, I don't necessarily have a strong bias coming in off of the open, but I will be potentially looking for sellers. And if it catches a bid on earnings day, that's perfectly fine. I'm not going to try to revert it back down to the downside, but catching a bid off of a strong dip into this prior zone of demand is very interesting to me. Let's see if we can break just simple levels. Right now, we're consolidating in and around prior day's highs. We'll go up a time frame. I like to work with a 3-minute. So you can see consolidating in and around prior day's highs, consolidating in and around Wednesday's levels as well. You can see aggressive selling that came in on Wednesday with some strong volume as well. Maybe not so much relative volume, but that high is coming in at 160, only about $6 away. So all within range of what Coinbase is able to do on the intraday scale. Definitely doing some decent relative volume in the pre-market session. As we come into the open, this relative volume, which is on a 5-day period, is starting to increase all the way up to 2.75 times daily traded volume. So definitely one of the names on watch. Maybe not the top name, Neil, but I'll be watching some Bitcoin as well to see if Bitcoin has any aggressive moves. We'll go straight to the monthly on this one and see how that one's panning out. You can see here catching a bit of a bid off of that dip down into 60s. It seems like almost yesterday we were in and around these 90s and 100s, and I was just like, yeah, 50% pullback well within range, and we're coming into some of those levels as of right now on Bitcoin. So with a weaker crypto arena, we'll see how Coinbase finishes the day off on Friday the 13th.
All right, let's talk Rivian, just off the highs. It actually just made recently a new high up to 1780. We're coming back in a little bit here. I mean, decent report. You can't, as Neil was mentioning earlier, you can't really jump for joy here. They're still losing money, but they're losing less money per vehicle specifically, which was a really, really good indication. They focused a lot on the call. They focused a lot on the report itself about the R2 and the speed at which they're going to be able to get this thing in the hands of customers. The more that are out there, I think the more the better it'll be.
Absolutely, and I think that that's going to be the needle mover because it's a lot more affordable, you know. And we saw, well, on YouTube now there are many different, you know, car review enthusiasts who are reviewing the R2, is obviously scheduled by Rivian. So you want to know more about that? Quick YouTube search there. But your point well taken, and as I see on Neil's chart there, up 24.25%. You know, clearly they're doing something right here, even though the numbers year over year, Neil, I'm sorry, buddy, are down. $120 million in gross profit on $1.3 billion in revenue. That beats expectations, but when you compare it to the year-over-year number, it's not that good because revenue declined from $1.7 billion not last year, excuse me, and the net loss, even though it is narrower than the $1 billion they lost last year on the quarter, about $840 million, they're still losing money, as you made very clear, Brendo. They delivered 9,745 vehicles in Q4 of 25. That is down markedly from the 14,183 they delivered in 24 on the quarter, reflecting, of course, that weaker EV demand. Part of that reason is the cancellation of the $7,500 EV tax credit back in September by President Trump's administration. But Brendo, U.S. EV sales fell 36% year over year in Q4 of 25 as compared to 24. So you can't really dog them for having lower deliveries. It's an industry-wide problem.
Yeah, and demand problem at this point as well. But as we were saying, if we can start targeting the lower price end of the spectrum here, it's going to be positive. But uphill battle, to say the least, I think, guys, still for Rivian.
Just saw Vangador 007 in the chat says, NIO sells more cars in a quarter than Rivian in the entire year. Well, we can't really, look, I get it. The Chinese EV names are doing better than the US. And if you're not named Tesla, then this is just how it is right now. We know it. I don't think anyone's trying to hide from that truth. Just ignore a couple of those wicks. Let me go back to a 15-minute chart here. Rivian has a local high. Go back to the 22nd of January. And it's right around this 17, and you can sort of see like an obvious and absurd trend reverse since then. There's this level way too far away, which was significant for $16. If we lose the 17, suffice to say, $15.5 to $16 is like that would be your like a crazy absurd dip buy zone. But it's 17 even that needs to hold the open. I'm never a huge fan on a gap up when you are already making in a pretty distinct lower high. So this little downtrend that we're in, we're gonna need to break that above the 17 level. Otherwise, I would think you're in risk of a gap fill. But you also have to keep in mind how much this is still from the highs, like the recent highs, up at like $22.50. There's a lot of room for it to go. So this is the kind of stock. Okay, so even if it starts dipping in the open, I want to give it a chance to go. If it isn't some crazy, just instant breakout, if it breaks a downtrend, I'll be taking a shot at it if it's over 16. If it can't, 17. If it loses that 17, be patient with it getting down to $16. This is something that we talked about yesterday, or I think it was 2 days ago, for patience. Just as an example, like, oops, that's way too far. Just as an example, like the other day. It was 2 days ago when we had this huge reversal, and I remember saying, okay, well, Intel's not along till $17. And it was breaking in the open. It's like, okay, pulling back 1%, 2%, 3%, like let it actually get down. And eventually you wait for it to get to that key price when there's extreme volatility and it eventually gets there. So I'd feel that way if we lost 17 on Rivian, that just let it, if it tries to extend further down, don't chase to be in early on a down move because that can lead to a lot of trouble.
Yeah, I think the main thing for Rivian for me is that it came into some key levels for me. I think coming into this $14 level as well as some prior anchors. Now this is an hourly chart. I have some prior anchors from much further back, and you can see every time we come into these areas, I can go back and see where they're coming from. We'll just go to like a weekly here. You can see coming in from some of these lows that we were making and higher highs as well as we kind of start to trend back up. Bigger picture, I was looking at this break of trend, but we've only gone sideways since then. Now again, this is on the weekly. We'll go back down to the hourly here. looking quite decent. But I was telling Neil, this has a lot of headwind to get past. A lot of potential places where we can meet some resistance here. You can see maybe some 18.5s, maybe, and this is as of recent. This is just at the beginning of January, right? We hit these highs here coming into the end of 2025, and that's sitting at 2273s. Currently trading at 17.5s, just shy of that. So right here, 21s and then maybe 18.5s is what I'm looking at here. If we do get a strong opening drive off of this earnings reaction, it's showing some great price action in the after hours and in the pre-market, just stepping up higher and higher. You can see it on the 15-minute or a shorter time frame much more clearly. You can see initial consolidation flag breakout off of the morning, pulls back into earnings reaction highs here at 16.5s roughly, and then stepping up once again onto these 5:30 a.m. highs here with those lows coming in at $17. So I'll be looking for that maybe continuation going into the open, but also keeping in mind that there is a lot of headwind for Rivian on the upside. So open to both ways here on this stock. We'll see what it does off of the open.
All right, a couple things just popping up here. They're talking a little bit about where the inflation came from in this report, and overall it is right across the board actually down. Still food is the highest, it looks like. Energy and housing, though, with a little bit of a downtick. So I think that's important going forward. Apple,
anybody trying to get meat, especially here, kind of knows that that's the case, Brendo. Yeah.
Remortgage your house before you go to the grocery store. Apple, with a bit of a delayed reaction to this data print this morning at 8:30, we did get a nice uptick there, coming back into essentially this shelf that was built overnight after the close, and then this morning as well. But ugly day, obviously, yesterday for Apple, the worst, in fact, since last April, and the tariff sell-off that the overall market endured on an FTC note. Whether or not we get any follow through from that today, let's see.
Shedding 200+ billion in market cap in a day, in less than a day. Obviously, it was during regular trading hours. The story is today that FTC Chairman Andrew Ferguson has sent a letter directly to CEO Tim Cook questioning the alleged political bias within Apple News. The letter claims Apple News may have promoted left-leaning outlets while suppressing conservative publications. Ferguson suggested such practices, if proven, would raise concerns under the FTC Act related to unfair or deceptive practices. However, the FTC emphasized it is not policing speech, but protecting consumers from misrepresentation or omissions. This centers, though, around content curation transparency rather than the actual core or hardware or services issues. It's about curation. Allegations include reports that Apple News did not feature articles from conservative-leaning outlets in recent months while promoting liberal publications. That hasn't been tested. The veracity of that statement hasn't been tested. It's not known whether that's accurate or not. But just from a general sense, most media institutions, the large ones, are more left-leaning than right-leaning. So it stands to reason that if Apple is going to quote the biggest institutions, then they likely will have a left-leaning bias.
Whether or not we get some sort of bounce today remains to be seen, but we are at an area here this morning where, I mean, we theoretically could. This 260, 261 area on a daily chart, guys, looking decent at least for Apple.
Yeah, it was a bit of a delayed reaction, but eventually Apple did follow the market back up after that CPI print. So, you know, that was the sign that had me initially concerned that we're just going to straight up lose 260, and then you're going to have a bit of a gap fill and a potential another disaster day. Still going to be a big level, that 260, but the fact that we're back above the shelf for most of the afternoon, actually just most of the afternoon, pretty much the entirety of the afternoon, at this 262 half, 263. Like, that's the litmus. If Apple is over this in the open range, I think you're looking longs. And if it anywhere inside here to the 260, I feel like that's like your trap chop zone. And then the downside is going to be through. I'm not going to try to parse whether, like, I mean, some people are going to say that the Siri delay is a bigger deal than that news story. And other people are going to say, no, this story is a bigger deal. I'm trying to question how much either one of those materially matters. It didn't feel to me like this was deserving of that 5% move to the downside yesterday, but the ball doesn't lie. If we lose 260, I think you're in a world of trouble. The market's already starting to come back in here for Apple. I think you're much more comfortable looking for a bounce off 245 to 250 like we were saying earlier. So yeah, this is not one that I want to stand in the way of, even if we're getting a little bit of a market bounce.
all going to be looking at that one. Very flat consolidation there. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4 touches of that 260, and then pushing back up. Yes, with the market, but again, market tailwind going to be very dependent. I think we'll see if it catches any sort of a reversion or a retracement back in. This was an aggressive sell, but honestly, I'm thinking that if this selling is not over, we're definitely within range to see that 260 and maybe pull back into some of these 256s, 255s as well. This was the earnings reaction low coming in and around that 255, 256 level, and then earnings day one low coming in just shy of 252s at 251.96s. So we'll see. I mean, I love reversions, Neil. You know that already. But honestly, this aggressive selling, if we get same kind of market tailwind that we got yesterday, I'm definitely going to be watching that 260. Going to be interesting. And I guess the market didn't like that the Siri delay happened, right? I think that's where we kind of saw this selling coming in initially on Wednesday, coming into the afternoon session. That was a nice consolidation. We were trading almost up at these highs there, potentially pushing that 280, and then boom, strong aggressive selling, and then continuation happening yesterday here. No sign of a bounce at all. This was how we can take a quick measurement of this bounce here. We trade down. What was this? We can go right here, roughly about 5.5% to the downside, and there's a bounce coming in at just under 1%. So I was just like, all right, cool. You can only bounce about 1/5 of the move. That is absolutely no bounce for me. Let's see if we catch a bit of a continuation today through that 160 or through that 260. But if we're going to catch a bid, let's find some levels here as well. You can see here, just looking back at recent levels, maybe 267s. That's all the way. That's about almost $5 away here as we're trading around 262. So I'm open to this going either way, but more leaning towards the side of that continuation, especially with that aggressive selling that we've been seeing, not only just on Apple. Apple was lagging behind. We saw some selling coming in earlier on this week and prior week as well, and then Apple, it seems like all of it came in on one day. So very interesting kind of price action. I think you were talking about how this was the most selling it's done in X amount of years.
Well, it was
intraday.
It was basically a calendar year, because obviously there was well, you were on this that morning, the tariff gap down morning.
I think so. Maybe.
I wasn't here. I remember because remember it was Apple through 200. Because the only reason I remember that day specifically was because you actually couldn't get the break. It was at 196, 197.
Yeah.
And so like I'm talking about right before the open, it was at 96, 97. So if you set a stop order to go long through 200, by that point, like the algos were buying it up so crazy that morning that you couldn't get the breakout. Like you had to take like the initial break. If you had like a 97 break, you might have gotten it. But like the stories that you'd hear from traders, like, well, did anyone get any breakouts at the open? It's like, nope, no fills, because the algos just shoot everything up to the buy side that day. I don't think we're not having that kind of a moment. It's not that ugly. Although, I mean, Pins is having that kind of a moment. Not that there's going to be people that seem to want to buy it that much off of the open. But, yeah, Apple, it could be worse. Their chart could look like Pins, and then you'd say real trouble. Like, you're past the point of trouble if your chart's like Pins.
Just going through the entire breakdown here of CPI, it was still the same thing, same as always. Shelter basically flat. Food was the uptick. It was 0.8%. 3.1% for food. Energy, 0.3%, basically flat. Specifically, new vehicles, used vehicles, and apparel, all downside.
I believe that.
Used vehicles specifically, 1.1%, negative 1.1% on that print. So something's going in the right direction.
Anecdotal story.
Yeah.
You know, I sold my car in August, right? Early August, late July. My car now, that one year newer model, so the 22 had the 21. The 22 is going for $3,000 less than I sold my car 6 months ago, Brendan.
Good timing.
Yeah.
Top ticked it. Pinterest definitely not going to top tick anything today. Getting absolutely hammered here this morning, rightfully so. Absolutely. The report was bad. Yeah. Let's just put it that way. Forecast not great either. I mean, $14 if you zoom out, kind of maybe something.
It's a tough look. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Let's talk about this because the company's trying to go through a restructuring here. But yeah, it's going to get worse before it gets better, it looks like. EPS, 67 pennies in line with the consensus. being about up from the 56 pennies last year. So there is a bottom line improvement there despite some operational headwinds, which we'll get into in a second. Revenue 1.32 billion, missing the 1.33, but up about 14% year over year. Adjusted profit margin missed expectations, adding to the concern about the ad monetization and the efficiency of the company. And now it is hitting the lowest price it's been at since July of 2022, and we all know what 2022 looked like. Current quarter guidance also disappointed. Wall Street expected about 15% revenue growth. They didn't get it. The stock's already down 28% since the restructuring announcement in January already. And here's what they want to do, Brendo. They're sadly going to lay off 15% of their workforce and redirect the savings into AI investments. Management here is aiming to transform the platform from visual mood boards into an AI-powered shopping assistant. That's going to require heavy investments in AI, hence why the EPS maybe and some more CapEx may be required.
Definitely a short at some point today, guys. That said, though, it's one of those stocks where we're down so much at this point. Upside might be easier.
They want to be more like Pinterest. Pinterest wants to be a little bit more like Instagram, huh? It's too late. It's too late. Honestly, I'm going to look for a short today on Pinterest. I'll leave it at that. There's not much. Like, what are you going to do? You're going to pull up. I had a weekly chart up. I had a monthly chart up to show you some of the places that this has gone down to. Look, the thing is, it could actually, because we're trading at 14.20, really, we could actually bounce off the 2020 lows. The wick bottom on the recovery candle from COVID is 13.30. So I think if we got down to there, like in the 13 to 13.5 range, that seems like a reasonable spot. Like if you look at a lot of charts from the COVID lows, there was that higher low where you push back up and then there was a support level that's held up for a lot of things. So the fact that Pinterest is there, first of all, that's disgusting that they're back to that price. But if it got there, you're down like 30-something%. There might be a little bit of a turn. Until then, we're trending down. I'll look first at VWAP and then pre-market highs for a curl. I think I wrote down 15 and 15.50, but that was a lot earlier in the day. Until then, going to look to fade some Pinterest off of the open. We have locates on it. Just realized that I hadn't double checked, but we have free shorts on Pinterest. No, it does look pretty ugly. They're making some changes. They're laying off. I think they have to do that kind of stuff. The question becomes, is it too late? Are they able to make this turnaround? This quarter doesn't really show you that anything like that is true. I just saw someone in the chat say, what the heck is Pinterest? Exactly.
I mean, hey, I still use that app every now and then. I think it's a good reference. No, I'm being honest. It really depends on what you're looking for. Sometimes like interior design suggestions, sometimes outfit suggestions. I'm going out. I'm just like, oh, I don't know what to wear. You know what I mean? Hey, man. Okay. Anyways, I think it's good. It has its uses. It's a good tool.
Because I know you're trolling us.
Think about it. You're going out on a date. You want to look nice. You're just like, okay, well, damn. Okay, I don't know what to wear with this, that, or the other.
You for
be like, okay, be like blue sweater outfit, and then it'll show you all the things that complement a blue sweater.
Does anybody actually believe that Obi's not messy?
Regardless, let's see how we can kind of look at this chart here. It's coming into some interesting levels here. All the way from 22, a lot of chop here, and this is where we caught a bid. That ultimate low coming in at $16 here at the same time. So I'm watching some of those levels here. Aggressive selling back-to-back earnings. You can see strong sells every single time, almost every single time whenever it does catch a sell and break these trends. So we're getting more of the same, but now back into some level of interest from a couple of years ago. So how I see this, Neil, is we're coming into multi-year lows at $16, currently trading at $18. So aggressive selling off of the reaction, bleeding out into the open here. I'm going to be watching that $14 level, but where is anchored VWAP? That's sitting right at 15 right now, just shy of that $15 level here. So we'll see. We're already below the earnings reaction level at the same time. So I know those. You guys are going crazy. And here's the thing. My sister, she's basically like a fashion designer, so I get it from there. I'm just gonna say that.
You don't even know Pinterest. Your sister's a fashion designer.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Growing up, I'd always go to her, be like, "Hey, how does this look if I'm going out?"
But that's reasonable.
Yeah, but now I can't just like video call her all the time and be like, "Hey, yo, listen."
You could always video call your family.
Oh, of course.
Always. It's never too often to call your brothers, sisters, whatever. We have one more name to get to. 2 minutes till the open. You don't use Pinterest. Stop.
Yeah.
We just want a quick look at the imbalance locator. Nothing really there, even though it's a Friday, NCLH small sell. I didn't see anything pop up, and nothing over $500,000 except for StockX. Small sell there on DraftKings, 350,000 for them. They reported actually trying to bounce, I think DraftKings was. One last one, then we get to the open. AMAT, hey, good news. Somebody that beat and made another fresh high.
It can happen. Positive earnings report and positive stock reaction here. I mean, I say that because it's been one of those earnings seasons where we've had, bad reports sold, good reports sold, and not much of anything in between. So good to see.
We're short on time, Brendo, so I'm just going to basically say AMAT's commentary echoes exactly what we heard from Lam Research and ASML, that these chip-making equipment manufacturers, Brendo, they are right now in a huge tailwind for this AI build-out. You can look at the Caterpillars as well, but the chip makers definitely running.
Definitely a strong look here this morning, guys. We're back to, aftermarket highs here as support. Maybe that holds. Thoughts?
Yeah, I feel like this is one where, look, AMAT's quarter was gorgeous. There's no question about it. I don't like the lack of continuation. When the market was breaking back through the highs, it effectively failed the top. And when we're pulling back into higher lows on the NASDAQ, this is pulling back into lower highs, into VWAP. I'm fearful of a bit of a gap fill here that's going to happen with AMAT. I love the stock, and we were talking about the names that we're looking at in the earnings. I'm like, to me, this was the best name out there. But now you've got your gap into a fresh high. And I feel like if there's a recovery day in the market to the upside, there's going to be other places to look at, like an explosive play like a Rivian, which is coming in as well. Oh, by the way, we got like 10 seconds to the bell. So on Friday the 13th, hopefully it's not too ominous out here. We're looking at Rivian, see if we can hold that 17. AMD just took a big turn to the downside as we ring the opening bell. What the heck just happened to AMD? This was not on the imbalance locator. It was chilling out at 208. Immediately a bit of a flush zone there for AMD, which is okay. Let's just double check NVIDIA here. NVIDIA as well. Big sell there at the open on NVIDIA. Micron was under pressure. They continue to be under pressure to the downside. I got to look at, all right, back to what I was trying to pay attention to, which was Intel.
Oh, that's a nasty spread on AMAT.
Intel pushing. I liked Intel at 47 for a short in the note today, but if we're already hitting down on the chips, then I look at prior day low as the first entry. Looking at some Intel there. AMD's trying to bounce. I see Apple is heading right back into the lows. Yeah, no bid yet there on Apple. Not looking good for Apple. That 260 level is going to be a bit of a problem. And Pinterest. Pins is trying to press higher. Yeah, well, let's see if you can get through the top, Pinterest. If you can, congratulations. You've managed to find some buyers in the stock that who knows where it'll be in a year.
Yeah, some aggressive selling coming here on Coinbase at the same time. AMAT is pushing a little bit higher. That spread was a little nasty before, and it still is at certain times, $2 to $3. I'm seeing here 370s potentially coming in. Yes, that is AMAT pushing into that 375 level here. Let's see if we can come in to that 375 at all. 372's on the ask, but this 370 is catching a little bit of turbulence. DraftKings at the same time pulling into that 21 level there. I like that one as well. Pre-market lows in and around these areas. Let's see if we can break down with some oomph. The market just kind of sideways right now, Neil. And Pinterest, wow, look at that continuation. So Pinterest also coming in quite nicely here through some of those pre-market lows. $14 could not hold. Let's see if we can kind of continue to the downside on this one at the same time. I'm going to give it a couple of seconds here as we pull in. Market, you can see distinctly different. The NASDAQ is a little red while the ES is a little green here at the same time. So we'll wait and see for this one to see how this one potentially comes in, getting involved with some Pinterest here at the same time.
Oh, yeah, 14 break on Pinterest. So, yeah, samesies. I just said samesies. Feel free to mock me for that one. I'm an idiot. Rivian is bouncing off of the volume-weighted average price as we speak. We're about to go to Adair, but looking to see if we can close above VWAP. It just wicked that 17. Am looking for the long here as the market's coming back into the upside. Adair, what do you have?
An interesting little pattern here. I was seeing some people in our chat just on the side of my monitor here talking about UNH being strong. It's not just UNH though. It's also VRTX, which did have earnings last night. Eli Lilly. So it seems like a lot of these healthcare charts that are generally also some of these names more expensive, lightly traded, larger spreads, they're all getting this nice green candle to the upside. So just want to let you guys know these expensive healthcare names, strong start to this Friday the 13th. Back to you.
Yes, we got to stop saying Friday the 13th. It doesn't matter. Doesn't it matter? Who knows? Maybe it does. Don't give me the bruh, Fabian. Oh, I guess it's Andre. Fabian's not even. I just assumed if it's cheeky that it's Fabian. So Rivian bouncing off the volume-weighted average price. Now you're going to do that to me?
There's a 375 AMAT.
What?
375 AMAT.
Oh, that's what that alarm was? So Obi has alarms for stuff. So I'm like, what just happened? 375 on AMAT's insane. No, it's 375?
Yeah, that was the pre-market highs, right? We're coming right back into some of those levels as of right now. But I'm a little bit more focused here on DraftKings. That 375 was quite nice. Got stopped out of that Pinterest as that pulls back in above that 14. Kept that one a little bit tighter than DraftKings, just knowing that DraftKings usually kind of choppy there at the same time. Let's see if we can hold underneath. There's a VWAP level as well on DraftKings. 21 is the low. 21.87s, I think. Let's see, 21. What is the intraday low here? It doesn't show me, but just above 21s is where that's coming in. 375s on AMAT. I'm going to pull this chart up here. AMAT on the NASDAQ. Let's see if that 375 can go with any sort of distinction. That 370 held quite well, Neil, and we're pushing up to some fresh highs. And again, this stock is at all-time highs here. We saw a similar kind of a push there on, what was that stock a couple days ago? VRT. That one also pushed up into all-time highs, and the opening drive on that one was quite nice. Let's see if we get a little bit of a same kind of action here, but the pre-market was distinctly different when you compare AMAT to that VRT. So I am keeping that in mind. Market pulling back in as of right now. Let's see what that Apple is up to. Apple through that 260, Neil. We missed that one right there. 259s coming in here on Apple. So bit of a miss on my part. Did you get involved with that one?
Yeah, not on Apple because I was in Rivian. Oh, I'm still back in Rivian. That's pulling back in. Pinterest lost. It broke down under 14, as you mentioned there, and then lost VWAP. Once it broke VWAP, I jumped out. I still kind of like this trade though because what I'm seeing is you're still getting lower highs, but if it's not going to hold under VWAP, then I want to see it press up to that top so we can try to jump into it. Rivian was able to get some 1780s out, but this is a pretty hefty gap fill. So if we lose this prior support here at that 15 level, got to jump out and wait for something a little bit deeper, and that looks like what's happening here in Rivian. But you're absolutely right about Apple. 260 is now gone. I do not like what that means for the market. The short that I like the most outside of, we were just showing Rivian, was going to be IBIT or Intel, and IBIT is nowhere close to resistance spots yet, and Intel, well, it did not get to 47, so I guess got to throw that one out the window for now. Sometimes it's about the price level, other times it's, and most of the time it's about the price action. So all I can see for Intel is trend up. If we don't get to 47, trend break, and I'm short. So allow it to make its trend higher the second I see some kind of a constructive break, and then I'm going to jump into that one to the south side. Just got to wait for it to happen. But Apple not looking good at all. Through 260 and continuing to go lower. Yikes, this is going to bode poorly for the market if Apple's going to have another one of those days. Oh, and silver. One last one for you. Silver, completely sideways action. You got a buyer here at 71. Until this makes some kind of an actual move that I could revert, I'm going to have to stay away from silver. That wasn't a big trade until much later in the session anyways. I mean, as everybody knows, silver was complete insanity, and it was the middle of the day, so you could be patient with that. Yeah, I might jump back into pins here if it can start putting in some lower highs, but you just saw it spike up, so no need to rush that trade.
Yeah, that AMAT's still kind of holding above that 375, so that breakout potentially coming in, but you can see the chop that it's doing, man. It's just it's about $1 to anywhere between $1, sometimes sub-dollar, and then getting it up into $2 to $3 spreads at any given time. So a bit choppy for me. I got to definitely have more focus on this one, as it potentially does give us that breakout and that continuation through these fresh all-time highs. Market tailwind, it does not care about what the market is doing. The market is selling off here, both the ES and the NASDAQ and AMAT printing some fresh highs at the same time. So bit of a miss on my part, Neil, and I'm looking at a shorter time frame chart. It held VWAP quite well. That 370 I was watching, that was quite interesting, and it held that 370 was probably, if I was paying much more closer attention to it, probably where I'm getting involved for a potential push as we hold higher highs and higher lows on a much shorter time frame there. But you know what? It is what it is. That 375 seems like it might be a little bit of a struggle before it can continue with any sort of a distinction. And yeah, look at ARM. ARM is pushing up pretty aggressively as of right now. NVIDIA with the strong selling coming in. Wow, that one is is it the most overextended? No, it's Apple. Apple's still holding below this 260 as of right now. I do have that on the side of my chart, side of my screen here as well. But 259 halves, a little bit of a chip chop happening here on Apple. So we're not really getting that aggressive continuation that we saw yesterday. There goes the bid on AMAT. Let me pull up Apple here for you guys so we can take a look at this one on the main screen at the same time. Pull up the book as well. So you can see not as aggressive of selling that we saw from yesterday, but again, I'm still waiting. Maybe we get pops into VWAP, maybe we get pops that show some distinct selling coming right back in, but this 260 is going to be very interesting for me as we just chop around this area as of right now. If the market breaks down some of these lows, maybe that's the tailwind that I'm looking for to really get involved with this one. But 260 knocking on the door of that triple, quadruple bottom from yesterday and this pre-market on Apple potentially coming in. Softy to the downside. Let's see what else is happening. Yeah, NVIDIA is the one, man. NVIDIA, 185. Those sellers came in quite hot there on NVIDIA, trading at 184s right now. So 186s roughly were pre-market lows, and that breakdown is coming in quite nicely.
Yeah, the market's starting to come back in. Bit of a trend break here as Bitcoin pressed into the highs. We're still under 68,000, 67.5 we're sitting at. ETH under 2,000 as well. So we're going to pull back into the volume weighted average price here. Pins is still trying to get higher, so going to stay away from that one at least for now. Apple's pressing that 260. So it is a chance. Like, it just pressed into 260. There might be a chance to trade at this level anyway. So there's your topping tail candle off the 260 level. Now starting to come through 259. I'll see if I can sneak in and play this one under VWAP. But the only new position that I just showed you was getting into IBIT. I almost said Coinbase. Apologies there. And it takes them out in front of the volume weighted average price. And as I'm into the IBIT short, worth pointing out that Coinbase has completely lost the bid as well. Back underneath the $150. Sucks to be you, Coinbase, but it was a mixed report. Like, I know it was bouncing in the morning, but it was a pretty mixed report for Coinbase. It wasn't all good. It felt like a bit of a trap breakout play there on Coin. So yeah, I don't like to see it go to the downside, but it did feel like a bit of a chase there for Coinbase.
Yeah, you can see the market's coming right in here, Neil, and we were just talking about that. If the market goes, let's see if Apple goes as well at the same time. But Apple holding up at that 259 halves as of right now, as both the NASDAQ and the ES come in to test some of these pre-market lows. And it's only about, I guess, 6 minutes into the open, 9:41. So just closely watching. Let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. What are you guys watching as well? Alphabet at the same time, almost at that 300 level, Neil. So 300 on Apple. We're coming in at, on Alphabet. So Google, 304s and some change trading on Alphabet as of right now. This DraftKings seems like it's kind of just chopping around this VWAP right now. Initial entry a little bit aggressive, but getting in and around VWAP, I like that a little bit better here for myself. Rivian to the downside, Pinterest still kind of chopping around, nothing too crazy. Held that 14 quite well, so not really too concerned about that one. And AMAT got slapped off of that 375, 367 halves trading on AMAT, trading now back below VWAP. Can we get back through open? Can we get back through opening range low? That's the question here on AMAT, because that, again, looking back at it, that is a beautiful reversion here and a failure to follow through that 375 pre-market, or it was after hours, so the reaction high from last night. So nice opportunities, to say the least.
Well, we're starting to look flush city on the NASDAQ here. Just took out the fresh lows there. NASDAQ now down 0.7%. The ES took the lows down 0.6% as well, as it is not looking very good start to Friday the 13th. And I see 1320 Wolf just said the metals are rusting. That's okay. I like the pun. I'd hit the joke drums, but I'm not on that key because we've got obviously VWAP and then target pre-market lows here on IBIT. So just want to make sure we can actually press through. If we don't, oh, I didn't have my trail. Okay, thought I had my trail. I'm trailing it back right off this little very, very tight trailing stop here on that bad boy. Intel, I'm just going to go ahead and cancel my order here at the volume weighted average price. It obviously flushed without me, was able to get into Apple at the 260 level, but Intel, no dice. If we bounce, I'm still looking to fade this one at the volume weighted average price for now. And Rivian, no good reason I see yet to get in, but it is holding the 17. So got a bit of a pop at 1-to-1 and then stopped out at 1-to-1 on the other side of it. So, you know, it is what it is. But I still think Rivian holding above 17. I'm just going to wait for the long. I don't see any good reason to be getting into it right now here on RIVN. All right, so Apple, reload that. It won't break 259, actually. So Apple to 260, it's holding 259. So scalp inside of the range, then look for it to break out to the downside. Eventually, I was just looking up so I can see what's happening with IBIT. So IBIT, want to look for a re-entry short. We're going to hold Apple through 259 short. Intel's trying to pop. Still want to try to fade a pop there. And Rivian is a not yet long. Not yet. Still hasn't broken and lost this bottom. Still hasn't really lost the 17 level. So just not yet. And I see you in the chat after Star. AMD, you say is flying. Is that flying? It's bouncing nicely. I don't know about flying. I want to see, is anything actually breaking out tops right now? I'm seeing a lot of weakness.
So yeah, no, I'm looking around as well. Got stopped out of that DraftKings as we print the last quarter into 22s there. So I'm like, all right, cool. We kind of blasted through that VWAP. That's perfectly fine. Let's see, let's wait and see. Opening range high was, let's get specific, at 87, 2187. So we're kind of making a beeline for that. Maybe held offer or some sellers at 21 halves. So when we break through that, we go about 30, 40 pennies past that into the high of 83. So continuing to watch DraftKings, but where is the next trade is what I'm asking right now. Apple still chopping around that 260 here, Neil.
And it seems like higher lows though.
Yeah, Nvidia is catching a bit of a bounce here. So let's pull up the chart. Where is my other chart here? Okay, so yeah, boom. Let's take a look at Nvidia.
Good thing we got out of Bitcoin.
What's happening on Bitcoin? Yeah,
put a trailing stop back at that 38 off the pre-market low. It is now screaming back through the high. See, some days and I'll look like an idiot when that happens because it'll go all the way down. It's like, but I got the trade that I wanted. Well, in other times, it actually bounces off a support level and you're lucky that you got out or happy. This does not feel like a reload situation to me. Big V-shaped recovery, fine, like the short on the curl initially, but I'm not feeling that on the way back in. Be patient with it. There might be a better opportunity as silver is falling all over itself as well. But before I get to silver, because it's clearly a super volatile open, oh, what the heck is NM? Apple, higher lows all the way back in to this VWAP play. So I'm tightening the stop from VWAP to literally wick high, and I'm not reloading it. Right, so just a bit of a plan of action. Want to stay green on it, and don't like the fact that the market's trying to break higher, and it was putting higher lows into my reentry. So I might get back into this if I see the market fail the top, but just sort of take what we get early and run with it. We have a super chat to get to. If you could throw it up, Andre, I'm not on the right page. Lunch 911, you caught some SPY puts. Thank you, everyone. Great look. But now the market is running upside. We're actually threatening to break out some of the highs as we speak. That, for me, what was that?
That was the Flintstones run. Yeah. I like that. That was very timely.
Okay, that's lost my train of thought. It was silver pulling back into VWAP, which, of course, if you're looking for the short, that can also mean ZLSL pulling for a long potential dip buy into the volume weighted average price. If I see this hold VWAP, I'd go for the long in silver, but there's plenty of time to be patient for that. Flintstones, man. I'm glad you got that reference.
Of course.
That show was way before your time, dude.
Was it? I used to watch it all the time. Is it? Oh, it's from the 1960s. Wow. Okay. I mean, I used to watch it. It was on Cartoon Network.
Of course.
And the Jetsons as well. I used to watch that. Courage the Cowardly Dog. That one was great as well. But I think that was a little bit after. Probably much after. Scooby Doo, of course.
That's legit.
Scooby Doo is classic.
Look at this. You seen this bounce.
Yeah.
I am so glad I got
these bounces are crazy, man.
Okay,
yeah,
good thing we got out of those shorts. That's
for sure. AMAT though looking different.
Where is AMAT?
Below VWAP now.
That doesn't.
370 is holding.
Even silver is trying to press through VWAP. So I mean, early on, this is why you've got it. Sometimes you just do have to take the profit early. Excuse me, especially if you were thinking red. You have to. Like, this is the NASDAQ breaking through some highs here. I'm still going to track silver because it's at VWAP. And if it does turn around, that does give me a potential entry to get that short. But this might have just been the move. Sometimes that's how it is. IBIT continues to go. Intel gave no reason. See, this is the thing. Here, see that topping tail on VWAP? That's a reason to get short. When it comes in, it's just a line on a chart. And if you just say, well, it's a line on a chart or it's a support level, and I don't care what happens there, I'm just going to get short, that's not a good way to go about it. Sometimes you have to get out of Dodge and not fight something. Like Apple decided not to reload it in 260 that time. The higher lows were telling me the story. It can still set up another short. 100% it can set up another short for me. Intel might not, that's for sure. But silver is a different story. Anytime this has a strong trend, I'm just looking for the break of that trend. So you can do this little downtrend all you want, ZSL. I can wait you out, and then the second silver looks weak, I'm punching long this bad boy.
Yeah, definitely have to keep an eye on that on the prize, which is potentially silver here. But I'm also watching this Apple move, man. Apple, that 260 was very, very interesting to me, and we're still continuing to chop in and around this. So maybe we're holding some of these pre-market levels. This was a level that I was talking about earlier, so let's take a quick look at this one, 15-minute. Look at this, hold. Once again, pre-market hold. That support, is it turning into resistance? That's the question that I'm asking right now, Neil. Is this support turning into resistance here on Apple? Going down to a shorter time frame, you can see here, throw that VWAP on. We're holding VWAP quite nicely. VWAP sitting at 260.68. Sure, it's an area. It's not always just that flat 260 level, but if we get some confluence as well with something like a VWAP, I do like it even better, and we're coming right back in. Look at that, man. What a shake and bake, right? Drop down, rip right back up, push those highs, slam right back down. So that shake and bake is definitely happening, coming into full effect here as we start to print the second 15-minute candle of the day. About 9 minutes left to finish printing this one here, Neil. And yeah, interesting price action to say the least. NVIDIA getting slammed right back in here at the same time. So NVIDIA, you can see here, all the way up into VWAP. I was watching this one, pre-market highs as well, or pre-market lows as well, 186s. You can see here coming right back up into those levels and catching a bit of a sell. So resistances are coming into effect.
Resistance. Did you just say resistances?
Resistance?
Resistance coming into effect. Well, I'm trying to get this VWAP. We're back through on ZSL as it's back to the volume weighted average price. Kind of missed the last two punches, but I'm sitting at 248, 249, right in front of this prior low. So I get long in front of VWAP, give it to that prior bar low, and then Bob's your uncle after that. Intel goes all the way back up. There's a bit of a wick high. If I can see it hold that turn, we're going to get involved to the south side. Apple is now continuing to go back into the low, everybody. But that AMAT, I think this is a problem. Yeah, like if you tell me that the strongest tech earnings name is going to be giving it all back, it's hard to be very bullish in light of that. I just can't be. So for anyone that's somewhat confused, silver lost VWAP just here and is heading back underneath, right? So bounce and a reverse to the other way. That means ZSL. I'm looking for the long ZSL. So giving it to the prior bar low. We'll see if it can retrace. I don't think we will see a move like yesterday. If anything, sometimes the open is your best bet. So scalping into the high is definitely a part of this trade. So the high being 258. So it's effectively looking for that 10-cent range here. In this kind of stock, you risk 3 to 5 to try to make 5 to 10 is the way you go about it, oftentimes.
Yeah, let me know in the chat what you guys are trading. I'm kind of just have eyes on a few things. That Pinterest did hold that 14 level quite nicely at the same time. So PINS, you can see here, pulls into that 14, got to a low of 1384. I did like the break, but that doesn't come in. We catch a bit of a bid back into some of these pre-market levels. So let's see if this downtrend that we've been holding since the pre-market session, let's see if that kind of continues to hold. Just kind of drawing a bit of a trend line here. You can see, it already kind of started to chop it up in the pre-market session, but we just drop some trend there. You can see we're starting to break that. We've already broken back above this anchored VWAP as well, so maybe some confluence happening here. We got some breaking news with the Dara.
Here in BABA, Alibaba, some of these other Chinese ADRs on watch, I'm seeing reports that the U.S. has removed the document that listed firms linked to the Chinese military. According to the Federal Register, a U.S. agency requested withdrawal of the document. Back to you.
Yeah, look, Intel's actually going much higher. Almost the entire move back here on Alibaba as the V-shaped recovery is on. Sometimes with the news, like the trade is, that's why you got to be here, right? Like we had this story pretty much right away. That's what it's about, Trader TV Live, and Adair is always all over it because I think really you just had to have that in the pre-market. It made the low on that story. Intel, what it's doing right now is blowing up. So it's almost at 47. It's actually starting to catch a very heavy bid. AMD, see, doing nothing. NVIDIA, still underneath the lows and not looking very good. Micron, still trending down and not looking very good. So most of the chip names are looking incredibly weak with the exception of Intel. Very odd one today, but is what it is. Sometimes Intel's gonna do its own thing, and I will leave it alone till it gets to 47 and can break the trend. I was patient about it. When it dipped into 47 from 50 the other day, we'll be patient about it as it goes from 45 on the way up. Still not completely believing in that one. So we're still looking for our first fill here in ZSL, just being, it has to start pressing into this high, another couple of cents, and we'll start getting out of that bad boy. Silver starting to slide back in.
Yeah, silver's been a bit of a choppy one. I think a lot of people talking about that reversion that did come in, and we were looking at it this morning, Neil. Roughly about, I would say, close to, if not in and around that 40 to 50% of that leg from that breakout that we had, $50 all the way up to 100. We pull back in pretty decently at the same time as well. So let's take a look at that silver chart. Let's actually go just to a silver future so we can kind of capture the whole chart, the proper price action here. So we'll go straight to a weekly, and you can see here, take off some of that VWAP. We don't need that on the weekly here. Yeah, what a beautiful, beautiful move. Top wick, no, that's a line that I had drawn in. Just hide that for now. I was like, there's no way we got all the way up to 180s. So, okay, so yeah, 121.64. So this was the breakout that I'm talking about right here, coming in November of 2025. And that was a very, very strong push, about 115% off of some of those highs there. And then, yeah, the pullback as well, pulling back roughly about 47%. So roughly about a 50% pullback if you count it from this breakout. So that's $50, $55 all the way up to 121, and we're pulling back into 70, 75s. We actually dropped down to 64s, almost 65s there prior week. So great moves here, but on a much higher time frame on silver, and we saw that weakness coming in right here. When was this? January, at the end, coming into the end of January, we hit those 121s. Everybody was talking about silver. People who just were never involved in commodities, never involved in precious metals. I heard conversations from them as well, just talking about silver. And guess what? Neil, we were talking about this as well.
Everybody.
That may mark the top.
Well,
And as of right now, yeah, oftentimes it does. And you can see here that definitely marking a little bit of the top. And we saw a similar kind of action on Bitcoin because everyone was like, oh, it's back at 100. It's, it's up through 100, 125.
Like some altcoin
Right?
that I've never even heard of.
Same thing.
And like, I was like, yeah, that's not a good sign. It never really, ultimately, it never really is. But it's very anecdotal. Does this time feel different? I think is a question for Bitcoin that a lot of people are going to be asking. But I think what's going on right now, just to show you guys in the market, it doesn't look that constructive if you're thinking about that long side of the trade. So I'm still looking for my Intel entry to the south side. We've wicked the top. We're making with the bodies, we're making lower highs here, as you can see. But it's still a chop fest on the 15-minute. We'll get some clarity after a second 15-minute candle, but it is looking structurally like we're still favoring a short. So as I said, Intel, here is a trend break potentially happening, and we'll try to jump into it off of, it went right to 47. So it gets to the 47 level, now looking like it wants to turn around here. Rivian's completely dead. At least silver is still sliding, but not going crazy. The biggest moves in silver are always
Overnight, yeah.
no, well, even intraday, I find like the biggest moves in silver tend to be well after like 10 to 10:30, and then if it doesn't do it then you're talking about like somewhere in the midday as well. It doesn't mean you don't have volatility at all. It's just that sometimes you have to be very patient with it. Nick Dubs, thank you for the super chat. Throw it up, Andre, if you can, because it's thoughts about CRISPR. Shot plays right now, trust me, I love the biogenomics. I think what AI can do, I think what AI can do in this industry is unbelievable, and you start to see some serious breakthroughs happening. That being said, it falls into that category, ain't making no money yet, and you get beat up because of it, and that's exactly what happened here. Lost to 50, lost to 200. Actually, this is looking pretty solid here for a reversal because we just bounced off the 48.5. I already own the stock, so I'm not going to sit here and tell you that I'm buying any more of it. So this is one that I own, but it is breaking this downtrend with a hold of 50 today. So kind of a wick bottom and liquidity grab, although note the volume not bigger than normal. I'd call that like a B level liquidity grab under 48 because it didn't have the accompanying volume spike. But I like this hold of 50 if it can do it. But I think this is a play for what AI can do for the space, and they're poised to make some breakthroughs in the next couple of years. That's my 2 cents. Jumping right back over to the market, we have not moved even a little bit. Intel still hasn't given me the entry there. We'll double check how Apple is doing. There's that topping tail. Didn't give a clean entry back through VWAP, as you could clearly see, and it's not really presenting itself with VWAP again. So we're able to do something with the 260, and I'll wait for that price to try to jump into Apple a second time.
Yeah, this AMAT came all the way right back in to some of these pre-market lows. So back through opening range lows. You can see here, 360 was this pre-market low. We're coming into that pretty quickly as well at trading at 361.60s as of right now. So just a spread away from that 360. But let's see what's happening now with Hedera.
Take a look at this S&P 500. Here's the 15-minute chart. As you can see, pretty choppy here. We already have an intraday low of around 677, intraday high of around 683. So that's a roughly 6-point range so early in the day for the SPY. We'll take a look at the NASDAQ, which likely look very similar. Yeah, so NASDAQ, same deal here, low of around 596, intraday high of around 602, 603. So once again, 6 to 7 point spread intraday thus far in terms of this range. Lots to talk about. We did have CPI coming out this morning. We had core CPI in line with estimates, and then CPI month-over-month and year-over-year non-core. Both those prints coming in 0.1% below estimates. But the other theme of today, without a doubt, has to be earnings. One of these names mentioned quite a lot here by Neil and Obi, but it's worth mentioning the report again is AMAT. This is Applied Materials, beating EPS and sales estimates for Q1 2026 and their Q2 guidance, well above estimates for both metrics. Coinbase, another earnings name, but also on watch with the ongoing crypto-related trends. So Coinbase did come out here and miss sales, but they beat on adjusted EPS for Q4 2025. I have a lot of I guess, visuals here that are going to come out throughout the day on COIN, on different metrics. So on X at TTV Research. So if this report is something you're interested in, rest assured there will be lots of content for that. Other earnings reports on watch today include Expedia, Airbnb, Roku, Moderna, CCJ. Like, there's really no shortage of earnings to be aware of. And last but not least, not an earnings name, but certainly languishing today, once again, unfortunately, is Apple. AAPL. There was this positive story from today with Apple scoring a legal victory with the jury rejecting Optus Wireless's 4G patent claims. But then, of course, you have from yesterday news about Apple CEO Tim Cook receiving a letter from the chairman of the FTC with regards to potential political bias in their Apple News coverage. And then if you go back here to Wednesday, Bloomberg reporting that there could be some further delays with their Siri update. Tons of stories today, without a doubt. So stick with us all day here at Trader TV Live. In the meantime, make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. We're going to go back to Obi and Neil.
Thank you very much, Dara.
You already said it.
Oh,
I was going to hit the
You're gonna
key.
hit. Yeah, no, I saw you reaching for the key there. Yes, thank you very much, there. We didn't quite get to that 360 just yet, but kind of chopping around back below VWAP again was really nice here as we held that 370. That did show us a little bit of significance there, coming in off of the opening drive all the way up to 375. False break that 375, absolutely beautiful, and then pulls right back into opening range lows. So AMAT. Great trading both ways, I'd say, on that one. Pinterest, let's just go over this one here as well. Held that 14 quite well. It was
it's
kind of committed. Yeah, it is SSR. I think a few of these names are definitely.
No, I'm literally
SSR.
just trying to punch.
Oh, you were trying to punch in. Yeah. No, you know what I realized? Some of these stocks off of the open, if they're kind of doing a little bit on both sides, you can actually punch in. And there's a lot of chop in between that an uptick will get you in, even though it looks like it's selling off, which is quite a nice. It's a nice thing, because if I want something, I'm gonna punch into it, and there's maybe not always enough time to post.
That just means for anyone that doesn't know, it's just a trader term for removing liquidity. Right, so it means that you're trying to hit the bid to go short, or you're trying to hit the offer to go long. We just call it punching in. I don't know. There's other firms that would say other things, but anyways, that's what we mean by it. So trend break on Pinterest, it got to 15. So I really liked it at two prices, which was the 14 breakdown, which did hold the line. Then it upward trended into 15. So jump short 15, looking for the retracement into. Probably guessed it by now, the volume-weighted average price. As well, Intel still holding trend up. Like, the market's still doing this weird dance where it's not doing much. Like, we're just going back and forth off VWAP. In the grand scheme of things, this is yesterday, this is the overnight, this is the open. We're not doing anything. So you've got to wait for things to press and get to a key price level or give you some kind of an actual entry. So we just pressed 17 again without really taking out any of these higher lows on Intel. Pinterest, yes, Pinterest just set up that short, so I am into it, but I haven't seen that entry point yet over here in Intel. It is starting to come. Wow, okay, the sell just really started to come. I just got to hit on a bit of pins, and it's really starting to accelerate here in INTC. Whoa. This could be the turn.
Yeah, I mean, you look at these top wicks on the 15-minute here, Neil. You can see every 15 minutes since about where's my mouse? Since about 7:30, so that would make this around 8:30. Every little pop, even so, that was the CPI move, right? So around 8:30, every pop into some of these levels. Look at these top wicks on the 15-minute candles. Boom, selling. Even with that strong wipe that we had on the second 15-minute candle, that 9:45, we can see here that got sold off just as aggressively at the same time here on these markets. You can see 24,700s coming in here on the NASDAQ as well. Very similar pattern happening here on the NASDAQ. So a lot of chop within that opening range, so I'm going to stay a little bit light and tight and listen until that range can break. What's up, Adara?
Be aware here, guys. Seeing some news reports here from Wall Street Journal. Anthropic reportedly adding a new board member as it eyes a potential IPO. Now, said board member is Chris Liddell. He is a former Microsoft and General Motors executive. He's going to be in the board of directors of Anthropic. Now, why this is significant is because Chris Liddell helped to take General Motors public, is what I'm seeing here. Back to you.
Okay. Thank you very much there, Dara. As always, keeping us abreast of any news. By the way, Apple is still doing a dance. We finally got into Intel as we'll play it off that prior high here, which is about 47, but Apple's still languishing under that $26 level. So I want to try to respect it for the breakdown, but it hasn't come into VWAP to get me that short. One more time, I was able to get some out of pins, but not the second fill. We still hold on to 3/4 of that one. Intel's really starting to charge into the upside here. So this might actually take out that top. Short at the 7, looking to get it out. Not necessarily 47. I like to go with the lower high when it's breaking a trend like this and not give it to the high. I feel like if it breaks this in the mid-90s, it's probably breaking 47, and you're just risking an extra 10 cents for apparently no reason. I'm not yet at the point where I want to play back into Bitcoin, but I am monitoring this. It's put in a double top, and I like the 38.5 still, which is where we dropped off in yesterday's trade. It's starting to put in this double top. If I see a lower high I can work with, I would re-enter that trade. But I don't mind being one and done on a stock. Like, I feel like if you get like a clean move, presses into the low, that's fine. Like, that can be it. And if it never sets up again, it never sets up again, and fair enough. I can live with that.
I think a few of you talking about BE in the chat being like, oh, it's just straight up pumping. Well, I don't know. It's not doing a crazy amount of volume, is it? Relative volume, not really there. But yeah, sure, it's breaking out of that 140 level as of right now, but not really main thing on my watch. There's a lot of other things that are very much more in play, I'd say, than Bloom Energy. But good luck to anybody who is trading this. I think there are a few people in the chat that keep calling out BE here. Held that VWAP.
It's been popular since earnings.
Has it been? How long ago was earnings? I think, okay, so last Friday, February 6th. Okay, interesting. So like about a week off, but you can see we've just been trading in a range since then. So not really anything too crazy happening here. On Bloom Energy, let's see what else is happening here. Coinbase back at its highs here. So that bid came in quite nicely and pushing even higher. Dipped down to, what was this, 148. So, okay, interesting. We saw that we kind of established in the pre-market that we're holding above this after hours high range, and we held that strong bid coming into the open. That consolidation from about 8:30, post-CPI consolidation, gets broken down. I guess that was quite nice if you took that back through 150. 150 gives you all the way down to 146s, but a bid showing up once again. Guess where, Neil? Anchored VWAP right there. Sure, it's not that clean, but it's definitely there. And that reversal coming in potentially right back through that 150, and we're getting 158s as of right now on Coinbase. So shout out to anybody who had this reversion. I'm definitely missing out on this. Hood asking the Omega Star. Let's take a quick look at Hood here and see what's good. Okay, Hood kind of similar. Again, Coinbase. Both of them brokers. Coinbase may be more crypto related than Hood for sure, but yeah, 74s was that pre-market high, opening range high, just shy of 73 halves. So 73, let's get specific, 73.32s was that opening range high on my book here. So continuation, strong bid happening here on Robinhood and Coinbase as well. You can see that happening here on the market. Let's see if the market can finally get past some of these levels. We can see aggressive bid coming into the fresh hour here, 10:10 as of right now, and we're pulling right back in to these areas where the past, let's say, about 5 to 6 15-minute candles have found some sort of resistance. So 24.8s here on the NASDAQ. Bit of a chop, 24.850s, 60s. I'm seeing here as the ultimate high of those past 15-minute candles, and we'll see. We'll wait and see. Can we finally break that? Is it Bitcoin that's catching it?
Bitcoin through 68,000, ETH through 2,000 as well. There it is. Through 2,000 as well. We're now starting to blast back up into market highs. If it's already broken the high, then I'm staying away from it. If it hasn't, then you got to respect it. to try to get back in. So I'm going to look at Pinterest because that's right back up at the top. But Intel did blow through that top. It was thankfully one quick little scalp. But once it took out that lower high, I'm not giving it in to the prior. And again, it's just a way to save yourself a little bit of money, I think, is if I'm taking a reversion, give it to this wick. If it breaks that topping wick, you're just losing a little bit extra for, in my opinion, no reason. That sort of is what it is. Apple, on the other hand, if we're talking about the market at the highs, NASDAQ pushing, trying to hold green. The ES is green. Apple with the story. Look, I don't care whether you think that this FTC story is a big deal or not, or maybe even the Siri update delay, whichever one. At this point, it's relatively weak, and they're selling Apple, and it can't seem to hold that 260. That's where the bottom was, double bottom there yesterday. So if we can't participate and push through, that's another name that has not, to me, given up the short. Like most of the other shorts were like right away at the open, make what you can, and we're blasting higher, except for Apple. It's still holding lower highs, still holding under VWAP, and is not looking too good. And another name, which is also shockingly enough in this regard, without a particular reason why, would be NVIDIA, down 1.8% here. So as we're going back into the high of the day, NVIDIA is also holding a lot of weakness around it. Apple's more interesting to me, but I'm curious as to see why NVIDIA is not doing well.
Yeah, I think NVIDIA, we kind of talked about it, like the toppy action on NVIDIA over the past couple of months.
That was above 190, though.
Yeah, the 192s, right?
Yeah, we're at 184 now.
So we tried to get through that 192 multiple times and basically couldn't get through that area, 192, 193 roughly. Okay, so NVIDIA here. So this is what I'm talking about. And Neil and I have had this conversation. Okay, DraftKings, I see you. Interesting, the participation that's happening on this one here, but it is what it is. I can definitely get back to that one later. Let's take a quick look at NVIDIA here, hourly. So, boom. Get rid of all of this. So this was the action right here. This is the action that I'm interested in. You can see here over and over again over the past few months, Neil. These were highs in January. These were highs once again at the end of January as well. 192, cannot get through, cannot get through, cannot get through, and try so many times. And then yesterday we break below this 188. Pre-market coming in, we're consolidating underneath this consolidation, this multi-day consolidation, this hold of that 188 level for about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days. Every time we got up there, we were sold off pretty aggressively. Coming in today, nice little continuation. Again, maybe off of CPI, sure, CPI might be adding a little bit of fuel, but regardless of whatever, fundamental reasons there may be, we're holding underneath some of these levels, which we're attempting to hold over the past few days and pulling right back into some prior levels here as well. So yeah, that pre-market low might have definitely been the area to get in. 186 has kind of called that out coming in off of the open, but didn't really participate or get involved on the retest at VWAP, which I think was the place to get in. But definitely a lot of weakness here on NVIDIA happening. Wow, DraftKings right back into VWAP.
Not just them. Rivian's up 19%, and this is now the second time it's pressed, third time it's pressed in. First highs, lower high. I had it in front of VWAP, kind of a flat trade, unfortunately. Get half out top, stop out at 1-to-1. But now we have a trend break potential here for Rivian. So it's starting to look a little bit. It's a different setup. Forget about the volume weighted average price. It's just you've got distinct lower highs. The market's trying to be strong, but it still has to break above. I like the fact that it's the $17 area that we'll still be working with because that was a big level on Rivian. And remember, the thing about Rivian, it's not like the quarter was fantastic. They're still not making money. It was all about the fact that they lost less than expected and they're losing at a 40%, 35 to 40% improvement on how much they're losing per vehicle, which I know doesn't sound all that impressive because they're still losing, 5 figures per vehicle sold, but it's progress. And by the time they completely turn it around, it'll be too late. So looking for this to break the trend line, then we'll try to pop it along the same way this was a trend reverse in pins. I want to look for the trend reverse long in Rivian. We need to go over to the desk. Adara's got something for us.
What I have here is a nice little bounce in some of these steel and aluminum names, including Cleveland Cliffs. I had to restart my computer, so I am unfortunately like a minute or two late to this story. But Peter Navarro, who is of course one of Trump's trade advisors, he is on, I think, CNBC right now, and he's saying that there are no exclusions and no exemptions when it comes to tariffs. So basically, it looks like he's kind of trying to downplay and/or deny some of these reports that we're going to get some modifications to these tariffs on steel and aluminum. So right now it looks like CLF at least seeming to like that story. If I get more details, I will let you know. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
It's all about that aluminium.
That
Because isn't that the way you're supposed to say it?
I don't know.
We were told that once a few years ago.
Really?
Like that's the proper. No, it's like the proper English way. You ever heard like a British person say?
Yeah, yeah, of course. They say aluminium.
That's how they say it. I don't know where the British pronunciation. That's how British people say it.
Yeah.
Weird to me. We say it what I think is the normal way. People were honest in the chat a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
The first time. So just a quick little update. We're still chop fest in the overall market. And I don't know what to tell you guys. There's no free fall Friday. There's no breakout Friday. The NASDAQ is as flat as can be. We'll go 0.25% down. We'll go 0.2% to the upside. There's been no distinct direction just yet. So being patient and waiting for some kind of a big setup or find something which is going to be trending. I'm still in just Pinterest. Got my bids into the volume weighted average price, as I said. And we're just trying to wait for Rivian to do something good. And let us know in the chat what you guys are watching. I saw SoFi get thrown in there. I want to thank everybody, first of all, A, for being here. B, for making sure that you type in $ with your tickers. Because that's a big one. If you're in the chat, great, $ whatever ticker you're interested in. But more importantly, if you're not in the chat, you need to be a subscriber to be in the chat. So hit the like, hit the subscribe button, jump in there, converse. We'll look at Coinbase, that's number one, Robinhood. Hey, DVLT's back in there. It's not at $1 yet. A little more spicy when it is. Apple, AMD, all names we've looked at. Palantir we have not. Tesla we have not. We got Corsair you were mentioning there, Obi. Yep. SNDK, SoFi. There's one stock in here I am not familiar with. I do not know what MLEC is. I'm going to make an assumption that is a small capper because it's up 73%. So that's my spider sense telling me that if it's up 73%, it is a random small capper that nobody's heard of. And I feel like I am vindicated when I look at this chart. Be careful with this. Luis talks about this when he comes on, and so does Sharif. If you make your pre-market, if you make your high in the pre-market and fail and stair-step down, sometimes you do not get back. And a lot of times, short sellers will look for that VWAP short once they're in control, and sometimes can stay in control pretty much the entirety of the day. So just be really, really careful with small cappers like this underneath VWAP.
Yeah, I think, I'm just pulling up the chart here. Molec. Or science there. Maybe it's a play on words for molecular, perhaps there. But $11, $12. Yeah, I think so. Mulek with the two O's there. MDRN Game Dev. Thank you very much for the super chat there. Sideways equals down due to inflation. I have no idea. Maybe, perhaps, but we're definitely not seeing a strong bid in the market this week. Down due to inflation, I don't know. That's potentially way above my pay grade there. But
if we're looking at if you're day trading, it means nothing.
Exactly.
Looking at the long term, of course. Yeah. If your assets are not performing and we have inflation, that's not going to be a good thing, clearly. But the fact that the Nasdaq is sideways for 45 minutes this morning, probably not that big of a deal. But it's a weird one because after yesterday, I was expecting a lot more volatility than what we're seeing here, Obi. So it does mean you do not want to overtrade. I feel like some of the early trades were like you had to quickly take your profit if you could. Bitcoin was an example of that. But if we're not going to blow out these tops, I can't sit here and tell you that the best opportunity is not going to be a little bit later on in the session. And if you remember, like the NASDAQ did it early, but silver is what caused the big late dump. Like when the afternoon dump happened, it was complete insanity starting with silver, right? So it was actually the metals that started going first, and then everything else just sort of followed. All right, Rivian's trying to do it again. It has not been able to close above the trend line. It tested, no close above, so no entry. Same story over in pins, which I'm still sitting in to VWAP, so that's just kind of gliding down to plan. Hasn't broken the prior bar high, so it looks like we might actually get this one into the volume weighted average price to plan here on pins. But nothing else going too crazy. I see Bart in the chat saying, is it Bart? I think it's Bart. Nvidia's still downward trending into a flat bottom. Yeah, the market's kind of gliding toward the high, and you're kind of bear flagging here on Nvidia. So this chip name is still looking weak. Pretty much all of them are, with the exception of Intel. Time to go to Adara. It's 10:20. Time to look at Melk or Mlek, MLEC, and some small cappers, I guess. That is a weird ticker.
Yeah.
That stock is on here, Neil, but it's not our first one we're going to talk about because we're going to start here with Corsair, CRSR. Corsair Gaming here beating EPS and sales nicely for both metrics, guiding fiscal 2026 sales well above estimates. Oh, sorry, well below estimates, actually. So weaker than expected guidance, but better than expected current quarter sales. Clearly, guidance is not mattering here to investors because CRSR keeps pushing higher. Here's RIME Algorithm Holdings. No rhyme or reason for this one to be moving like this today. Kind of choppy today, but yesterday we did have some news in the morning. The company's semi-cap platform enabling their clients' internal operations to scale freight volume by 300 to 400%. Last but not least, here's the MELC that was just mentioned. That's Mulek Sciences. They announced this morning that one of their subsidiary had data from crushing process of their US GLASO1, which confirmed 45% or so gamma linolenic acid concentration. So positive news here for MLEC, more specifically for one of their subsidiaries. So again, it's going to be MLEC, that's going to be RIME, and CRSR. That's your small cap recap. Back the bigger stocks with Neil and Obi.
One you were looking at was Corsair.
Yeah, Corsair. I was watching this one right here as well, right before we passed it to Adara. Yeah, some really good reaction on its earnings. Held that $7 level, and I think MF Dangerous in the chat was mentioning it as well. Very strong move on Corsair. Now, a big conversation with this stock was that, hey, all the chip names are running. It's Micron that's running. It's SNDK that's running. Some of these memory names like Western Digital and I don't know if Seagate was one of them as well, potentially. But all of these are running. Why is Corsair not running? Guess what? They don't make the chips. They just brand the chips. That's the reason why. And they not only are they only a chip retailer or seller, they do a lot of other peripherals as well. They do PCs, pre-builts. They do peripherals as well, keyboards and mice. I love their products. Like a lot of my stuff is Corsair. But when it comes to memory, it's just I'm pretty sure they take one of SNDK or MU's chips and they just slap their branding on it and sell it as a Corsair memory, like DDR5s.
Yeah, and that's why
That's why you didn't really see that kind of reaction here. But I didn't really look into this earnings report as much. But again, going to a higher time frame on this one, you can see it did not catch the same kind of tailwind that some of the actual memory names did. In fact, it actually sold off even further until this earnings report as of right now. So this trend break, very interesting to me. Let's see if we can kind of gap and push and stay above some of these levels. I remember the IPO on this one, Neil. I was just like, because I really liked it, I was like, okay, you know what? I'm definitely getting involved, and it was quite nice. You can see here off of the IPO, we didn't catch a big strong move, but the backside was even more beautiful, right? You can see strong pops and straight bleed all the way back down, but the initial move was, I think, where the trade was if you really like the brand.
Freezing.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
Obi's always fond of telling you on a trade that he likes the backside. And it's always important to remember that just simply means, when you're catching the turn in direction.
Yeah.
And not the
right side of the V.
Mean when you say that.
Yeah.
Which you insinuate heavily often, Obi. Often
you
do that.
You have to be. So here's the thing: when it comes to trading, you gotta like something, And you got to be like, this is what I like to do. This is how I like to trade, and this is what I want to get involved with. And the backside is definitely one of those.
You know, here's how I would say it. I would say that if I'm looking for a long in a stock that is going down, I will wait for it to make a bottom, break a trend, make a higher low, do something that indicates that the sellers are no longer in control, and then go long. Now, Obi would just say I like the backside.
Yeah, because that's a whole paragraph versus you got to be efficient.
Yeah, but I'm not going to
left side, right side, front side, back side.
I keep it clean. I have a daughter. Dude. I try to keep it clean. That's just how I roll.
I'm just looking for that clean price action, man. See, I find cleanliness in efficiency when it comes to language, right? It's just like I can say like 10,000 words and really mean one thing, or I can say a sentence and just be like, I'm getting my point across. I don't know.
Let's see what is said on the super chat from Leroy Chandler. Okay, so first of all, extra points if you change your screen name to Leroy Jenkins. Yes. Have to know when to sit out. Remember this. I would rather be on the side with cash wishing I was in than be wishing I was out. I think that makes sense on like a lot of, not just from like if you don't see any trades, you don't have to heavily day trade, wait for a setup, but that's also true. Like you could be a swing trader, you could be an investor. Sometimes you might say this part of my portfolio that's in energy 6 months ago, well, I'm sold out of most of it. I'm waiting for an opportunity to get back in. There is something to be said about that, like rotating in and out. And then also with trades, waiting for something to definitively set up and give you a reason to make that trade. What I don't like about this entry is I typically want to be in on the second candle. There's your trend break. Like I should be long in here. 10 cents better at 88 instead of 98 where I actually got filled. So that's actually not a good entry. It's a little tight to the volume weighted average price. So my stop is going to end up tight here right underneath the 80. And we'll give it a little bit of room, but I'm not going to reload it yet on Rivian. Just a little bit of slippage on the way in to that trade. Pins, as the market continues to go, by the way, Pins is slowly sliding back into VWAP. So this trend break gets you to the volume weighted average price in just a couple of ticks. But it's this NASDAQ that's starting to pick up. So you got distinct higher highs, higher lows, higher lows, not higher highs, going into this flat top as we try to break out the top here. So strong moves now. That's one of the reasons I wanted to get back into one of the long ideas, especially holding 17, that Rivian. But unfortunately, I should say fortunately, I mean, Apple, it's doing the same thing as before. Unfortunately, probably was right. It just can't seem to hold too much above 260. It's back above 260. And this was the lows from yesterday. Remember, the worst day Apple has had in almost a full calendar year. I think it's like 9 or 10 months. And it's barely even able to break through yesterday's lows. Not going to be able, I don't think we can sustain that much through on the future. Like the NASDAQ's going to try to press 25K. Can it actually do that without Apple? I'm a little bit skeptical if Apple doesn't participate in this move, Obi.
Yeah, no, I think Apple. We saw the relative weakness on when the market was kind of selling off. We saw that late reaction coming in over the past couple of days, and even on some of the uptrends that we've had last year, Apple was kind of, much slower. So I think when it comes to volatility, Apple was definitely the name that people probably, gravitated towards for a sense of safety, being away from that volatility. But it's days like yesterday that can definitely cause a little bit of panic there, right? So I think Apple is going to be very interesting as we push higher. There we go here on the NASDAQ and the ES, finally taking out some of these highs. Now the question becomes, Neil, can we sustain? There's only 9 seconds left to finish printing this 15-minute bar, and it seems like we might be finally able to close a little bit higher here as we push more and more towards some of these levels. So keeping a close eye here on this market as this open of this 15-minute candle comes in. And here is my alarm for 10:30.
That's my wife's alarm.
Oh, I mean, it's like a classic Samsung
I think it's literally like the default.
The default alarm, yeah.
Why do you have an alarm going off at 10:30?
I have no idea. I think I switched up a bunch of alarms yesterday. Again, I've been staying up relatively late trading Blue Ocean.
You know what the correct answer was? You had an alarm for 69,000 on Bitcoin. which just got tagged.
Just got
That's
taken
what
out.
his alarm was. Forget about whatever Obi says the alarm was for. Bitcoin just hit 69. It is in full-on squeeze mode. Talk about being lucky we got out at the bottom, because I was looking short today on Bitcoin. That's got to keep it real, and we're absolutely blowing it out to the upside. My guess is BM&R is also... Yeah, look at this. BM&R, go Tom Lee's probably happy today that it's up 8% and continuing to trend higher. So you are seeing a big move. Big move in crypto relative to the move we're seeing in the NASDAQ and the ES. Also breaking out through the highs is the overall market, but a bigger move happening in crypto. That's why you had the alarm there, Obi. But we had another alarm, and that was to go to Adara at the desk, I believe.
Just be aware here, Supreme Court saying the next opinion day is going to be February 20th. Now, that's not confirmed to be tariffs. But if so, just so you guys know, we could potentially get the tariff announcement on February 20th, but they're also setting opinion dates on February 24th and 25th. So somewhere within those 5 days, we could potentially, or that 5-day range, so 3 days total, 20th, 24th, and 25th, we could potentially get the tariff opinion. Back to you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much there, Adara. Obviously, you're starting to see some serious acceleration. We just talked about crypto. Coinbase is up 16%. Sometimes it could just be that you've hit the bottom and it doesn't matter, the selling is exhausted. Triple bottom on the daily here for Coin. We were sitting around on the aftermarket show and it was like AMAT blowout, up almost double digits. We had Rivian going absolutely ham in the aftermarket. You had Pinterest, unfortunately, going to the downside. And the other way, you had Airbnb. There were a lot of big movers. And Coinbase seemed like a bit of a nothing burger. It's like we dipped, and then we just sort of held. And then nothing was happening until after we had finished, and they got in the call. But all of a sudden, you're getting this like relief rally. Maybe you're going to have some short sellers that are covering here. I think that's going to be a part of it. But the other side of it is a lot of these names pull back so far. You were off 65% from the highs on Coinbase. Robinhood, which is blasting up 8%. This is a stock that was cut more than in half off of its highs. We already know what happened to Bitcoin. That was able to catch a bit of a bid at 60. That had pulled back over 50%, got cut by over 50%. But look at this Robinhood move as well. And one of the best things about Robinhood, this is a straight up double bottom. As clean as you like, yesterday's low, hold that double bottom. Tempering expectations here, you have yet to even fill in the gap with Robinhood. So there's a big difference between what Coinbase is doing, which is blowing through yesterday's highs and making a charge at last week's, or I guess it'll be like midweek tops here, at that 168, and what Robinhood is trying to do, where it is just trying to fill in this first gap. Obviously, different stories, they reported at different times, but in this midst of this strength, you got to sort of separate the wheat from the chaff here. Yeah, starting to see this market starting to come back in here.
Oh, yeah.
We get to 25,000 on the NASDAQ. I think that's a good turn point.
I mean, we're making a straight beeline for that right now, Neil. We talked about that area that had held as a bit of a resistance on the 15-minute chart here for consecutive bars. Let's get specific. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bars in a row since that CPI print. Resistance at 6860s on the ES. Resistance at 24,800s on the NASDAQ. We finally catch a bid and close above all of those levels, both here on the ES and NASDAQ. And guess what happens on the next 15-minute candle? We're experiencing it right now. Straight beeline up. Nice little breakout of that level coming into fruition here. And you can see I'm watching this NVIDIA here at the same time. NVIDIA held that 182-day low and now curling back towards this VWAP, actually trading above it now. Let's see if more of the same is what we're going to get here. Aggressive sellers off of VWAP off of the open. Aggressive sellers once again at 948. When we do break VWAP and attempt to push in, but guess what? Support and resistance coming in as maybe a stronger level here. It's just saying, you know, sometimes VWAP means something, sometimes horizontal support and resistance just means a lot more. Pre-market lows coming in here at 186s and flushing back down. Let's see if what that 186 has in store for us. If this market continues to push up even higher, let's see if that continuation happens here on NVIDIA. But when it comes to some of the rest of the Mag 7s here, Neil, Microsoft was the one that I was talking about, where higher time frame, this one gave us a little bit of trouble. You can see here on the weekly, let me take all that off. You can see here on the weekly, some people call it cat ears, some people call it devil's horns, whatever you want to call it. 550, failure to follow through, strong wicking action on the weekly, aggressive bids all the way up here from April. This was that April bid that took us almost 61% I have here, 61.39% from the lows to the highs. We attempt to push that level once again coming into October of last year. And since then, Neil, we've been absolutely taking it to the woodshed here, 30% down almost from those highs. So talk about a textbook double top, a textbook break of trend, and a textbook chart to study confluence, where you have a break of trend, you have a failure to follow through, double top rejection, consolidation breakdown, consolidating underneath prior levels, breaking down with a stair step, pulling back into prior consolidation levels as well, with increasing volume. So Softy has been absolutely beautiful when it comes to a short. So shout out to my people who swing that short.
We've got a super chat here from Friedman, 1992. So I actually don't know what currency that is. Not that it matters, but it would tell us maybe where you are located. And can we analyze NBIS? Yes, we can. That's the first answer. We can always look at the chart. I haven't looked at it today. We did look at this, I believe, on Wednesday last. But before we do, just want to give you guys an update on the trades. Again, it's the same thing in Rivian. We press, get into VWAP, and then the tighter stop than normal. A lot of times I'd give it to the prior bar, but remember I said it was a bit of a chase because I didn't have my entry in here. So give it to this tight if I'm entering on the second bar. If we cannot hold this trend up, back in, then I jump out, right? Like I have pretty strict rules about these trades, so once we broke down, it's like an easy out for me there. Pins is still doing the same thing and looking fine. Looks like it does want VWAP. Doesn't really, Pinterest is so bad, it doesn't care what the market is doing at this point. If it's going down, it's just going down. NBIS was not doing this the last time I looked at it, and I believe I think the last time we talked about this, we were contemplating, it was a 200 period hold on NBIS. So that's step one. That's already happened. What I see immediately, and I'm just going to visualize it here, this is exactly what I see right now. It's got a very clean trend line off the top. Now remember, when you're looking at a daily chart for a trend line break, like I'll draw trend lines, and when it breaks on a 3-minute chart, you just jump into position. If your trend is on a daily, then guess what? It actually has to close above today. And for a lot of traders, myself included, it would need to open up there holding that on Monday, or markets close on Monday. On Tuesday is what it would have to be. So you want if your trend line, if your reason, your indicator is on a daily chart, then your strategy around it should be something to do with a daily entry, or if it's a weekly chart, same kind of thing. Like you want confirmation at the end of the day today on Tuesday as well, but it is trying to break this upper trend line. Again, that's always consider the time frame that you're using the metric in. Like if I draw a trend line on the 3-minute, then I want to see a 3-minute bar break it. If it's on the daily, sort of the same thing. I do believe, we have another super chat here. Frederick Von Yummy Pants. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
I had to double take for that one. Mining companies start reporting next week. Here's the schedule for some of them if that's your jam. We got Helica on 17th, and then on the 18th, CD, don't know them, Pan American Silver there, and AGI, and we have AG on the 19th. That should be wild. We've already seen the volatility in the metals. Now all of a sudden, and remember, sometimes you'll have the miners be this lagging move in either direction. So that with the volatility on the pullback in, you're probably going to have some of these companies that have really impressive prints, despite the fact that it looks like we've given a lot back. So there's important earnings to go through. We always talk here in terms of big tech earnings and things that will move the NASDAQ, but if you're just looking straight up trades, all of those names are going to be tradable because the volatility is already heightened on a bunch of them. I just noticed that we must have gotten into VWAP. I just had my order resting on the volume weighted average price on pins. It's been one of those kind of days. It's like for every win in IBIT, there's a loss in Intel. For every win, for the clean one in pins, there's a choppy mess there in Rivian. So it's kind of one of those flat kind of mornings. And even the market couldn't even sustain that move back up to the high that we just saw. Adara?
And Another very interesting sector board to end the week. Lots of strength in health tech, producer manufacturing, utilities, non-energy minerals, health services, and distribution services. Though we have a lot of weakness in other areas. We've got consumer services to the downside, specifically CSA and Starbucks. Though once again, Disney up on no discernible catalyst that I could find. Finance pretty weak here with Visa leading the group down 2.5%. Another credit card provider here, MasterCard, also trading lower. Electronic tech, you've got weakness in NVIDIA, Broadcom, and Micron, though other names in the sector, including GE, General Electric, Amphenol, Boeing, Intel, and AMD to the upside. Tech services, once again, Meg 7s are weaker, but the rest of the names in the sector doing relatively well for the most part. CRM nicely to the upside. Oracle, Apple have been recovering ever so slightly from its massive double-digit drop yesterday on earnings, and Palo Alto Networks up 3.5%. So mixed look once again, though areas that are strong tend to be quite strong today. Back to you.
Thank you, Adara. Here's a name that we have not looked at or talked about, well, technically since yesterday, and that's going to be Tesla. And you know what? Probably with good reason. Now, if I'm talking about the market doing nothing, entire afternoon range on Tesla, entire day's range, we have not broken higher, we have not broken lower. That's an absolute chop fest, what you're seeing there for sure. Toby says, talk about my BBAI, bro. Really? That's how it's going to be? Bruh. We can talk about BBAI. Sean knows more about the company, and he's invested in that one. Personally, myself, again, I've never touched them. We've traded it for sure. But one thing you can say with this stock is, ever since it lost, there's very few stocks this price and size that I've seen hold the 200-period trend line as well as it was. And ever since it lost it, I just think it's a short till it's not. The prior support level here has turned into a bit of resistance. This $4 level had consolidation, so for now you got temporary support there. But if it loses that, the big one is, when did it start? Where are the levels where it really started running off the 2? And that was down here at about 50, and that was down here at about 250. Those look like good termination points where it's like you almost don't care, you would just buy it anyways. But it still seems like you lost the 200-period moving average, and it's in a downtrend. And that is what it is. I didn't quite catch that, Andre, in my ear, so you're going to have to repeat that. Probably not telling you what you want to hear in BBAI, but when I see it lose the 200-period like that and trend down, I always feel like it's momentum short until it shows you a different path.
Yeah, I'm watching this Palantir here at the same time. 130 was a bit of a level for me because that came in yesterday. Another one that sold aggressively and then actually caught a bid back into VWAP all the way back into 130s yesterday. So I was like, all right, cool. Let's see if we can catch a bid above that 130. And that 130 does come in here. And you can see even on the initial pullback after this break of opening range highs here at 129.70s, we pull right back into 130, hold for another push all the way up to 132.27s, but pulling right back in 130s once again here on Palantir. So now the question becomes, this was resistance yesterday. This was a resistance in the pre-market. This was also a resistance area off of the open, which turned into a bit of support. We can see that tight consolidation here on a 3-minute chart where we hold that 130. So now I'm asking the question, will this continue to show more of the same here on this pullback into 130 on Palantir? Now, Palantir has come a long way. And we talked about this earlier on last year as well. What an aggressive and crazy move on Palantir when you look at the higher time frame and talk about a beautiful backside, because this thing is finally breaking structure. This thing finally caught a little bit of a sell here. We're pulling back pretty decently and on increasing volume relative to what we were doing just a couple months ago here in December. So you can see here 200s, failure to follow through, 207s all the way up to 207 halves, comes all the way back into 150s, 146s, pops right back up into 200, another failure to follow through, a break of trend as well. If you draw some of your anchors, look at that. I have a lot of lines on here. Some of these lines that go straight up and down, those are from intradays that I still haven't taken off. That's my fault. But you can see the ones that do come in on the higher time frame, we've broken trend, especially on this one here, off of this breakout off of 126 that happened May of 2025. You can see that April bid as well that brought us all the way from sub 100, all the way down from 67s to that 200, finally breaking down and taking a stair step down. All of these anchors potentially to some earnings and some events or whatever. Again, I forget what some of these what some of these anchors are pinned to, but all I know is in my playbook they were significant events, and if I go back into my notes, I'm sure I can find out what the reasoning for some of these were. But you can see just stair step down, 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 breaks this level right here, right back, slamming back down into some prior significant levels as well, all the way down here in the 120. So Palantir, I'm asking the same question. Is this going to have a tumble all the way back down into some of these prior support and resistance levels? 120s is what I'm looking at, and maybe even 65s if we can really get going. But Palantir, what a crazy run, man. This one all the way from, you can see this. Talk about an episodic pivot here on this push from earnings in November of 2024, holding that $60 level, consolidating and trending up like crazy. And I'm looking for a potential symmetrical move here to the downside, but that selling, who knows where it'll stop. But this chart definitely reminds me of that of ANF. ANF had a similar kind of a bid, maybe not as aggressive of an initial move on the breakout, but that trend was quite nice. And look at what happens when that structure finally gives it up. We pull back into some interesting levels. Sure, we don't come all the way back down into where we started the move, but we kind of have our 50% pullback roughly, maybe even more, and then start to chop around here as maybe potentially price starts to accept over the past year or so here on ANF. There was another stock as well that kind of reminded me of this.
The market's starting to give it up a little bit here.
Yeah?
Yeah, the NASDAQ, just quickly for everybody, the NASDAQ is topping. We didn't get to 25K. We just got to 249.5 and turned right around right quick. Just one quick note. I put it in the chat here, and I want to, into the chat, trend break on Intel. So it finally broke VWAP trend, and I'm looking for it to get back into the volume weighted average price. Same setup as Pinterest, effectively. But if you're not in the chat, jump in here. Water is nice and warm, although the market is looking awfully back into the red again. The NASDAQ is red. But check this out. There's a link at the top, which Fabian just showed to me, because we're on TikTok, baby. And I know there's nobody that's going to be more excited about this than Sharif. Why? Because Sharif loves him some TikTok. He loves him some Instagram. And I know Ramin will be excited about it as well. But yeah, looking fantastic. Now you got the fact, because I'm showing it, so it's just going absolutely crazy in here. So it's a pinned link into the chat. Everyone can check it out. We are now there. We're just trying to add more. I think we're also on X as well, everybody. The water is nice and warm. But shout out to these boys for getting us back on track on TikTok. Link at the top. We only have about 10 minutes to go till we get to Sharif and Joe on the midday. But I was just informed of this in the chat. Someone said, check out the wick on Coinbase. So this was real. Coinbase was in the midst of a pullback. Whoa. Did this liquidity kind of a dump from 163 all the way down into 159. So about a $3 pullback.
Is that real? And
then snapped right back up. It's on my, I haven't looked at e-signal, but you should probably, well, it's a good idea. You always confirm it on another chart.
Yeah.
I'm seeing the same thing. Someone said they saw check it out. I see the same thing on my chart. I wasn't trading Coinbase at the time. And the best way to know whether it's real is if you have a secondary source. Like I could pull this up. We can literally do this together. Is I could just pull up e-signal because I happen to have something else, and I can just go Coinbase, and I'll go to a 3-minute chart, so it's exactly what I was looking at before, and we'll see if I see the same. Yeah, I see the same wick there on e-signal. So it looks like that was real. Now it could be a lot of things. Someone could have fat fingered and it got snapped back up. It could have been somebody like a big order got stopped out and it was just too much size and pushed it down and like was like a legitimate order. Either way. When it snaps back up, it's usually pretty bullish, but with the way the market's coming back in, I don't know if it'll be able to sustain. We'll see. So as I said, the only new position for myself was, again, another trend break. These have been what worked the best recently for me. So there's VWAP, there's the trend up. There was a small break in here that we tried. It didn't work out, obviously, and now we're looking for the push back into the volume-weighted average price. I I am Edward says goodbye Netflix. Not again, Netflix. This, yeah, you know what, Netflix, you're back at the lows.
Ranging.
I don't know what to tell you about Netflix other than,
Is it at 75 yet?
well, this is sort of the, yeah, it's at 76 right now.
Thank you.
But I'm not even sure that that's not the bottom we're looking for on Netflix. I think we're looking at the weekly chart for Netflix. You've already lost those mid 80s. I mean, the weekly chart's telling you the 200 periods at 65. There's no significant level till you get to like the 70 area in here.
Another beautiful swing short.
But like, look at the chart. Like, when it lost the 50 period on the weekly here, right? Lose the 50 period. The next week it tries to regain it. Then it wicks it. We haven't had a green week since. Everyone's always looking for the bid. Well, how about it at least puts in a green week, and then you can start talking about a bid. Let's go to Adara because it's Money Talks.
Just a fun fact that I just saw here on X, unrelated to money, but still interesting. Amazon apparently on track for its longest losing streak since 2006. Apparently 9 days in a row to the downside, erasing 18%. So interesting look there for AMZN. I just saw that right now, and maybe just an interesting thing to note. Let's talk about this US dollar, which is continuing to kind of try to do a little bit of an uptrend off of these lows on the daily chart. That most recent low here, or significant low, being January 27th of 2026. And again, this drop kind of came as we had all of these concerns over whether or not the US government would be helping interfere with the Japanese yen. And the day after that, we had denials of that, and then the market, or the DXY rather, comes back up a little bit. So again, this DXY is still trying to rebound a little bit here. I want to talk about the CPI print. You can find this visual on XATTV Research, including the actual prints for all of these, and then also their estimate and the prior print. So with that in mind, let's get into this, because there's a very clear trend versus the core, or with the core versus the non-core. So core, we actually have exactly in line with estimates here. Core CPI month over month for January, totally flat, 0.3% versus the estimate of 0.3%, and the prior 0.3%. CPI year over year actually below the prior print of 2.7%, but in line with estimates of 2.5%. Let's talk, yes, we kind of got over the CPI data here. Next week, I believe we actually get PCE, which is often touted as the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, so that will be the thing to watch. We know certain Feds, including Schmid, saying that they don't really see any need to cut rates until we get to 2% inflation. So it'll be interesting to see how all of this goes down here. But again, CPI data, not a bad look for the day. And if you want to see this visual, look at it again. XATTV Research is your place to go. But you don't have to go anywhere for the rest of this session. We're going to send you back over here to Neil and Obi.
Thank you very much, Adara. Yeah, the market's just chopping in this range right now. Coinbase with a little bit of a pullback there, watching that one. We were just having a conversation about is that wick real or not. Sometimes I was saying that I don't have all the gate data on some of my charts, so it could very much be real. At the same time, this just DraftKings is holding VWAP pretty well here. I've been kind of chopping away at it, looking for a potential continuation. But if it's going to go sideways, I'm probably going to leave it alone soon enough. What were some of the better trades this morning? Let's take a look at some of them. I'm just going to go straight up.
Coinbase.
Apple. Yes, Coinbase is definitely on there, but Apple got kind of rocked back through some of these levels here. That pop off of CPI definitely got sold into. We were looking at that 262 to 260 range from prior day. Guess what? We did that whole range with some aggressive selling right off of the open. That 260 didn't quite come in off of the open as we bid right back up and into and through VWAP, but we are looking relatively weak here. And continuing to sell off of VWAP. So the question becomes, is it going to do it later? Does it need more time? Let's just go to a higher time frame. Whenever I'm asking that, I'm just going to go to a higher time frame and see how some of the higher time frame participants, how they are seeing this market and this chart. So 30-minute, you can see here maybe a little bit of a leg consolidation leg, potentially a 3-bar potentially happening here on a 30-minute with a muted green candle, which can barely retrace about 50% of this down move. I'm watching that as well and holding resistance at prior day's support levels as well as pre-market levels. So 260 maybe potentially coming in later on in the day. I have no idea. We could just chop around as well. This could very well be leg all-day consolidation and then opening on Monday. No, Monday's a holiday. Tuesday, we could get that continuation as well. That's one of the things that I'm potentially thinking about as of right now. Coinbase, as Neil mentioned, definitely one of the better opportunities off of the open there. Earnings day one, pre-market high, breakout coming in here at 155s. That confluences with prior day's pre-market action, as well as Wednesday's end-of-day close action, as well as some of those bounces as well. So if you're looking at any sort of a 150 to 155 level here on Coinbase, that was quite nice. And even the reversion from here, if you go down to a shorter time frame and you just look at, okay, pre-market, we held those after hours highs. We come down into some of those levels at 147, and then you can see here the bid catches right back on, reversion happening right there, pre-market high breakout, as well as opening range high breakout, as well as opening back through open as well. So a few different executions that you can take on this one on Coinbase. And here's something that I'm kind of, reading about and hearing from some of these other traders as well. It's just like anyone can have a good idea on a stock. It's execution that will always make the difference. How are you executing? How are you managing your risk? And over time, that is what makes the difference.
That's entirely true. Like what direction a stock is going to go to is only part of the story. Because and the other side of it too is like if you have, even if you're right on direction, but your execution plan doesn't have you take enough profit or has you lose too much when you're wrong, then it just doesn't matter whether you can find it. That's why I like to try to find things which, it's not that it's binary, but when you get an execution plan, there's not a lot of wiggle room. And that's why I've always liked trend lines. I started out 20 years ago. It was one of the first things I did. Admittedly, and I've said this before, when I first started out, I had way too many trend lines. Like my chart would be in a complete another mess with trend lines. Now I try to keep it with what am I looking at right now for my next execution. So when I observe clearly an upward trend like this, I know I'm getting in when it confirms, there's a confirmation candle, there's my entry area. At worst, like 47, like low 20s in there. But at best, I want to be in the high 20s to 30s. And then initially, I might give it the wider stop to the 50. If I see it hold immediate support at 47, like it is right here, big key level at the $47 level, been a big one for a couple of days. And when I see it hold this range, I might tighten up the stop, which I just did, to this lower bar high. Because I feel like if it takes this out of this 1% range, then it'll probably head to the high anyway. So tighten the stop up. I want to bid into 47. I want to bid into the volume weighted average price, and I always have the risk plan. And then when you're executing that way, I already know what I'm doing before I've entered the trade. And so everything else is just sort of just the mechanics of it for sure. So we'll see what happens with the market as we are still, and this is the rub. We're pretty much in the same range we were in the first 10 minutes of the day. Like there was one breakdown, one break up, but most of the time we've been sitting in this same half-point range in both the NASDAQ and the New York. It's a slightward uptrend. So you have to respect that, but it is still a very, very tight range for the market. But that's why you were pointing out something like Coinbase.
Right.
Coinbase is doing something distinctly different. Bitcoin is doing something distinctly different as well. Like this is where the movement happens to be. The absolute irony is the cleanest trade I have is going to be a short in the stock or the thing that's probably the strongest. But again, broke trend, target, get the heck out of Dodge. With only less than 1 minute to go, I just realized I have the menu here.
Okay.
But like this is, okay, so it's a Mexican flag today on the menu.
All right.
For lunch, which makes it pretty obvious what we have because there's only a couple of things it could be, but it's not the one that I would have guessed. It's actually beef chili. So I have a sneaky suspicion. Now, here's my suspicion. That yes, we're going to have chili, great, but it's not going to be spiced the way that I would expect it, considering the fact that it's Mexican. That said, we've got diced tomatoes, sour cream, green onions, shredded cheese, and cilantro to go with it. So if you hate on that, then you don't like tasty food. I'm just going to throw that out there. I expect it to be absolutely delicious, as long as they don't make it with tilapia.
People in the chat chiming in saying tilapia tacos. I'm
all
glad I
about
missed that day. I wasn't in that.
We never had tilapia tacos. We've had tilapia. Tilapia tacos they've never done. I just want to get that out. No, you could have fish tacos, but I don't think we've had tilapia as the fish. Maybe they snuck that in one time and I didn't even notice, which kudos to them. Like, if you make that taste good, then you're doing it. The
tacos are pretty good.
So we will be back at 2 o'clock, but I have good news for you.
Yes.
You get to slide over to our left. We got the professor locked and loaded. He's excited for that chili, I can already hear. Joey Options is there. Joe seems to hate all the food that we have. He doesn't like cookies. He doesn't like apple pie. Doesn't like fried chicken. Doesn't like, I don't know. He doesn't like grandma's mac and cheese. I'm just making stuff up at this point. Hopefully he does like the chili. I know he likes good trades. I know he likes Bitcoin, which is up today, so he's got to have a smile on his face. We'll be back at 2, and we'll see you then. But on to the midday.
This is no Bitcoin for them.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, cut. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Happy Friday and welcome to the Midday Show. This handsome gentleman is your boy Joey Options. He's not happy right now, but we're going to find out why in a minute. I'm Sharif, and let's say hello, I should say, to everybody. Where are they at, Assassino? Let's see. We got I Grow Fighting. I like that. Aura Alpha, 420 Bud Monster. He's sending mad love from across the pond. DJ Rules and Hinsey. Shout out to Christmas. Buffalo, Adam, Mike, Damien, Trader, 604. We got the Hangry one. Yes, Hangry Wife, Andrew Chow, and Dalmir Lima. We got Aura Alpha, an Outlaw Trader. Shout out Mike P. D-Rider. He's the only one that gets kind of that, little soliloquy that I do. Shout out to Michael Mendoza, Papacito. We got Lil Lo Lopez, 4 Alt J, Big Red Bulldog, 100 Mario 81. These are new names. I like it. We got Mo Biji, Bustin, Busy Trader, Mr. Puka, Danny Day Trizzle. Shout out to Kandahar. You're joining us from Afghanistan, man? That's pretty cool. Kobe the Kid, always be thankful. Boomstick, Yummy Thai Foods, Jay Bronson. Shout out to Stone, broke since yesterday, always makes me chuckle. Pizza Pie, Dexter Smith and Jay Coingy. Shout out to Paul Sadilo, Sit and Spin, Toby, Dean Allen. One more, Joey.
Allen.
Grunfeld. What's up? Right back at you,
Grunfeld,
man. Shout out to the OG Ichiro.
Isn't Grunfeld a vampire?
I don't know, Joey.
All right, guys, let's hop right into things here. So we just took a small loss here on DKNG, looking for the break of the support level, 2170. Didn't work out for us. 3 names on the list, Rivian, Pins, DKNG. And we look at the overall market as well, too. Let's head over to RIVN. Let's see what we had. Nothing special going on with it today. 1 small loss, 1 small win on it. That is totally fine. Let's see if we can, why are we on to Blue Ocean? And here it is, right? So, all right, so here it is, a small loss right here. We get out looking for the breakup of volume weighted average price, going with the flow essentially, right? Some strong price action from yesterday and into the pre-market this morning as well too. And then we take a small win on RIVN. So that's it. So we got 1 loss on DKNG, 1 loss on RVIN, 1 small loss on 1 small win, and then we'll go over to Pins as well and see what we got going on here. So this is, she's like, Joe's not happy. Well, I mean, I just sat in this trade for the whole day, and then sure enough, Nicey boys decide to push it price right back up. So we got a nice pick off the top. We take some off there at the volume weighted average price, and in the span of a couple minutes, I was still holding on to about 85% of my position, looking for that breakdown into the $14 mark, and then you get somewhat of a rebound here. So we'll keep an eye out on that, but a nice little move in, Pins to the downside. Unfortunate that we did get stopped out full amount. Let's take a look at what I was going over here today. The TQQs, I still believe that we can grind a little bit higher. Oh, I did take a trade on TQQs, and then it came back to our break even. So we got out a little bit earlier on that one. So SPY as well. 3 names I was just talking about, Pins, Rivian, and DKNG. That's what I have on my list today, guys.
All right, guys, rate your portfolio pain from 1 to 10 since Fabian. So for those who want to vent, about some of the latest pullbacks we've been having in the market. I like them. I just think that they're buying opportunities. So go ahead and put the number in. 4, we got 6, 7. All right, 7, 4, 10, 10, 10, 420. Of course you said that, 420, Bud Monster. Chaz is more like me, 2. We got 10, 8, 2, 3. Okay, all right, bring the numbers in the chat. Bring them quick, baby, because we're not going to be doing this for long. Yeah, so it seems like they're a bit more on the high side. Peng, 69. You got my attention there, my man. Shout out to you, brother. What's going on, Fabian? All right. Shout out to Zen Zombie. He's dropping $2 in the chat. We're going to thank him for that. BBAI. How much trouble is this stock with a lawsuit? Let's find out what's going on with the Big Bear. I just got back from the gym, so I'm not aware of any lawsuits. Oh, it looks like, yeah, shareholders. But this is typical, right? We see this all the time. In the world of investing and trading, shareholder lawsuits allege that misrepresentation by the board. I got to stop here for a second because we're printing here on PHIO. This is breaking out, guys. 35.25% there. It goes into 166, and if we're in the mid 60s, mid to high 60s, where we're posting up next. We're in at 158. We're posting at 59. Then we're going up to 74. We're looking for continuation. I am interested in adding more into the $0.50 should this pull back. There was a consolidation area at the $0.50 here for, I think, a few minutes, and then right back up it goes. In any event, let's go back to this thing over here. Cantor, Analyst downgraded Big Bear to neutral from overweight. Analyst, Big Bear, 2-year, okay, blah, 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 blah. Where's the lawsuit, bro? Okay, Paris, acknowledged one of premier firms, securities antitrust litigation. Is there an actual explanation of the lawsuit itself, or are we just going to look at these kind of solicitations by these law firms? Yeah, I'll look at this after, but Big Bear, how's it doing on the day? Well, it's up 2.5. It's not really doing anything, 1.83 billion. It's done 14.5 million shares, so nothing that I want to trade personally, but yeah, sorry, it couldn't really be much help there, brother, but there's really no information here on the lawsuit itself. I can have a look for this. I can have a look later, but I think we're kind of in the middle of things right now for me to be slowing down and looking at these. But while we tell you about that, let me tell you about this. Here's what we got on the side charts. MLEC was the biggest, the baddest of them all this morning, but, true to form, they don't hang around for very long. I'm talking, of course, about the small cap gappers. Around for a good time, not a long time. Anyway, MLEC still up 95%, having done 31.5 million shares of volume. It is fighting right now to stay above the volume weighted average price. And then I'm not liking what I'm seeing here at this 10 to 10.5 level. We're seeing a lot of topping tail candles, and it's repetitive. The 1040, 1045, 1055, 11, 1105, they're all topping tails. That means the sellers are getting quite aggressive and they're convicted in their beliefs and in their positions. So I'm not liking that. Moreover, it's not clearing that level easily, nor is it making higher highs. And let's cut the crap, man. It's still on that downtrend ever since that topping tail candle at 905. And basically again at 910. So MLEC's got to look a little bit better. Ideally, breaks above this range, shows you that it's cleared VWAP, cleared 10, and has aspirations of taking out the official high, which is currently $11.44. So we're going to keep an eye here on MLEC, but there's others. Atom, ATOM. Look, you're not getting much in the way of a lot of volume. I think we have about 8.5 million shares and a $3 name by 11 o'clock, 11:10. But the chart pattern is good. Now, there was a lot of selling, as you can see here. Look at the topping tail candle format, right into that 3 1/3. But we've taken out those sellers. And now we're 352 high. Alas, it looks like it is a good area of support at the 10 EMA on the 5. Every single print, wick, close, or otherwise, there are no otherwise, they're all defending that 10 EMA. So I'm very interested in building a position at around 340 to 335 with the ultimate DCA into the 3 1/4 where VWAP is. It loses that amount. Simple. So we're going to keep a close eye here on Atom. There are others. You'll see CONL on my chart. Clearly not a small cap gapper, but it is, and I think it's leveraged. an ETF for Coinbase. I'm just make sure, yeah, it's 2 times the movement of COIN. Initial resistance at 620, but then the buying came fast into 689 high. It looks like we're putting in a bull flag consolidation area here with 689, 690 at the top and 660 at the low. So a bit of a 30 penny range, give or take, for the consolidation aspect of the bull flag. So CONL definitely in focus for me. CRSR. This one had a great aftermarket pump there right at 4 o'clock. I don't know if this was earnings or what, nor do I care. But I'm looking for continuation today. So it is at VWAP right now, which is a little bit above that $7 area. You're not going to catch me trying to catch a falling knife, especially with this unbroken downtrend that we've been in. So it's got to change its tune, start putting in some higher highs, higher lows, break trend, break above that trend line, and get above VWAP most notably, and then we'll get right into this one. I haven't traded it quite yet. PHIO is putting in a topping till candle that I don't like. So what am I going to do here? Am I going to get in more? I'm flattening out. I'll add into the position. I'll get back in if it's warranted, but I don't like that topping till candle. Let it set up a little bit more. I'm going to put in a dip trade for the low to mid 50s. Reason I like that, because the 10 EMA on the 5 and VWAP overlapping in that low to mid 50s. If it continues up and holds prior bar, I'll just get back in. Simple as that. Okay, so that's what we're looking for right now, Joey. We're in PHIO, looking to get into Atom, and looking as well at CONL.
All right, guys, take a look at the TQQs. This is exactly what I had going on here earlier. It was a nice move. I'm like, all right, consolidation, then a breakout, and I thought maybe it would be sustained a little bit longer. And I was going to try to hold this to $50, right? So just from what I was looking at on the chart, I think this is an attainable target. And I still believe that the market's going to continue to grind a little bit higher here. We're getting a slow curl over in pins, but I don't know if I'm going to re-engage in this name. And Rivian looks like it wants to maybe break through the volume-weighted average price. But I talk about this time and time again. You want to try to get the lower end of the ranges instead of trying to buy the breakout. Even though in this instance with the TQQs, I bought the breakout, but you can slowly see the volume starting to stair-step higher. And I just believe that we were forming those continuous higher lows. That I was like, yeah, all right, this is the time. Let's get involved. And if this breaks out or comes back into the middle of the range, then I know I'm wrong because it should work relatively quick, right? If you're in there at the right place and at the right time on your breakout, then it should work pretty quick. If not, then I believe you can always get a better entry price. And that I was referring to here on RIVN. We tried the long one time and then we tried the short. So it hasn't really decided what it wants to do yet. So we'll keep an eye on the volume by time profile and see what we have going on. If we're fortunate enough to get a little bit lower, then I think we might have a good opportunity to get a continued breakout here in Rivian. The market's starting to come back in, so a lot of chop here today, and I have to take a look at what the big boys are up to. So we'll keep an eye out on that, and DKNG just not necessarily cooperating. Lots of chop here today on that name. So once again, if you're going to be looking for that breakout, wait for that volume. If not, it's sell the highs and buy the lows, okay? So there goes pins right back past my entry to 1478. It did climb to around 1490 and now starting to curl over there. It does look like a double top before we move forward and take a look at what the MAG are up to. I haven't even looked at them today. Again, I told you my 3 names and that's what we're doing. We're just sticking with those. So $15 was a high here on pins, starting to come back in. This trend line was holding up. And what we had drawn out, I was like, ooh, okay, nice steady downtrend week off of that report. Let's see if we're going to get a continuation, but you're down 20%, so it's tough. You did see and experience a little bit of buying stepping back into that particular name. All right, so let's head over and see what the MAG are up to, what the big boys, what's NVDA trading at 183, okay, and not doing too much, right? So a down, really, really weak opening drive, so that 10-minute auction, pretty weak, guys, and then you find somewhat of a rebound, but now we're just eastbound, and could it be eastbound and down? Shout out to Kenny Powers, for whoever, those who know who Kenny Powers is. I believe Neil does, but there's TQQs, guys, really stuck in limbo, but now we're starting to get somewhat of a breakout in Rivian. Now, I took the long, and you can't get frustrated with that long. Why? Because you have just strong price action throughout the day and in the pre-market, and it's like, all right, you're putting yourself in at the right place. Is the time correct, right? That's something that can be a little bit more tricky. It's just getting your timing. What has silver been up to? I was looking at this name from a daily, and I'm like, uh-oh, this is not looking good for SLV, especially considering today is going to be an inside day. If we break that $66 mark, there might be some more downside here in SLV. What is digital gold up to? $39 here. You like that one, eh? Sure.
The bunny ears showed your dismay for the name, bro.
I'm not. It's gonna take a while, right?
Like, I respect that.
It is what it is. I'm still a holder. I will remain a holder of this thing. Will I buy a little bit more? Maybe at some lower prices here, considering we are south of the IBIT IPO. So yeah, we'll be patient for that. Maybe I'm thinking like 60K if we're fortunate enough to get that. There goes Rivian. This breakout's really looking, so I want to take advantage of that. How's Tesla been performing today? Guys, as you've noticed, I haven't really taken any of the mags, but Tesla going towards a flat top. Is this going to break out, and is the volume going to start to pick up here in TSLA? Keep an eye out on that one. This is just a volume scan. We have NVDA once again leading its class at 69.7 million shares traded. Intel, what has it been up to today? Strong, going opposite the overall market, but a nice turnaround signal, and now heading towards some key support levels. Has Robinhood slowly started to recover? A good session. This is what you want to see from Robinhood, all the way up to $77.
Sounds good. Zen Zombie, tell me to look at that hot garbage plug. I have checkered past with this. Well, I mean, I don't know why I hate on so much. I lost $1 a share. Like, calm the hell down. All right, so plug. This is the weekly chart on plug. Oh, baby. Look at that, Joey.
You know what we call that thing, right?
What do you call it, Joey?
Can't say
Hot garbage?
No, you can't say it on air,
You're
boy.
not allowed to say it on air. I respect that. that. Let's have a look, guys. All right, we're having a good time. All right. Yeah, it's okay. What is it up? It's up 4.4. $1.91, $1.90 looks like to be the high of the day. It's currently printing $1.90. Had a bit of a tough day yesterday. Well, that's an understatement. It's breaking, is it breaking the trend line? A little bit there. So that 3-day pullback, it looks like it might be breaking some trends. It really hasn't taken out key levels though. So I'm gonna be packing my patience. I'll watch this one. But I haven't taken an intraday trade on plug in a while. I've tried when Bloom Energy was really catching that big wave earlier on. Plug was moving in sympathy, but we all know plug power, and look at that. I'm long 10,000 shares in my sim over here, Joey, at $3.87. It's showing the $1.91. I'm substantially out of the money. Just for you know what, it giggles. I am down $19,265 on plug in the sim over here.
All right.
So
good thing you can just reload the paper account back up.
Well, it's fine, Joey. You know, it's not a big deal. Drop system, see that point at very top of your chart, Sharif. There, that's where I bought plug. I'm sorry, brother. Still one of my worst write-off losses of all time, says Drop Systems. But that's the beautiful thing about the tax system, my man. You can write that off, and I'm pretty sure you guys can carry losses. I know we can carry losses here for 10 years, capital losses.
Oh, is that it? Oh, I must be, I'm getting really close to my AV. If it's only 10 years?
I'm pretty sure.
Is it 10 years?
The ITA, the Income Tax Act, allows you to.
Getting pretty close.
I double check that. You're going to have to check with chat or anything better than chat. Zen Zombie's laughing as well. Thank you, Assassino. Frederick, the A shares of plug are way better than the other ones. What does that mean? Are there different classes of shares on plug? I didn't really know that. I'm just seeing one here. Let me just check, because I can probably pull them up in my system. Plug. So there is that on the max. I don't know, brother. Let me pull it up over here. Let me see. Explain to me what you mean, by the way, because I don't know what you mean. Plug. All right, I got stock, options, warrants, CFDs, and then there's different exchanges off which it trades. I don't know what you mean. Let me know what you mean, brother. VVPR is moving, I know. Sorry, let me just get to the trade that I'm in right now. I'm in Atom. I'm trying to get back into PHIO as well, because this one looks like it's gonna go. So we're gonna punch here for a 5-day break on PHIO. Let's set up some profit takers into 69. It's changed its tune. I'm also gonna look to DCA. I already have one DCA down there at around the $0.50, but I don't think that that's accurate anymore. I'm gonna put it near prior bar low, which is around the 159, 160. We'll put it around there. We'll see if we can catch a print. But it's Atom that's treating me well over here, up into that high day of 64. I think we have 54s on now, so let's keep a close eye on that one. But VVPR is moving. Jamlock, you're absolutely right. Into the high day goes VVPR, knocking on the door of 199 high. It's not doing a whole lot of volume, mind you, but it's looking really, really good in terms of price action. VVPR has done 2 million shares on a $1.96 name. So yeah, light volume. It's not really a declining volume profile though, so I wouldn't be worried about that. 38% in the Ville of Green, so watch out for VVPR. It's a habitual one, but there goes ATOM into the high of the day at 370. Your boy wet the beak at 669, obviously. Now we're posting up at 74. We're looking for more. Let's see what Adam has to offer over here. 55% and at the day high. Good volume, good chart pattern, good 340 flat top break. Let's see if this one's destined to touch 4 or what the situation is going to be. As I said, I've weaseled back into PHIO. I'm going to build a position here because I'm seeing topping tail candles, which means people are taking profits and or shorting into the 2/3 of a dollar. However, I like the chart pattern for a bull flag consolidation area. If that's going to be the case, I want to build my position towards a lower end of the consolidation for a possible, underline that, possible bull flag, second bull flag continuation into a high, maybe even $2 if I get lucky on PHIO, Joey.
All right, good look there. So let's take a look at the daily and see what we're trying to form. I think that's really important to know. You want to correlate your daily with the intraday, right? So we are starting to form somewhat of a hammer candle. So with pins, in this specific scenario, maybe we try to avoid the short, especially if we want to head back towards that $15 high of the day and close as a complete hammer. We got our eyes on DKNG and Rivian, but you can see from an intraday standpoint, not the cleanest PA, right? So we want to try to find something that's orderly. The TQs and the SPY are a little bit trickier to trade today, even though you have somewhat of a channel to the top side. It's just the ebb and flow of it, right? Like you could run into the top end, you run into the resistance, and then you immediately get bought back up into the middle of the range. So keep an eye out on that. And that's why, and the boys talk about this all the time, like just to increase your risk to reward ratio. There's nothing wrong with buying breakouts, but with most things in life, there's a time and a place, and you want to position yourself as relatively good as you can. And when you first start off, you're obviously not going to get the best entries or exits along those lines, but the goal is to just get a little bit better and position yourself to the point where it's like, hey, where am I wrong? And I think that's a question that needs to be consistently asked throughout your intraday trading and through all time frames of trading, to be honest with you. It's just, where am I wrong? And then establish a thesis off that. And if you don't get the price that you want, then so be it. Go find something else and look to get involved with different names or something along those lines. But as for the TQQs, you can see around $48, guys. We're starting to form a base. So are you going to specifically get it right at $48? No, maybe not. But if you're a couple, like 10, 15 cents from that specific low, then you only have to risk that opposed to buying all the way up here. Even though in my instance, when I did buy the breakout, you have a 5-minute candle, it says I have to risk 50 cents. So you have to drastically size down. But if you're only 20 cents away from your stop, opposed to almost 2.5 times that, you can really increase your size and still lose the same amount, but your risk to reward ratio is drastically increased. All right. So there goes pins. Still doing some sideways. This is a double top, right? Like we're not gonna deny that. Let's see how we react if we come back and retest that $14.99 mark. And then here's Rivian, a slow curl over consolidation. Once again, lower end of the range drastically increases that risk to reward as you're now climbing up to $17.33. But as for DKNG, we might switch this one up here because it's sideways like the overall market, and I believe we might be able to find some better opportunities. What has Coinbase been up to on today's session? Oh, okay, a strong recover or a strong move. That's not bad whatsoever. There's the earnings report, a big time move. I know there was a downgrade on this not too long ago with a price target of $150. We are now a little bit north of that. Not saying that it means anything, but here it is. A steady downtrend. We'll mark that one off right here. And then this is still fully intact, if you ask me. You want to have at least 3 touches. We only have it 1, 2, 3. We'll call it that. So you're not going to necessarily always catch the bottom, but if you're really looking to get involved in some of these names, price will tell you. And that's what I'm talking about with Bitcoin as well. It's like, okay, we can just continuously pound the table and say, hey, this is the bottom, or we can, in my opinion, that is, make our lives a little bit easier and wait to get on the backside of things. There's a lot of room for this thing to ebb and flow and climb higher, climb lower, whatever it may do, but as soon as we start to curl around, price action will tell us, and then sure enough, what do we got to do? Try and take advantage of it.
All right. Party piece chirping me, bro, because Arsenal ended up tying Brentford yesterday. Oh,
Brentford? Who are those guys?
Brentford. A London team. But you know how it is in England, right? Like you could be, like there could be 5, 6, 7 teams in London. That's just normal.
You know who I used to like?
Who?
Norwich.
Norwich, yeah, okay.
Are they all right?
No, they're in the championship. The championship, unlike what it sounds like, is a second degree.
It's second?
It's
Okay,
second tier,
okay,
yeah.
yeah, Norwich.
Then there's League One, then there's League Two.
It's just grimy football over there in Norwich.
Well, bro,
yeah.
can I say something to you?
Yeah,
Those
yeah.
championship guys, they fight hard. It's
Yeah.
very hard
Yeah,
to get
it's
out of the
chippy.
champ. And they play more games in the Prem, man.
Oh, do
so
they?
yeah, man, it's
Norwich.
tough. What's going on, Raheem? Good to see you, brother. All right, here we go. We're doing it live on Adam. There
Oh,
goes
Raheem,
Adam
not in a
into
suit
the
today.
Pardon me?
What's up, brother? No, Raheem, you usually
Yeah.
typically see him in a suit, so I'm like,
I know.
who's that guy?
Good to see you, brother. Good to see you, Raheem. All right, guys, here we go again. Adam is doing its thing, 25, and there it goes into another high day at 78. We got 54s on this bad boy. This one looks like it wants to squeeze into that $4 area. If it does, we've got a receptive seller here in me. We'll be buying along the way. There's 77. Here comes 78. We're posted at 78. No cross, no fill. We'll pack the patience concurrently, I should say, in the PHIO, and I added into this like a cycle. Now we're going to post at 68. We're going to take. Oh, sorry. No. That doesn't happen. We post at 69 or go broke. So now we're posting at 69, 74, looking for continuation. I like the higher lows here on PHIO, but I'm very, very aware of the topping tail candles into the 2/3 of a dollar. So the higher lows are good. The topping tail candles are not. Let's see how this resolves. I do have a contingency plan, of course. I am looking at getting in more at around 155 to 150. The reason I give a range is the 10 EMA on the 5 is showing 55, and the volume weighted average price is Scotia above 50. So that's what I'm be keeping my eye out on there. And I'm looking for that flat top break. It looks like there's a bunch of selling here at 65 and 66. Of course, 66 is the high of the day. But look at that ascending wedge and that kind of flat top, at the top. So that's what I'm looking at there. And there goes Adam again, taking out my 78 order now. We're going to look for 82s. I think I'm being a little less ambitious here. No, we're going to move up. Let's go up to 88, okay? And then if it dips back down, gives me an opportunity to add, we'll get in there. So that's what I'm looking at there. Adam doing it live. I am worried, though, about the topping tail candles on PHIO, despite the fact that I personally see an ascending wedge and a possible flat top break, but you never know how these things are going to resolve. Party P, I have an absolute 10 ticker for you. It's more inverse Sharif and maybe more of a Louis stock. Thoughts, ANY. Shout out to the man, Party P. Let's take a look at ANY for the OG. Pardon me. Sphere 3D Corp. Okay. What do I got here? I got a $4.8 million market cap. Brother, it's only done 43,000 shares. I don't even think I'd be allowed to trade this. They'd fire me. It's probably blocked in our system. They wouldn't fire me, but you know what I mean? Looks like a 1-to-10 split on the 10th. This is the intraday, though. That's the thing, Party P. I can't trade this. There's nothing to trade here. Yeah, it's a little too late for my blood, brother, but thank you for pointing it out. I like how you said it's inverse and more Luis's style. I like that. All right, there's a poll now that the Chilean Nightmare has put into the chat. It reads as follows. Holding over 3-day weekend. Answers are as follows. Yes, staying long. No, closing by end of day. 3, hedging, protected both ways. And then last but not least, depends on CPI reaction. Well, I think we're up, right? We're up 1/3% minimum here. The IWM is ripping faces off. It is up 1.8%, substantially higher, Joey, than any of the other major averages on the day, each up 1/3. And you know what, Joey?
What?
You know what?
What?
There goes Adam into 88.
Hitting that bomb, eh? Hey,
All right, man. I'm feeling every bit of Friday. I'm staying long. You guys know what I think about
You
it.
got any plans this weekend?
No, because Cayman Islands, right?
Oh.
Yeah, for a week until Thursday.
Oh,
Yeah.
So what do you
okay.
Yeah, it's all right.
It's a boys' weekend, my boy. It's a boys' weekend. What's wrong with that?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it, but it's typically not a boys' weekend. Isn't Valentine's Day on
Yeah, well,
Saturday?
that's kind of one of the things, too. Man, you got to bait it out, bro.
You're going to bait
Baiting everything out, bro. You're baiting everything out.
I'm not baiting out. I'm just asking.
Baiting out, bro.
I was asking. I thought you were chilling with Betty and Veronica.
Yeah. Those are.
That's not a boys' weekend.
Nice save. All right, bro. Keeping an eye here on Adam. We're going to see if this one can take off the top. It got to 87s. I'm waiting at 88s. It doesn't let me cross, so we're going to have to do it live a little bit later. Keeping an eye on files. So we are looking like we're getting the rejection here at 67s. The topping tail candles are operative. The only thing that is going to be a distinguishing factor for me is whether it loses VWAP. That's it. So that's or Alpha. You're killing me, bro. Nah, man. I appreciate that. The thought, though, or Alpha.
You wouldn't let Or Alpha take you out?
I don't know. Is that a man?
Probably,
if it is, then I'm not going.
Well, you guys can go out as friends, no?
On Valentine's Day. What's happening here, people? What's happening here, people? All right. We're having a good time, baby. We're having a good time.
Valentine's Day.
Well, enjoy, my boy. I'm not doing that. There comes Adam all the way down. Oh, man, I wanted that 88 print, man. You don't give me that 88 print. There it comes in the 56s. Let's see now. Does it find support at the 10 EMA? Here's the 10 EMA now. So I'm not going to quickly add. I want to keep an eye out on this one to see if it actually finds support. And if it does, I'm going to add into this position for another possible, not another, but a possible $4 move. Keeping an eye in here, Joey. What do you got?
Yeah, man. A lot of people in the chat still talking about FSLI here. Yeah, man, it's a really good look. $16 up to $18.20. And this is what we're talking about, just kind of the up and down nature of the TQQs today, and same with the SPY, right? So you just run into the $48.21 level. That's going to be the volume-weighted average price, and then now you're starting to break up. I'm glad that we didn't re-engage here on pins. You could just see from a daily, looks like we want to close a little bit stronger than what we were expecting. So take my strong hand.
Yeah.
Take my strong hand. As for Rivian, guys, that's slowly starting to come in. If you get a hold of this level, right, so that resistance can act as possible support, maybe you get a little bit of a bounce there, but FSLI continuing to move to the northeast. A nice look there. DraftKings, I'm just looking for something. I think we may as well go with FSLI. We were fortunate enough to participate on the breakout yesterday, but I think at this point here, we're a little bit past that. You do have that consolidation at the lows. And then the volume starts to pick up as you breach through the volume-weighted average price, and then you breach that previous pivot high of the day. So maybe you get a little bit of a move right there as well, guys. So keep that in mind. TQ's coming right back in. I think it's going to be a good opportunity to try to catch the lower end of the range and then right at the volume-weighted average price, all right? So that's going to be my game plan. If we get one more test of 48.20 or anywhere relatively close to that zone, I'm going to look to get involved one more time. We had a nice move up here, but then I didn't take anything off looking for that $50 mark, and it came back against me, and I'm like, you know what? From what I'm getting in the price action, we're not going to get a continuation, a strong move to the downside, no sustained bounce back, and I'm like, all right, let's just take a small win on this one, whatever it may be, and then look to get back in at a better price. And I never re-engage, which would be more ideal at 48.20, which we've seen multiple touches of that specific zone. All right, and there goes pins right to the top side. We're at the top end of the range on the TQQQ, so maybe we're running into that time where we can come back into the zone that we want to look for. And FSLI looking pretty good. Coin still climbing higher as well. We'll pull that up on a different chart, and we'll see what the big boys are up to. What has Tesla been doing? Oh yeah, I'm so glad we didn't re-engage on pins to the short side. Tesla, how have you been performing today? K-Web is on the scan as well, so that's been performing relatively. This is the Chinese internet ETF, guys, so not too bad of a look. MU, what has Netflix been up to? $76, yay, on Netflix. SoFi, now back to $19 a day. What do you have for us?
I think it would be very negligent of me to not mention Coinbase during this crypto recap. Now, I'm sure we're going to be mentioning this on the news segment at 1 p.m. So with that assumption, I'm not going to get too into details on COIN here, though there will be a whole bunch more infographics on this coming out on X and TTV Research. But I think one thing right away here, you actually saw a sequential decline, so quarter-over-quarter decline in transaction revenue. Though more or less here, transaction revenue and subscriptions and services revenue, their percentage of overall revenue for Coinbase remained intact on a sequential basis. So you've got roughly 55% or so, just over half with transaction revenue, and then just under half going to subs and services here. Let's talk here about BTC, because here's the weekly chart. And we're seeing, if not aggressive buying, at the very least, a decline or a pause in some of the aggressive selling. So as of right now, we are still poised to have our fourth straight week of red for BTC. But, you know, if anything, it's a lot more smaller of a sell-off. Right now, we're only down 1.5% in the week. And B, this look here on the chart does as I mentioned here, look at very least like the selling is decelerating rather than accelerating, which is always a good look. And we'll take a look at that daily here. The daily, well, the weekly isn't green yet. The daily certainly is, guys. We're taking out not just yesterday's price action, but all of Wednesday's price action as well, up almost 5% here on the day, and right now knocking on the door of 70,000. To be fair, we're a little ways away from that right now. We're on 69,200, but we are pushing higher. Current high of day here for BTC, 69 halves. Make sure to like, make sure to subscribe. We're gonna send you back up to Sharif and Joe.
All right. Oh, just because you did that to me yesterday. You dunked on me yesterday, bro. I had to. Nah. This guy, bro. Yeah. People don't forget.
People don't forget.
People don't
forget.
All right. We're having a good time, guys. All right, here's the deal. Atom, ATOM, Doji candle, candle of indecision, cleanly off the 10 EMA on the 5. However, the current candle I'm talking about, the 1135 candle on the 5, has not cleared the prior area high. This loses the $0.50 I'm out. So we will risk about 4 pennies with the remaining amount on this. Now, that's one side of the trade. The other side of the trade, this takes out 70. I'm going long. So I have a breakout trade above that level. By definition, it will have to make a prior bar high breach for me to take that new order. So keeping an eye on that separately. We're taking prints here, man, on my boy FIO. Into the high we go. We took out 71, 74 still unfilled, but the topping tilt candles are still manifesting here on PHIO. So there is aggressive selling now at the 2/3. I want to say maybe all the way up to $0.75. When are we gonna, outdo the shorts here? Because the topping tilt candles are just very, very clear. Let me show you here, at least on the 5 anyway. I'm sure there's probably multi-time frame confirmation. If I switch to my multi-time frame, we can go like that, PHIO. Let's have a look over here. The 15 is going to be on the bottom left of your screen. And yes, you're getting 3 topping tilt candles on the 15. So what we're seeing on the 5 is jiving with what we're seeing on the 15. We're going to pause for a second, talk more about that, but we've got to go to the big desk with Adair.
Keep an eye here on Zillow, guys. Zillow reported earlier this week, as of right now, near day's lows more or less, but we do have, I don't want to say a report because it's mostly speculation, but Wired saying here that according to a Google spokesperson, they're looking to expand their existing real estate agent ads. Google experiment is also generating speculation that Google might buy Zillow. So again, looks like some Google real estate ad experimentation is leading to speculation that Google could be acquiring Zed or Z. Again, pure speculation as of right now coming from Wired, but just be aware Zed actually bouncing off its lows on this potential report/story. Back over to you.
Thank you very much. There goes FIO, and we added like a psycho on the breakout, Joey, which obviously changes our cost basis. Seller at 75, which is fine, right? So we're going to look to take some prints. PHIO is doing it live. Keep an eye out on this one, but be careful for the retracements. Here are the levels. The 10 EMA on the 5, $1.60 or $1.59 to be exact. VWAP, 155. So keeping a close eye on that and keeping a close eye on ATOM, looking for the breakout. Bovin says ASTI is breaking out. Yeah, I see it, Bovin. I'm not a fan. It's light volume, brother, and it's only about 4% on the day. There's probably a trade here. It's not my cup of tea. Keep your eye on that one, though. It is green on the day, ASTI, and it is a former convict, so in a good way. Shout out to, what? Dath Owang, $5 super chat. Thank you, Dath Owang. I'm probably butchering your name, but I do apologize. Here's what he says. I am down so much. I am all in Amazon options and stock. 205 strike at 918, 26 contracts. Thought. Need Amazon 225 end of March. You think it's possible? That's your world, bro.
Take a look at Amazon. You don't want to be doing that stuff. We'll talk to you guys speak from experience. But I don't know. Again, I've done it before where it's just like you've been down so much. It's like I need a massive move. This is 225. And by the end of March? At 9:18, you have a couple weeks. Not enough time. I'm going to leave it at that, right? Like, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. It can happen, right? Like, you can get a strong couple of moves up here, up into 225. You have the 205 strike. You need 225 by the end. Every day that passes by that Amazon doesn't climb higher, you know what's going to happen to those contracts. I just don't think it's time right now to be trying to buy these falling knives, right? Like the market looks like it wants to head in a downward trajectory. This is strong price action here today, but anything can happen, right? I just think you need more time. If you can roll those over, give yourself a little bit more, right? Today's the 13th. You have a month, 4 weeks in order for this thing to climb approximately a little bit under 10% or so. And 10% would put you right back up at $220 or whatever it may be, $20 from here. So yeah, it's tough. It's a tough look, man. Don't be doing that stuff. Write a little bit of cover calls. If it starts to work, then you can just buy back those cover calls as well too. Don't do that. Learn from your mistakes and see what happens here with Amazon. All right. I just want to give it to you straight because it's really tough. We go over this time and time again. Like I'll just do this. We'll pick a random name out of the blue, a random Mag 7, right? And we'll go over to Tesla. Put a name in the chat. We'll take a look at what the decay can have in some of these contracts. So who Google here? Fabian in my ear said Google. No problem, my friend. We'll go take a look at Google. It's just random Fabian right in my ear. All right. So what are we trading at? 305.60. We'll go to the closest at the money. That's kind of already in the money here. So we'll go to this contract. We'll see what we got going on. We'll go to a higher time frame. That's a 1 minute. Go to the 4 hour. And we just go over to this, right? Like this thing was worth $3,600 on the 2nd of February, right? I understand that it's been in a downward trajectory, but you're down 96% on that contract in the span of a couple weeks, right? As soon as the volume really starts to kick in, you can't ever recover this. This will never recover by the time it expires, right? Today it expires today, so it's not worth anything. We'll go to a little bit further expiration cycle and go back to that 307, and you'll still see the decay within these contracts, right? So you just got to understand the objective of when you are buying options. It's always best when your thesis works best, as fast as possible. Next Friday, right, February 20th, you're still down 89% off of this specific contract. Okay, so let's correlate this with the actual underlying so we can get a little bit better of a picture. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to the exact same date that the volume started to kick in on Google, and then we're going to see how much from a percentage metric that we're down. Okay, this is what happens in leveraged derivatives. You have to be really cautious on what you're doing. So this contract peaked on February 2nd, 2026. Where's February 2nd here? Right here. Let's see. Okay. You're down 12%, a staggering 12%, okay? And then in this contract, from that exact same date, you're down 96%, 89%. It will never recover. That's where they get you, right? Like you got to understand, it's not that simplistic. 89% versus 12%. If you have that type of cash, there's a time and a place, in my opinion. Over the I think it's been like 4 years now that I've been trading options. Not every single scenario deserves an option contract. There's a time and a place, and like I was mentioning, whether it's equities, there's a time and a place when to use them. Whether you be buying puts or buying calls, the majority of people buy calls. There's more activity on that end, but 89% versus 12%. Which one do you think you can live through more, right? That's what you got to understand.
Guys, MLEC is making a move here. It's not through that $0.50 level, but it's the volume is picking up. The tape speed has also picked up. And you can kind of see that the shorts are defending 10.5 on MLEC. This is a triple-digit winner, but its best move, at least for the moment, is behind it. So let's see how this ends up manifesting. Now, here's what's catching my attention. You guys know I don't like the topping tail candle, especially if it was kind of hanging out south of VWAP, but these higher lows here show us that the buyers were stepping in incrementally to kind of push this one up little by little. The top, though, is the same top that we've had basically since 9:45. So 15 minutes after the open, that 10.5 is a staunchy level. Now, I'm not talking about strictly 10.5. I'm talking about the area. Like this candle over here goes into 10.59. By way of example, this one goes to 10.53. You guys get it, though. I mean, it's that 10.5 level. My suggestion, if you want a more, I don't want to say safe, because there's really no such thing as a safe trade, especially in the world of small cap gappers with size, build your position closer, I should say, towards that bottom trend line there, because it is holding higher lows. So if you get that 9.5, not even maybe 9 2/3 at best, you get 9 1/4, 9 1/3, and then you work your way up for a 10.5 flat top break, because what it's showing me here is a possible ascending wedge, right? That 10.5, it's a staunchy area of resistance and has been for the better part of the day. The official trading day, obviously, Obviously, it was above that, well above that in the pre, but this ascending wedge pattern could be a good one. You just need to be on the lookout there. I'm going to keep my eye out on it. I think I'm going to set up, in fact, something. I'm going to set up small share size, firstly at $10, okay? We're going to go 10.05 dip trade, and then we're going to go 10.75 the other dip trade, okay? 9.75, excuse me, 9.75. And then we're going to add into 9.50 as well. So let's go ahead and do that. And then I think we just got printed on that 10. Good. Topping tail candle. Not surprised by that whatsoever into that level. So we're building the position here. We have 10.05 on the dot, dropping down now into $10. Let's see if I can get that other one at 75. I think this candle, oh, give me a break, bro. It got to 78. I was waiting at 75. So we didn't quite catch that bottom. But that's what I'm trying to build my position in now. Now, if it loses 9.5, or sorry, 9 1/3, I'm out. Simple as that, okay? We're gonna take very small share size to build into this position towards the lower end of the range. Ideally, we get a flat top break. Here it comes down now, let's watch. See if it comes down into 9.75, not quite making it. And there it goes, right back up to 10.15. I'm not gonna take the print here. Let's take a print at the $1/3 of a dollar because I didn't get that many shares, right? So we're gonna go and wait here. We're gonna hope that we get a little bit more shares and that it drops down a little bit, gives me an opportunity to pick up a bit more. So keeping an eye here on MLEC, MLEC, big mover in the pre, but gave up a little bit. Basically since that time. How are we doing here on Atom? We're still about, more in the money. We're 68, so we got 54 here on Atom, but I am looking at adding more, but it's gonna have to clear 70 for me to get more. And then PHIO, what do we got here? 68, showing me 67. A lot of topping tail candles, I get that, but the higher lows are still operative. So the higher lows are still intact. They're not breaking. It hasn't lost a 10 EMA on the 5, so that's what I'm keeping my eye on. Did I get the Atom? No, I didn't. Oh, God. It didn't give it to me. Okay, that's fine. Maybe we can get a bit of a better price. Let's keep an eye out here. Yeah, I'm going to add into Atom here manually, and nothing changes for my trade on that. So that we're in 3 trades now. There goes MLEC into $1/3 of a dollar. Let's set up something now close to that $0.50 since, my bias is that $0.50, what's going on? Hold on a sec. Stop, SSE, no? I was trying to put an order, my man.
I'm gonna
go ahead, Joey. Go ahead.
Continue. Okay.
Yeah.
This week around 204. Okay, this is a completely different story. You bought them this week, let's pull everything up here. If you were to have bought them in January or anything along those lines, it's going to be near impossible for these to recover, okay? So you bought them at some point this week, whatever day it may be. You are down a little bit on them, but there's still a chance of recovery, okay? But I mentioned this before. If this doesn't start to work within the next couple of weeks and it continues to slide and Amazon breaks through some key support levels, just get out, okay? Don't hold on to, I personally wouldn't hold on to those. Amazon, it was a successful contract for me before. It was one of the first ones that I bought. XOM, Amazon, and JPM were some of the first ones. I remember it like it was yesterday. But you're breaking through some key zones, okay? So just keep an eye out on that. You have the 205 strike, not horrible. So I'm assuming maybe on Wednesday or something along those lines you purchased them and you're looking for a break above that specific area. But as soon as you go to the market, I need this price. It just typically doesn't work. So just be cautious on what's going on, okay? Don't give it as much time. The longer you hold it on, you know the game. The more that theta will pick up, even though you're only losing pennies on the dollar at this point in those contracts' value. Just move on, okay? They're still worth $2,200 at this point. So if you have 25 of them, that's a good chunk of money. If you lose a little bit of it, then you can still buy some other contracts.
Joey, I got to interrupt. MLEC is going to halt up, guys. Boom! Into the... Oh, wow, that was a good one. There we go. And we caught the top on that one for now. What did I have? I had 10.25. We just wet the beak literally at the high of the day, 11.44. I have a dip trade to get more. MLEC is psycho. That was the flat top break that we were talking about through 10.5. Let's see if we can get a little bit more now on the micro pullback. MLEC doing it live here at 11, and it's taking out key levels. key levels that we've been struggling to take out basically all morning. We were above it in the pre. Clearly, that was not the case during regular trading hours. Let's see if it defends 11 now. So what's my level? I like that 10.5. If it can come back down to 10.5, use that prior area of resistance as support. I'm going to be waiting there, man. Let's just put it out there. I'm going to wait a little aggressively, a little bit above 10.5. Let's go 10.59 so we can kind of maybe, it gets to be a bit of a crowded trade. Let's see what we can get on this bad boy here. Very strong, but it's defending 11 generally. I don't think it's cleared 11 by that much for me to say, yeah, let me just use that 11 area as support, but there's clearly a buyer here keeping this above 11. This could be a breakout, man. The shorts could be on the ropes. There it goes, Joey, into 11.67. Their halt parameter showing up here, false halt, 67, still limit up. You'll always be able to see that on my level 2 on the right side, what limit up is. The red rectangle will show you where limit up and limit down are on my level 2. So 11.67 was. Let's see if it continues to show that, because it's going to evolve. Obviously, the price action evolves and the timer resets. So what a move up here, man. I should have had more shareage, Joey, but it just didn't let me into that 975 area. It went to 78s, and then I didn't get more, so sucks to be me. But keeping an eye here on MLEC. Let's see if it comes back down. Does it test 11 again? Here it is at 11 again. Let's see if we can pick up some here. I'm going to go small and try to hold possibly for a 10.5. We're going to get in here. Oh, we didn't get it. Didn't give it to us. Let's see if it drops back down, or I'm going to have to chase it. 17 buyer, 18 buyer. It's not going to let me in. There we go. We get the dip. What do we get? We got 14s, okay? Let's see if we can get a little bit higher on that one. And then keep in mind that I have a bias that this drops back down into about 10.5 to test it. If that's the case, then why don't I have orders there? So we got 11.14. Let's go ahead and wait at, oh, wow, there it goes into the high again. Let's set up at 69 now, since 67 is the high of the day. We're going to, actually, no, let me wait a bit higher. Let's go 77s on that, and then we'll look to get a little bit more here, if we can, into, again, that 11, I want to say 1075. Let's go 1075 for that one. Let's go 1070. That's buy order, right? Yeah. Let's see if it comes back down there. There's 42, there's 45, there's 59, 69. Looking for continuation, not quite coming in yet. Let's see if we can get above the $0.50. We are, but it's not continuing. Keeping an eye on this one. Let's flatten out the $0.50. Not bad trade. Let's set up a little bit more, and it comes back down. Let's see if we can get a little bit more on this one. We still have an order so that has gone unfilled on MLEC. So packing the patience over here. 11.67 high. Let's go ahead and wait a little bit lower. I'm going to wait 11.05. Let's see if we can get that 11 defend again. Keeping an eye on this one. I just have to reset. I apologize. What do you got, Joey? Sorry to bother.
Yeah, I don't got anything right now, man. I'm just looking at the overall market. I'm in no rush to put on any positions, so essentially I'm just rambling on here and going over what everybody else in the chat has to say. The TQQs, Rivian, not too bad. You're starting to form a little bit of a consolidation once again. So what was acting as prior resistance is now acting as current support. Not too bad of a look. Try the lower end of the range. If it comes back into the middle of it, you can always reposition yourself a little bit better. Amazon also starting to form a little bit of some topping signals, guys. Breakout strong of the resistance zone, and then now you're slowly starting to come back in. If the market starts to participate and climb higher, watch out for these names to continue to go as well. We'll go back to our watch list and see what we have from a mag standpoint. Gorv's like, hey, yeah, I've been short this, continuously shorting it for the past couple of days. Nice work. And this is what I'm thinking. So I don't want to buy this. I would rather short it, but there's so much tomfoolery in some of these bigger names. It's just like, okay, yeah, you position yourself, well, wick. So you have to be willing to sit with that loss. And I would prefer not to trade Apple right now. We'll see what NVD is up to. So I thought we were going to break out here, but doesn't seem to be the case just yet. But what we will do is start to form a somewhat of a wedge. We have our resistance zone. We have the consistent higher lows and something that we can keep an eye out on, right? So if we bounce off of that 182.92 level once again, then maybe you can position yourself pretty good. You're in at the lower end of the range. And if you're fortunate enough to catch a breakout, then sure enough, your position. But if it also breaks down, you know when to get out. As soon as that trend line snaps, see you later. You're finding something else, or you're going to wait until you can reposition yourself a little bit better, okay? So just hop in, hop out. You don't want to do it too much, right? To the point where you're just continuously getting in and out, and you're taking the small loss, and ends up being death by 1,000 paper cuts. That's not necessarily one. So stick to the stops, stick to the game plan. Here's Tesla. Oh, I got double 5-minute. I thought this was a 10-minute. So there it is. 418, looking like it wants to climb a little bit higher. You're past those pre-market zones. You're starting to climb into yesterday's intraday session when we were starting to sell a little bit more. So I have my eye on the overall market, guys, and on RIV, and maybe we can get a continuation in strength there. Pins is still grinding higher. I'm glad that we got out of it. Unfortunate that we did get stopped out of the majority of our position and didn't lock in any lower right at this key support level of 14.27. Now you're climbing up to 15.11, so that's almost $1 from that previous pivot point. Right
Unreal, bro. There it goes again. MLEC. I got in at 11.05. I saw the buy at 11, and it wasn't printing anything lower than the high 90s, so I stupidly set up a tight stop at 88, got stopped out, and there it goes again into the high of the day. It's a 12.23 HOD at the moment, but it spent, I think, microseconds above that 12. So it's really a $12 resistance at the moment, but it's putting in higher lows, higher highs. Oh, wow. PHIO just dropped off a cliff. Get me out. Get me out. Oh, dang. Oh. Yeah, that was a mistake by me. I should have been moving up my stop there. What it dropped off a cliff into the $0.50. So that'll be a loser for me on the day, PHIO. After starting off as a winner, we screwed up there by not putting in a stop, and we'll have to give back a little bit. Keeping an eye here on Atom and MLEC, though. Looking for continuation above 12, 12.23 high. Let's see if we can pick up something a little bit lower. Still holding a higher low. So prior bar low, 1080, prior bar high, 1203. We're pausing for a second. We're going to the big desk.
Beware, guys. U.S. President Donald Trump appears to be speaking right now. He's not set to speak in the calendar that I'm seeing until 1:30 p.m., but he is speaking, I believe, at Fort Bragg. So the point I'm trying to make is we're going to get comments from him later, longer form, but not necessarily right now. Now, I'm guessing these comments, as a result, are likely coming from Air Force or just in the White House lawn. The only reason I'm even mentioning this is A, he's talking in case anything happens here, and B, he is praising the, quote, good financial numbers today. So he's happy with the CPI print we got. I'm also seeing apparently some speculation that that BAC and Apple are both being sold by Berkshire. Barron's speculating that apparently in Q4 of 2025, Berkshire might have sold more Apple and more BAC. Apple's been selling all week. BAC also not moving on this, but some speculation from Barron's on watch. Back to you.
Go ahead.
All right, let's see what we got going on here with Rivian, guys. Rivian is starting to break out, so if you can catch the lower end of the range right there, that's not too bad. TQs is starting to breach that high of the day. You knock into that specific zone, and then you have the SPY as well. So a good look, lower end, then you can get that move. FSLI still continuing its grind higher, so not too bad of a look whatsoever. So if you're just continuously buying high at this point and it wants to grind, what is the resistance zone? I haven't even seen this from a daily to see if there's anything in the way of it. Has it broken through some key? Yeah, okay, so we're in blue sky, I think, at this point on FSLI, and it's going to continue to go. The volume is supporting all of this move, and that's a name that you want to look at over and over again until you start to see things cool down, okay? So 1865. Climbing higher. We were yesterday at $13. That's a nice move that we're experiencing. 40% right there in FSLI in the span of 2 days, Shree.
All right, back into MLEC over here at the $0.25. Already took multiple spikes into the high 11s, 11.5. We took 63s, and I think we took 77s. So packing the patience, looking for a hold. It's still holding prior bar low, but the selling's coming in there. That's my out there, so we'll keep an eye out on that. And then all right, let's keep an eye out here. So current bar low, 11.18. Current bar high, 11.90. So there's a seller still at 12, and we have a lower high, but this feels like we're accumulating for a breakout above 12. Let's see what we got over here. 11 2/3, seller at 63. Looking for dip trades as you know we put in higher lows, just trying to pick up more for the break of 12. So packing the patience, here we come, dipping back down into, whoa, that was a huge sell-off, Joey. This is coming back down. The halt parameters, oh baby, we got out of that one. Real good there. There it is, 1036. Oh, baby, that got caught offside there. Thank God that was not me. 1036, so it looks like we're going to halt down here on MLEC, and we are halted. We are halted at 10:36, 11:58:44 is the time of the halt, so the earliest will be open 12:03:44. Keep your eye out on this one. All sorts of crazy, but very positive for me on this one. Hopefully we'll do a little bit more damage once this one opens. Mind you, it's still in a very tradable range, right? Because number one, that downtrend line there, that look for that now to act as support. That's number one. Number two, it's still at that general 1050 flat top break. Number three, it's still above VWAP. And number four, it's right at the 10 EMA on the 5. So I think this is totally tradable, but let's see how, the tap manifests during the halt and how we open. Let's take a quick look at the tap, see what the early sign is. The early sign is not looking good at all. So we halted at 10:36. And the tap is showing 966. So we'll take this opportunity to look at some other ones right here. Namely, I want to show you guys RIG. RIG is very slow. It's not a small cap gapper, I don't think in the strict sense, nor is it up that much on the day. About 5.89%, $7 billion market cap, so not a small cap gapper, but a fantastic look nonetheless. Basically holds a 10 EMA on the 5 during the period of consolidation, and then the higher lows and the higher highs really get this one to take off. So RIG has done about 37.3 million shares on the day. 10 EMA on the 5 is 630. VWAP is 6 low double digits, 611, 612, can't quite tell. High of the day is 640, and the low is 586. I like that flat top breakthrough 610, which is also overlapping with VWAP, but that would be a substantial retracement. My move initially, given how much respect this one has had for the 10 EMA on the 5, and the fact that it's continuing to show buy program-esque price action during the illiquid time of the day would make me feel quite confident picking this up at 630, right where that 10 EMA is. So we're going to keep an eye out on that. Atom continues to displease me here. So ATOM, zigging and zagging. It's a long, prolonged area of consolidation. I'm just going to build my position into this one since we're getting in little by little. We have very little shares left on Atom, which makes me a bit more comfortable. We'll pick up some, I want to say, at the 50s if it does come back down. VWAP a little bit lower than the 50s, about 345, excuse me. So about 5 penny variance between the volume weighted average price and the $0.50. So that's it. I totally forgot to mention Fastly. Your boy Joey Options and myself were all over this bad boy yesterday. FSLY and RIG look very similar in the kind of like the small cap gapper-esque style. Neither of them are small caps, but they look very similar in the sense that they had an initial pump up around 9:30 when the breakout, when the market opened, and then kind of consolidated for a while, and then the buy programs got turned on and they haven't been turned off right now. So RIG, bottom middle of your screen, FSLY, bottom left, they look very, very similar. So perhaps we'll trade them in a similar way. And the last but not least, before we go up for happening now, CONL. This is a 2 times leveraged ETF for COIN, breaking through that 690 flat top. In fact, it's using 690 now as support, the 704 high. This one could be a good one here if Coinbase continues to move. You have anything before we go up?
No, I'm just looking at the overall market here again, guys. Just being extremely patient on any form of a quality setup. I mean, there was opportunities in Rivian. The TQs is still steadily grinding higher, but you can see we ran into that $49.22 mark on multiple occasions. So I got my eyes on Apple as well, too, as it's just continuously moving sideways. And maybe we can find a direction in this breakout. So again, you see me typically sit in positions for long, but that's just because I'm waiting for a quality opportunity. It may or may not come. Neil says that all the time. So I have no issues sitting on my hands. Slightly red here today, but it's just one trade away. And if I get in at the right place at the right time, things will turn around for sure. That's all I have. We're going to send you guys. There it is.
Okay.
What's happening now? I mean, certainly some upside in the market. This market, or rather these buyers, are not very spooked by any sellers coming through here on Friday the 13th. That's Friday, February 13th, to be specific here. The SPY kind of coming into this area of resistance we encountered later in the day on the S&P 500 yesterday, that 685, right? Sorry, yeah, 686 right now, trading just above 685. So we'll have to wait and see if that level comes into play. But we're not here to talk about technicals over here. We're here to talk about the fundamentals right now that are in this market. CPI came out this morning, as I've mentioned a couple times now. Core CPI in line with estimates. The core CPI year over year for January in line with estimates, but still marking a 0.2% decrease from the prior print. Nice look there. Then we also have here the non-core CPI coming in just 0.1% cooler than expected for both month-over-month and year-over-year. Tons of earnings on watch here, of course, Coinbase, Roku, DraftKings, Moderna, Enbridge. So many names to talk about, but I do want to mention Pinterest. I know Joe was mentioning Pinterest over here as well. Double miss and guidance weaker than expected here, but growth still actually happening for this company on a year-over-year basis for the quarter. And also, I was reading through the report, they're still growing year-over-year for these metrics as well. So interesting stuff here for PINS, and that's for the fiscal year. Let's take one last look as well at Zillow. This one had a nice pop off the lows, now giving it all back. I brought this name to you guys when I saw that Wired, which is of course a tech publication, they were speculating that Google could try to do a takeover bid for Zillow, given some indications that Google's trying to move into real estate agent ads. Interesting look there for Z or Z. In the meantime, we're gonna look over to Neil and see what he's got over here for his lesson of the day. So Neil, what's that lesson for today?
Yeah, well, it's a chop is some of the lesson, because that's what the market was early. But the other part of it too is sometimes there's these days where you get the expectations after yesterday, and you looked at something as crazy as Fastly. The continuation on some of these earnings longs or shorts has been unbelievable. And then you looked at the overall volatility the market had, and you get two things. One, the gap up earnings names were trash. Two, the volatility that we saw yesterday in like silver and in the overall market, non-existent through the open. So what you might have been planning for your best opportunities might not have been there. And I heard Joe say this too. It's like sometimes it might be like that. Like I personally have traded 6 stocks and it was like 3 green, 3 red. And it just felt like a really choppy morning. And sometimes, look at like Roku. There's your, like how many people were probably looking at a Roku for a potential hold the gap and go? And right away, this is like, well, that's gone if you were thinking that there'd be a continuation play long in a Roku. Maybe, oh, so forget about them. Maybe you thought Bros was similar. Oh, right, no, denied. Take out the bid and just completely flush down. So you're thinking continuation plays on the stocks that were strong after earnings? Forget about it. You're not going to have it. Or you can look at something like what wasn't doing anything on earnings? Coin. Like if you didn't have, Coinbase is probably the one that I feel as if you didn't have this in looking at earnings, there really wasn't much to sink your teeth into. And I get it. Probably should have reprioritized this one. When we saw it going in the pre-market, I know we had talked about 156, but if it's part of your plan, it's part of your plan. If it's not, it's not. What I'm trying to get at here is if you were looking at any generic watch or any watch list in terms of what was looking bullish and looking bearish, some of the things that had that set up, which had worked sometimes in earnings season, they really didn't pan out today. So you know what? It's okay if you just didn't trade them. I saw a lot of people say they might have taken, not take the morning off, but just take a few less trades, not be as involved because things weren't as clear. It was obviously a fantastic opportunity yesterday to trade. There are no ifs, ands, or buts about it, right? Like the momentum plays that were available yesterday after that flush were better than, for myself, better than anything that happened at any point this month. And you make the argument of any point in January as well. Well, sometimes after a day like that, you're just not going to be able to recreate that magic. You'd have to be in a very particular spot. Like I said, if Coinbase was your jam, if the reversal in Bitcoin, there's certain things that were out there, but it's okay. It was an outlier day yesterday. You know, if you were trading silver yesterday, it was an outlier day. If you were trading silver today, again, if you had it at the open for a short or maybe some smaller scalp shorts, fine. But if you were trying to hit a home run, you probably just got chopped up or you're just sitting there waiting for it to do something. And ultimately, that's all right. And probably say this more on Fridays than anything else, but you do have to be willing to sit out some moves or be really particular about your trades, or accept when you're just going to have a flat day. I find it happens a lot where if you have like the best day in the month or the best opportunity day in the month or whatever it might be, the next day can be a little bit of a disappointment. But it's only a disappointment, in my opinion, if you try to make more out of the day than is there. Like, you try to somehow squeeze the moves in silver that were, you can't do it. It's not there. You just end up over trading if you try to anchor yourself to that, and you get yourself into a world of trouble. So again, it just comes down to executing your plan of action. And I get it. Like, I felt the same way this morning. Oh, this won't break through. It's like, oh, I had that Apple short at 60 and it's only going $1. Apple was down 5%. This thing can't even go 0.5% now. It's not yesterday. It isn't. So it is what it is. Eventually, it was only giving you the buck. What are you supposed to do? That's all you can take. On Apple, that's less than half of 1%. That's the trade. The trade is whatever it happens to be and what the market tries to give you. That's the difficulty with going in with expectations of what the market is going to do. You can go in with your plan, but that's all it is. It's a plan. The market's going to move as much as it's going to move. That stock you're trading is going to move as much as it's going to move. And you can't anchor it to the volatility that you saw yesterday. I wish we could get a day like yesterday momentum-wise every day, but that's not how the world works. That's not how the market works. And you can just sit there and take what is in front of you. So I know it can feel like a letdown, but you know what? If you didn't force the action and you sort of stuck to your plan, then that should be good. And if it ends up being a flat day, just be able to live with that. The volatility is still here. We will have days that have the opportunities like yesterday. And there were some, again, Coinbase, maybe Bitcoin if you were looking long. But you have to be patient, and you got to be able to keep things in perspective. This is usually the time at the end of the lesson where I tell you, and I haven't dug into the lunch, and I've already finished it. So I ate all of the chili. It was solid without much spice, and then there was like a little corn salad thing that had way too many onions in it, way too many onions. But I ate it all anyway, so very delicious. Well, I shouldn't say very delicious. I'll give it like an 8 out of 10. But I was also pretty hungry. So we'll send you guys back to the midday. Don't be disappointed when you get an inside day. Sometimes the market's not going to do what you want, and your job is just to take what you can get. Good luck, everybody.
Thank you very
8
much.
out of 10 is pretty good, though. That's a high score. It's a pretty high score, man.
I think so.
Like, you know how, like, if Dave Portnoy would have ranked it, he gives a little bit more tough. He's not as lenient with the score.
He has like a 0.1 decimal place, like 8.3.
You don't like that? You don't agree with? We need detail.
I don't know, man. How do
you know what I mean?
What's the objective standard for a 10.4 or 10.5? You know what I mean? Like,
because it's 0.1 better. It is 0.1 better. You know what I mean? A little extra, like, just like one bite and it's slightly more crunchy. It deserves that 0.1. If it's not as crunchy, maybe fall a couple basis points to the downside. All right. Let's see. What we got? Because for me, sidetrack now. Batty Alleys is easily a 9.3.
9.3.
Okay, you go over to north of Brooklyn. 8.7.
Oh.
8.7. Okay, big difference there, 3.6. 0.6 there. All right. So, anyways, I know a lot of people like
North
of Brooklyn.
You're specific about your food. I get that.
Very specific. Yeah. A lot of people think north of Brooklyn is better than Batty Alleys. All right, moving on. I was gonna say
it's gonna tilt him.
Yeah, I was gonna say something. You need to be checked in. You need to be checked into the ward if you think that north of Brooklyn is better than Batty Alleys.
Kim H? Central for Mental Health and Addiction.
It's right down the street.
It's
right down the street. It's right there. So once you pick it up, we can drop you off right there.
Boom.
All right, guys, let's take a look at what we got going on. The market is steady grinding higher. Are we going to get that move back to the downside? I don't know if we want to counter this right now. You can see Rivian starting to come in a little bit, and SPCE continuing its ascent to the top side. I think maybe you can run into $19 at this point. So TQQ's SPY. I did have my eyes on Apple, but when something is like, hey, what is the specific direction in this, and you can't really depict what it is, no point in really trading it. So unless we're really gonna break down here, and I don't know if that's gonna be the narrative, we've been trading within this range. Is this correct, or is my market delayed? Okay, no, so yeah, that is. So we're right back at the top end of the range, and it's like, okay, where are we moving? It's sideways. So maybe it's best, I like what Neil was saying, inside day, and if the market isn't giving you the opportunities, don't try to milk a stone or beat a dead horse.
All right, KC526, as always, coming in fast, coming in furious. SEG, headline, up 11 1/5. Here it is. Unlocks $20 million in annual revenue by finalizing to secure controlling interest in Veloz Media Group. Doesn't matter. It's got a headline. The market's reacting. It's still light on volume, 585,000. We're talking about SEGG, Sports Entertainment Gambling, $23 million market cap. Thank you, KC526, for that call out. All right, we're doing it freaking live here, man. We added nicely NATOM. I'm trying to accumulate shares on the dip, and that's what I've been doing. getting shares on the dip, wetting the beak here, as I feel this one is poised for a breakout. There it is, and as I say it, into the high. Go ahead, go on, as Mike P. DeRider says. Go on, ATOM. There it is into 85. We have 69 or 68. Oh, come on, we only have 68, bro. Let's go, man. Let's set up at 88 over here. Looking for the move up. 87's high, right back into 84. Looking for a continuation into 4. So we built the position kind of with the bias that the higher lows were operative. I added it several times into this one and wet the beak several times as well. We're not going to let this one off the ropes, man. But down it goes, just like Fraser, into 76. to 76. We do have 68s on, so I'm going to be trying to get a little bit more in if it's available for me and at the right area. So we're going to pack the patience there. Let's go back to MLEC for a second over here, because yeah, this one was the bamboozler in chief. I hope too many people didn't get caught offside on this one, as I was trading it quite aggressively and then it dropped very, very hard. But it is holding generally that lower trend line that we drew. Let me bring it in and show you exactly what I mean there. MLEC. Straddling VWAP currently from the south side and having trouble with that 10 and again, let alone the 10.5. We haven't gotten to that 10.5 flat top break yet. But the point is, you know, this one's got outsized moves both ways, right? We saw that early on. We saw that right at 905, pops up into the pre-market high, drops all the way down, basically loses VWAP and then some, barely holds on to 8, and then that's when the price action started getting, you know, a little bit clearer with the higher lows. It had multiple attempts of failed VWAP breaks, and then we definitely got a VWAP break and then some on this one. So again, I think the right move here is to try to build your position on MLEC on these higher lows. Look for the hold of that trend line with the view that this one may price spike up and do what it did into that 1223. That is the official high of day. So shout out to MLEC. Let's see if we can do it live again on this one. How we doing though on Atom? As we still got shares into this one. Back into 78 we go. Prior bar high is 84. High of the day, 87. Okay, I have to keep my eye out here on PHIO because it's below VWAP and coming into that 10 EMA on the 5. I don't like this. I'm out. I'm going to take it out here for a 3-penny loss. That's all right. We'll focus here on ATOM as this one zigs and zags. What do we got? We got 68 showing me 82s. Not a bad look, not a bad look. Looking for a move here. Now I'm trying to decide if I should be adding more here. Okay? We have a lower high. That's the thing that's keeping me kind of watching this. I'm worried about a double top because we have 84 high on the prior bar and then the high of the day at 1125 was 87. So if we get that double top, then I'll be caught offside adding into the high. So I'm keeping a close eye on that. I haven't made a decision how I want to trade this. That's one thing I wanted to mention there. And then the other one, the OG Bovin. I already had my eyes on this one, but I had removed it from the side chart because I needed room. The OG Bovin pointed out that JDZG, one we were trading yesterday, and it had a lot of price action. Look at that. Look at the movement there. Back in focus today and also up a healthy, very healthy 65%. And this one had a very good aftermarket. Not that great of a pre-market though. It popped up, took out yesterday's highs and then dropped all the way back down. That's all within about like probably 10 seconds at 4 a.m. Spiked all the way up. And then by the time all was said and done, the official low of the day at 940 is $1.80. We're showing 282, 288 high, but I'll submit to you that 4 a.m. candle, which did about 306,000 shares of volume, has a high of 330. So let's see how we deal with 3, but I'm going to keep my eye on this one for sure. Just really haven't decided how I'm going to weasel into it. And there comes MLEC again. So MLEC is holding, number 1, holding the trend line that we drew. Number 2, it's clearing 10, and it looks like it's going to start doing that 10.5 dance that it's been doing all morning. We'll see if it clears 10.5 in the same way that it did it over here. But that's not guaranteed either. So we'll keep tabs on that. Shout out to my man Benton. Did we have a painful Arsenal top? Dude, that team. Bro, what is Mascara doing? Why is Mascara on the field? Why is Hinakape on the field? I get Saliba suspended. Fine. MLEC's breaking out, guys. Right when I was Gonna vent out about Arsenal. MLEC is breaking out into 1075. It looks like it's clearing 10.5. Be on the lookout here. But Mascara played horribly. He got beat every single time he was one-on-one with a defender. And then Calafiori's on the bench, a great attacking back. Why is Hinakape on there, man? I get Hinakape had the cross to Medaweke. It looked good, but that was like the only good play he did the entire game. I'm not a big fan of Hinakape on left wing. I think we brought him in to be center back. I don't know why Arteta keeps playing him left wing. I know he plays left wing for Ecuador, but I don't want him there. Left back, I mean, not left wing. He's not the guy, man. He doesn't have the speed, right? He doesn't have those, venturing runs into the middle of the field like Calafiori does. Calafiori is just a better attacking left back than Hinakape, and I just didn't want to see Hinakape on there. He should be for reserves and reserves only, so.
Tell him, Sharif.
Man, his name is Mascara, Curtis, okay? It just happens to be that way. I don't make up the rules. Joey.
Get Mascara.
I'm pissed about that.
Yeah, it is, man. Hey, man. All right, brother.
That, man.
We'll hit this for you. That's right. We haven't hit that today, so we'll hit that one. What?
I just laugh at what people say in the chat. Get it, Farm Trader. You got a good one here, man. He's in MLEC, man. He's in and it's breaking out. Let's see if it clears 11. Got higher lows, got higher highs, Joey. There's nothing to complain about this.
Nothing to complain about there. All right. Yeah, we like that. Let's see. Hold on here. Give me a second. I've been out of the chat for a hot minute. I didn't even mean to do that. All right. What do we got going on here? TQQs, are we slowly starting to turn over? What are the big boys up to? Once again, if you're going to be trading this, guys, you have to keep an eye out on that. 20 cents worth of risk, not horrible. We could probably post up at 49.20s. There you go. You'd catch the fill already. A nice steady uptrend. Are we going to start forming a base? Maybe. Somewhat of a topping base, that is, and then you get that curl over back into the volume-weighted average price. It feels like one of those days, right? But again, it could just be a nice steady uptrend to the top side. 5-minute Apple short entry. Let's see what Apple is up to. I've seen that it broke up momentarily there, Gorev, and I've been keeping my eyes on it, but I'm like, what am I really doing here? I don't know, Sharif. You gotta ask yourself that sometimes. So Apple 5-minute, yeah, a nice little indecision there. It did break out. There's very low volume today, guys, on this one. It's hard to depict it. Like, there's so many better trending names. If we go into iBit, I was looking at iBit. Do we really want to hop into this and think, hey, like, really what is going on here? Typically, if this was an AAPL, would you look at the stock and be like, let me get involved, man. This is money, money, money. Maybe if you're a range trader, but not necessarily my cup of tea right now. But I could be totally wrong, and for my sake and your sake, I hope that you do get that breakdown there, Gorev. You're in the right idea, right? Because there's a weekday. Yesterday, really strong bearish day as well, too. So maybe you can get that continuation, but you also have to take into consideration the support zones. And there it goes. A nice little pop to the top side, 259, maybe somewhat of a steady grind. Ghostly. GG, what's up, GG? $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much. Nothing behind it. So if you have anything, just put it in the chat. No need to do that once again. So thank you very, very much for that donation there. Oh, who's this? Lele Love Cools. Take a look at Mara and Rivian. Sure. Oh, it's Leanne. Why'd you switch your name up, Leanne? I don't think we know who you are. We know who you are. People don't forget.
People don't forget.
Yeah, exactly. So there it is, daily on Mara. This thing has like an $8 price target, maybe even a little bit less than that. But don't expect this to outperform anything right now, especially when Bitcoin has been getting destroyed, right? $23. We thought this breakout would be sustained. You're down 67%. Roughly around, I think Bitcoin's around that right now. We're definitely at a 50% haircut on BTC. Let's get an exact measurement here, guys, to see how much off of the top we actually are. 69,000, maybe a little bit less. 45%. Yay, fun stuff. All right, yeah, so let's see what else we got going on. Pins, are you ready to curl over? And maybe we can take another opportunity to the short side. I don't know how deep these pullbacks are going to be, so you have to be prepared. So what happened in it's a mistake, right? Like, I thought we'd get a little bit more of a continuation. We've seen the weakness in the overall market. This thing was down 20% at one point, and I'm like, oh, we're really going to go and test this low day. We'll put us around $14 and $13.90, but we never got that. I was still holding the majority of my position when I got stopped out a little bit below my break even. We took some off. It's like 2.5%, 2.5%. Looking for that bigger move into 1388. We weren't fortunate enough to get it. What Neil was saying earlier in the day, you have to take what the market is going to give you. And imagine I decided to hold the majority of this position all the way up here. I'm not going to beg, hold that. That's not fun. You're not going to have a good time, and you're going to be like, you POA, but all this garbage and bleep bleep and all that and all this stuff. Yeah, we don't want to partake in that, right? So we want to find some high quality opportunities, and we're going to stick with that.
My man.
We did. I think we went over that. Oh, another one. Oh, Adam, all-time high. Yeah, Sharif's in that one there.
Am I not plugged in, Assassino? I apologize, brother. Just give me a sec. Let me resolve this trade here. I'm back in MLEC here at 42s. We just wet the beak there at 77s. Looking for now a continuation into 11 and change. Let's go ahead and place the order. Anything below my in, I'm out. So let's go ahead and do that, and then we'll give it a little bit of room there. So let's see if MLEC's got the juice to hold some of these levels here. I've been trying to pack the patience on MLEC, looking for the right entry. There's 70 again. Can we clear the 77 seller? That's where I went the beak. 75, looking for continuation here, guys, into 11 and possibly, well, I'm posted up at 11 and a quarter. Let's see if 50 pennies from here, essentially. The spread is tightened up. It's, 7 pennies at the moment, but that's not too bad. It's done a fair amount of volume, 40 and 2/3. There's 78, 79 now. Let's see if we can get a little bit higher. I'm looking for a move into 11. If we reject 11, I may want to take this out. So we're going to pack the patience. We're going to go to Adara, and then we're going to see how MLEC resolves.
Beware, I'm still seeing some comments from U.S. President Trump. Again, he's set to actually deliver some remarks at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. So these are just kind of offhand comments here, very likely with Air Force or just on the White House lawn. But he's talking about Iran. He's talking about Iraq. The reason I'm bringing it over here is because he just said, quote, we're negotiating right now for Greenland. Now, we knew that they were already trying to do these Greenland negotiations. We already had that pop in the market when this came out, going back a couple weeks now, I guess early January. But either way here, CRML is on watch here. Critical metal, they do operate in Greenland. So potentially, if you're looking for that move potentially on the Greenland story, this could be the one to watch. Back to you.
You know what I noticed is that once when he came back from Davos, remember he met with the NATO Secretary General, that guy that called him Daddy. We never really found out what he got, because he said, essentially it was resolved that he was going to get what he wanted there. He didn't say anything about ownership, but we never really found out the details of the meeting between them. Like, why did he back off? Because he had been pretty aggressive until that point. Guys, MLEC is going. It just rejected 11. Current bar high. God, I hate this freaking thing. MLEC, let me just see over here because it's not working on that one. So I got to see what the current bar high is. Here it comes back down, and obviously it's taking forever to load. Yeah, these platforms, certainly, they could do a little bit better here, Joey. So current bar high, 1092. So it did reject 11, back down into 3/4. So continuing to watch here. Now, if we get above 11, I may add into this. But I'm just going to continue to watch over here. We're about 30 pennies in the money or so. So we have a nice little buffer, and I've already put my stop below my out by a couple of shekels. So if this drops back down, we'll get out and we'll be positive on it. But I am looking for a move, an aggressive move above 11 that I can add into this position on. It's 110% in the Ville of Green, so it's going to be on a lot of people's radar. So keeping an eye on that, Joey.
All right, good stuff, guys. So yeah, you can see that we're starting to get some pullbacks. The breakdown that I was looking for, yeah, Shreve, I don't know what I'm like frozen here for some reason. Okay, I'm not there. There we go. FSLI starting to come back in, some topping tail signals, and then here we are. We have a consolidation, and we break through some. You can see it on the lower time frame, like you consolidate up here, and then you break through that support. So what do? We wait for a retest of this zone, and then maybe we can get a little bit of a move back towards the volume weighted average price. FSLI looks like it wants to head in that direction. So we'll keep an eye on that. Inverted hammer candle on the 10-minute. I've been looking at the 10-minute as of late, just because you guys notice that I've been holding, whenever I'm in a position, I've been holding it for a little bit longer, and I want to try to eliminate some of the noise, right? So any form of a sustained pullback here in pins, I think I'm going to try to get involved in the short one more time and come back into this range, 1497, and then maybe even towards the low of the day. So this could be a squeeze. The Nizy boys playing a little bit of games here. You know how I feel about the Nizy lads over there at the New York Stock Exchange. So let's be patient.
Okay.
1876. We've been it's 12:30, and I don't think I've been in a position really throughout the whole intraday session. So at this point now, with an hour and a half left, what rush am I really in to get into something, right? Like this is what we're trying to do, is find higher quality opportunities all week. It's been pretty solid for us, and we don't want to just force something. I do want to get involved into pins, I think, one more time at this point, but I have to wait for the right time. I'm not going to chase it all the way down here, because now that's good. There we go, a nice little pop to the top side. This is what I'm talking about. You wait for things to come into your, wait for it like a tiger or a panther, right, Sharif, in the trees, just waiting to pounce for that opportunity. Allow the stock to come to you, and if it doesn't, guess what? There's going to be another opportunity to get involved. So there's the TQQs, nice, steady. What in price action is telling us that we're turning around right now? Is it similar to what we're experiencing here in FSLI? Now, if we go over to the 1 minute, it's kind of identical in what we were experiencing in pins and FSLI. You get those pullbacks. We don't see that right now in the TQQs, all right? So I'm just hovering in those trees, and I'm waiting for the stocks that I'm looking at to maybe get a move back towards the volume-weighted average price to get back to me, all right? That's what I got going on. Rivian continuing to climb a little bit higher. It may or may not work, considering it's a steady grind. We had a pretty aggressive selling session yesterday. Doesn't seem to be the case, but if you want to ask me, in my opinion, this is pretty weak. This is weak sauce rally, the Temu rally, as the chat would like to typically say, right? Like, we're still inside yesterday's session. We're in the area of key support levels. Condorland, Condorland, Condorland. I've been saying this for quite some time now. This is an eastward move. If we do get that break into 44, I think at some point we're just prolonging it. Temu rebound. We don't want any part of that right now, Sharif.
MLEC may be giving you an opportunity here, guys. It's holding off that 9 3/4, and that 9 3/4 is the support level of that upper trend line. Whew. So that's where I got out there. I got out at 10.5 as it got close to my entry, but this is a good opportunity here, possibly on MLEC. This is what I'm looking at. So this is kind of why I'm pontificating about this. There it is. So keeps holding up this, holding above this upper trend. Well, it's an upper trend line heading up, but it's lower than that trend line. So that's kind of what I mean by that. Below 975, I'd just get out. So you'd risk 25 pennies over here. I'd give it to prior bar low. The prior bar low is 970, so maybe 69, something like that. Keep your eye out on this one. I'm thinking about getting back in as well. I got back into Atom, ATOM, because what do we got? 62s. All right, so let's set up some profit takers on this one. The reason is, it's just really close to the prior area low, and I have a bias. This is consolidating, and so I've given it to the area low, which is 54. So if it breaks 54, I'm out. But I'm going to keep watching ATOM. I'm also watching PHIO. The OG Bovin was telling me that this one could be breaking trend. I have a bit of a bias that this one is not, because I think it's luring you in with these higher lows above the volume-weighted average price, but the trend is still lower. Moreover, the volume profile is falling off a cliff. Like, we were doing real volume here, 463,000, 200,000, and now we're doing bupkis, man, 86,000. This current candle's got 32. So the volume's dropping off. I get it's above the volume-weighted average price, but it's currently not respecting or hasn't been respecting VWAP or the 10 EMA on the day, nor has it really respected price action support and resistance. I mean, like, what the hell is this bouncing off here? Maybe the $0.50. Okay, maybe that was it. The $0.50 finds support there, and then it kind of makes higher highs and higher lows. So maybe psychological support, that's where it was finding its footing. I don't have a good read on it. And as a result, I'm not going to really want to jump into PHIO with the same aggression. It's my only negative stock on the day. But we're, if it's the one worth getting back into, I'll get back in.
Ramin here today?
No.
That's a serious question.
Chuckle. Yeah. Had nothing to do with you, bro. It has nothing to do with you. I just tease her all the time, bro. Like, her desk was empty today. I'm like, good morning, Ram.
So
hard at work,
Fabian.
Ram.
Did you type it on the screen?
What do you mean?
Remember when you were messing with her screen, you typed it in?
Yeah, no, it's not even on. That's when she works from home. I think she has the day off.
Okay, she has the day off.
Ragging on her for no reason.
Oh, extra long weekend for
there you go,
Ramin
like your boy Katina.
Katina man as well, too. He's at hockey as well, too.
Sir.
They got the W. He was telling me about that, so bang, bang, bang.
Oh, they got the dub? Sweet.
Yeah,
sweet.
They got it. It's always good to start off the weekend. Kitchener, I believe.
Kitchener, big up. You used to do that all the time?
What, big up?
Lennox Lewis. Kitchener, Waterloo, big up.
Yeah,
remember? Because he was from there,
Does his mom still live there?
I actually don't know, bro.
think
That's a
so.
good question. He was in the Olympics for Canada. And then when he was a professional fighter, he fought under the British flag.
British flag there.
He's got many nationalities. I think he's one of the best heavyweight champions. The underrated
Lennox.
heavy. Yes,
I
man.
love Lennox.
He beat everybody he ever faced. He lost to, I think, Oliver McCall and Hasim Rahman, and he beat both their asses.
There's this one combination he does on Shannon Briggs. He's just like slipping, takes a couple.
Shannon Briggs started
and he's just
crying in that fight. Shannon Briggs started crying in that fight. It was so weird.
Shannon Briggs just like drops. He just like roll, takes one, pop.
Shannon Briggs was a good fighter too.
He was a good fighter,
but I think
man.
he had some. Yeah, he had some demons he was fighting.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
I think
man.
a lot of the boys there have some demons that they're fighting, man.
Tough life, brother. Bovin, the market is closed on Monday, brother. It is an official holiday. The Amex, the Nasdaq, the NYSE, they're all closed. Hey, calm down there, Neil. Yeah, so we won't be here on Monday, but of course, other world markets are open. So, you know, if the hand starts shaking and you need to punch into a position.
You have to get into TSX, or you can hop on and trade some
there you go.
crypto. As the late great Charlie Munger would say, crypto crapo.
Oh, yeah, they don't like that. Theo the Veril. Okay, probably a silly question, but do you guys look at Asia and London markets before trading? I only accidentally do because I put on Worldwide Exchange with Morgan Brennan in the morning, and so while I put that on, because I get up, close to 5, they have the European, I think, Squawk Box wrapping up. So I just see kind of what the FTSE, what some of the other European exchanges are doing. I don't purposely do it, but just by habit, I get to see what's going on, and also the Asian markets as well, which are, I think, are closing or closed by then. You know, you see the Nikkei, the Hang Seng, the Kospi, see what they're up to as well. Mike Peterwider watches the Asia Open. You don't know who Morgan Brennan is, Grunfeld? That's cap.
Grunfeld's a vampire.
That's pure cap. Of course you know who Morgan Brennan is. Shout out to Bovin. That's what I'll be doing. Other markets, no, Bovin. I'm going to have a nice family day. I'm weaseling up on the Markham.
Oh, bang.
Yeah, we're going to chill out at the old man and the old Mom Duke's house there.
Right on.
And then I'll go do my Costco run, a.k.a. their pantry. The best Costco runs are my
go-to thing from my grandma's house is cheese. She always got the bricks of cheese on deck.
Oh, there it is, man. Does she make her own cheese?
No.
No? Yeah, my old man does.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah, he does. Makes
you,
feta.
Well, you're going there on Monday, so see if you can bring your boy back.
You want me to bring you back some feta?
Absolutely.
He makes feta from scratch.
Yeah,
I'm not even kidding.
Throw that in the
All right.
enchilada.
You like feta?
Of course.
Okay.
Throw that in the salad.
Monday you're going to have
throw
feta.
Throw that in the Greek salad.
Tuesday, I mean, you're going to have feta.
Right, Tuesday. I prefer Monday, but if I have to wait till Tuesday, then we'll do that.
Hey, all right. All right, guys. Adam, not looking so good. Okay, so we did get one beakwater there, but it coming back down into the range. I'm not going to allow this to go against me. It loses 54. I'm out showing 58s. There's 55. This one could be headed to VWAP and the $0.50. If it is, it'll go without me. And then if it wants to hold up at VWAP and then, reset, we'll have another look there. But I think FIO is starting to look a little bit better, and I think people are rotating out of this. Let me cancel that and get back into FIO over here. FIO is looking real good with a 4-candle hold now above the 10 EMA on the 5. Let's see if this one wants to break out. We're in at 62, 63, okay? If this one wants to go, it's got a 75 penny high, but we saw what it did at the 2/3 of a dollar, had umpteen amount of topping tail candles, so this one could catch you offside. Be careful. Your older man deliver cheese. Nah, man, I go pick it up from there, man. I'm going to see him. I can't ask my old man to deliver cheese. That's crazy. He doesn't even drive anymore, guys. But, that's a different story for a different time. Joey, what are you looking at?
All right, man. Yeah, I'm same names here. Slow curl over. In pins, that is. It's like, hey, do you want to kind of get a move back towards the volume weighted average price in Rivian? But this is a stair-step pattern, right? A, B, C, D, A, B, C, maybe take an additional leg higher. But pins is slowly starting. What we can do is use 23 as our outs. So we may as well to see if we're going to get somewhat of a breakdown. I don't mind having 23 or 25 as my own. So about 9 or 10 cents though, right? 9. Well, yeah, we'll give it 26, right?
Okay.
Oh, it's going. Oh no, wrong button. A hotkey error by Joe incoming. Right there. There it is.
Oh, we get a nice little pop there.
Oh,
we like that one. Let's just get out of that. Bang. We'll take a couple cents on the wrong side of things. See, when you're having a bad trading day, I remember what they told me is like, if you can't figure it out, just flip your screen upside down. If everything you do is essentially always wrong, and then if you flip it upside down, then maybe hopefully you'll be right at some point. So a nice little flip up there, Shreve. Being extremely sarcastic on that front, it's not a good thing. If you're in that, then you just got to continuously work on your strategy. Okay, but let's get involved here.
Get involved, Joey.
Let's get involved to the short side. Once again, 26 is going to be our out there. We're going to put up on the original size and what we're looking for here, and see if we can catch a fill at some point. I don't know. Why would I want that price? That makes zero sense.
Crazy.
Yeah, it's insane sometimes, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, we're having a good time. It's Friday there. Let's see if we can get it around 17s. We're posted up at 17s here on pins, looking for a little bit move lower. The market's still a steady grind. So if any large participant wants to step in and say, hey, we're going to send the market to the downside, I think they'll have the ability to do so. Okay? So pins, that's what we're looking at, our plan of action. We're in substantially better than our previous price, which is around 14.80. Now we're looking at 15.17s. All right, as it's starting to go, it might go without me here. Dog's breakfast, Sharif. Oh, it's one of those ones. We ain't chasing anything around here because that's what we don't. We allow price to come to us. So you got to practice what you preach at this point. 2 pennies away. I think we can catch a fill. There it is. So we're short some pins. Let's see if we can get a breakdown. 27, we're out of Dodge.
All right, guys, continuing to watch PHIO. I got back into MLEC as well. We're going baby shares. I'm looking for a hold of prior bar, and I want to see a breach of 10. But as this one's price action was developing, there is a staunchy seller literally at the $10 level. Like, I don't think we've breached $10 on the current candle. 9.98 current candle. Prior bar did breach it momentarily, 10.05. I've given it to prior bar low, which takes us into 65. That's prior bar low. Current bar low is 71. Here comes back, 92 again, showing up, looking for a break of 10 here, and a price spike. There it is in 10.05, no continuation, aggressive selling, 10.15. Let's see if it moves up into 10.25. I'm not taking it out here. Let's see if it can price spike up into 10.25, 10.09. Their selling's coming in quite aggressively. 10.14, can we get a little bit higher? Doesn't look like we can. We'll take it out here. We'll cancel the 25. We'll move it up a little bit, okay? We'll send it up into the third of a dollar. Let's see now. We're not getting continuation. We're dropping back down into 10, okay? Holding 10 for now, showing 10.10 on the ask. But there isn't that kind of aggressive price action. Watch out for a bottom drop here, okay? Just telling you to be on the lookout for it. I'm not saying it will. Sometimes when it lures you above the level, they're luring you above the level to get people long, only to drop it short. This one hasn't shown that on the day, but that doesn't mean that it can't happen, okay? So continuing to watch here, we're holding above 10. There it is into the quarter dollar. We've got 95s on, looking for continuation into the third of a dollar now. We still haven't printed that. So current bar high, 10.25, looking for more. There it is again into 22. Let's see if we can pop up a little bit more here. Fantastic, Assassino. Yes, okay, we're going to do that. I just want to resolve this trade. There's the third. There it is, Joey, into the third of a dollar again. There we go. Now we're waiting at, you know where we're waiting, man. We're waiting at 69er, and if 69 clears, I'm going to add into this position like a psycho. Okay, we're going to see what this one can do. Prior area high, mind you, that's the red candle at 12.25. The high of which there is 10.95, 10.92, something like that. Can't quite tell. Now, we're moving up the stop now, right? Because we want to lock in the profit. So we're going to go 9.89. And then we're going to give it to 9.80 for the last remaining shares on that one. So we're going to risk about, yeah, we're going to risk 6 pennies. Let's see if this one holds up above the level. And then who? Oh, 1 second. KC 526. She does it live. She does it often.
OG.
And she is an OG, bro. We love KC 526. Shout out to Case. Thank you very much, KC, for the 5 premium Trader TV live memberships. You guys, let's see who got them. Bovin, you got a membership, man. Okay, my man Bovin got one. Peng got one. CG 2383 got one. None of your business got one. Demarist 003, you got one.
003, I like that.
Yeah, I like when they call what's his name, James Bond 000, like in a condescending way. He's like, you 000, because like you're crap, right?
Really?
Like you call him a 000.
Yeah.
Anyway, let me show them quick where you guys can get the morning note. So this is the Trader TV Live homepage. You click on YouTube, you click obviously come to our homepage, click posts right there. So you're in home by default, click posts, weasel on down. Members only, you're gonna see this rectangle here. It says morning market brief, members only, click read more. And there she is right there. You click that, special Google Drive. You get my morning note every single morning sent out basically 10 minutes or so before we go live. So shout out.
Who's your favorite James Bond?
We're going to do this again?
But that's a genuine question.
It's not even close. It's Sean Connery.
Sean Connery.
It's not even close.
Okay.
Yeah. Sean Connery. And then I like, Pierce Brosnan because I was growing up. And he was doing it live in the 90s, right, with GoldenEye and stuff like that.
Was he ever doing it live, man?
He was doing it live, Joey. But I also like, what's that guy from the 70s called, Neil? Neil, who was the James Bond in the 70s after Sean Connery? Roger Moore, thank you very much. It was the 80s. It was Roger Moore. He was okay. What do you think about Daniel Craig?
He's a great James Bond.
Why are you laughing? What's going on? Is there an inside joke I'm not aware of?
No.
Or is it because of the thing that we did last time?
Yeah, maybe.
This guy. Can we, Fabian, can we put in a poll for favorite James Bond? So,
we've done this before.
We're going to do it again. So what, was it a year ago?
Probably around
around a year ago. Yeah. If we can, Fabian, favorite James Bond. Obviously, I'll leave it to dealer's choice. Choose whichever ones you want, Fabian, to put on there.
You can't just choose whatever ones we have. There's only 3 that can really go in.
You can only put 4. So we're going to say Sean Connery.
Yeah.
We're going to say Pierce Brosnan.
Yeah.
We're going to say Daniel Craig and Roger Moore. Is that good?
I wasn't even in the time around Roger Moore, but we'll throw it in
you
there.
can't go and watch those movies?
I think, it's more debatable is who was the best Batman. Who do you think was the best Batman?
I don't know, bro. I remember watching Batman, like the one from like 1990, the original series. Who was that? I forget what was his name. Like Michael Keaton or something like that.
Keaton's up there.
I personally don't. I'm not a big Batman fan.
No?
Yeah, it's okay. I don't mind it. It's
George? George, you think
George Clooney?
Yeah, you think he was a good Batman?
Adara has some opinions. Let's get Adara's opinion on
George Clooney's the worst Batman, to the point where apparently he's even taken it off his resume. He doesn't want to talk about it. The costume was bad. Joel Schumacher made a mess of it. He made a Joel Schumachery of that movie. And yeah, I mean, like, I have a friend who really vouches for the Val Kilmer Batman.
Yeah,
I don't.
Val Kilmer.
I like Adam West 1966. I also enjoyed Christian Bale's take on the character. And Robert Pattinson, I'm quite impressed by so far.
There you go.
Okay.
An exhaustive list of
Batman.
Well, maybe non-exhaustive there, but yeah. Well,
list,
what's that?
That's a pretty big list.
That's a pretty big list, man. I like the TV series from Batman. So if you want me to give my opinion on Batman and Robin, I like the '60s series, which these are based off, by the way. All these animations are based off that.
Dude, I watched the. It was a clip of there, and they're like, man, things were looking tough at that time. There was like a shark attached to like Batman's leg, and there. Did you see?
Yeah, like, you can't ask for graphics and stuff. Give him a break, bro. It's the '60s. What's that, Assassino?
It's the magic of it.
It's the magic of it. Yeah, look, dude. I mean, come on. We can't expect that kind of technology back then. It wasn't around. Guys, MLEC is destined here. I think MLEC is on the rampage. It wants to take out highs. This is getting aggressive. Look, it does have 2 lower highs in a row that I am concerned about, but it also has higher lows, excuse me. So that area high there that we got into, that was a 12.23. That's official high day. And then we got into about 10 mid-90s, and then we rejected. And now we're rejecting, I think, the 40 penny area. So we do have lower highs, but we have higher lows. So be on the lookout here. MLEC could be, destined to come back into that 11, maybe even 12. Who knows? But it's still going here. I don't think MLEC is done, and there are still good trades to be had on this one. So keep your eye out on that. At Nerd, the best Batman was and will always be Christian Bale. All right, man. Tell me how you really feel. I like that. If whoever has an opinion, tag myself or Joe, will read it out. Anudrug, his name is now. Best Batman was from Batman, the animated series, so not a person. I like that. I like, to be quite honest with you, if you're looking at vigilante superheroes, I like Iron Man, obviously.
Like Iron Man.
Yeah. I like
you like
Iron
Tony
Man.
Stark.
Because he's technology, he's tech inclined, he's smart, he's great with women. You know what I mean? So he's got the gauntlet.
I don't think he's really known as a. I would go with like Batman being a little bit more of a.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I don't know. I felt from the movies it seemed like he was pretty inclined.
I think, but he had like he was just rolling with
Gwyneth
one the whole
Paltrow?
time. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, okay. What do the comics say about that though? Is he gallivanting in the comics or no?
I wouldn't know. Is he?
No? I don't know. I'm asking, bro. It's not my world at all. I gotta tell you the truth.
I think if we're going down that road, we got to go James Bond there.
You got to go James Bond, but he's not a superhero, right?
He's close.
He's a spy.
Yeah, he's a good spy.
Espionage.
You know what I mean?
Espionage.
All right, guys. Yeah, I mean, we could go on all day about this.
We're having a good time, baby.
Pins. Batman,
Get it, Joey.
Batman, I think, 007. If I could be Batman or 007, I would probably be 00.
You'd be 000?
Yeah, over Batman.
I'd be Iron Man, man. You fly around, bro. You got a suit. You got umpteen amounts of cash, and you have a lab, tech lab.
But no, but Bond has unlimited cash too.
He does.
Right?
He does.
You know what I mean? So
he has the government's money.
Right there. Yeah, it's cool.
Doesn't he?
That's even better.
That's even better. You're spending the government's money.
Exactly. There you go. All right, guys. Pin starting to move a little bit lower there. 00 Joey. Yeah, exactly. So pins, guys, starting to move a little bit lower. Let's see if we can get this move to be sustained. I feel like we peaked out. We talked about that top. And then why did I finally decide to engage in this one? Well, because we formed this and then we failed to construct a new high. So we pushed price higher and that grind wasn't continued, okay? So there it is, boom, a little bit of a move lower. And then now let's see if we can break some key support levels. This is gonna be a massive inflection point right now here in pins. Why? Because what was acting as prior resistance can act as potential support. If we have the ability to breach $15, then I think we can come into the middle of this range. First things first, we need to be patient. And the bid is slowly starting to drop down, and that's exactly what we want to see. Was this pump a little bit more overdone? I think so, considering this is a 5-minute time frame. You breach the lower end of the earnings report print for momentarily, and then you come back above that, run into some other key zones, and then now we're slowly starting to curl over. So a re-engage, it just took a little bit of time. We could have a little bit more size considering, but we'll be thankful for what we have. I did have a little bit more, I think about 20% more maybe on this initial move, which is totally fine. We'll accept what we have right now. And the volume weighted average price is going to be our primary target, which is sitting roughly around, it's going to be a nice little move here if you ask me. If we're fortunate enough to get a 1464, we'll take that all day, every day, Sharif.
Yeah, man. You're not getting the continuation here on MLEC, guys. It's just maybe it's setting up, and it keeps finding support at this trend line. So the higher lows keep, manifesting, but what is glaringly obvious as well are these lower highs that we can't seem to shake, and they're lower and lower, aggressively lower, like 12.23 area high, then essentially let's just call it an $11 high, and now we're talking about 10 1/3 to 10.40 area high, at least for the moment. Let's see if we can get above that. But it feels like it's coiling up, right? Like that spring sort of action to take out area tops. Whether or not it does that, your guess is as good as mine. But there are others that are continuing to run fastly. FSLY looking like it found a bit of a base here at 18. Now it didn't hold 18 strictly. It got down to 1789, but there you go. First 5-minute candle will make a new high at 1235, decidedly green. Higher low on the next candle, higher low and higher high on the next candle, and then repeating again into the 1250 candle. 1878 high showing 1838 now. FSLY has been doing it live for 3 straight days. That is the aftermarket move there on the 11th. This is the price action on the 12th, and here we are with another higher low and another higher high on the whatever today is, the 13th. I forgot, 13th. So FSLY looking really good as well. RIG as well, hanging out, I think 3 pennies off the day's high. Very much looks like, that reversal candle we just saw on FSLY holding 630, now back up to 637, about 3 pennies off that day high. Atom, I feel like the best trade is behind it for the moment. It did have that breach of that trend line that moved up, tried to test the double, the high of the day. But my suspicion was that could be a double top. And so far, obviously, it hasn't broken below VWAP to show us the double top is in play. But that same area seller, we know for a fact, is still there. Still holding above VWAP, which makes it a good candidate for that VWAP hold high of daybreak. No way. Look at the TVs. Yes,
Finally,
Rob.
there you go.
Oh, finally. Fantastic. Yes, Mark. Absolutely. He's killing it. Mark's killing it there, man. This is going to be so good. Thank you, Mark, for working on that. We appreciate it. It's going to be big, especially when we get in the morning, Joey. Keep an eye on things. So ATOM, definitely one that, it's still in play, but not at the moment, at least not for me, Joey. FSLY is making a move, though, guys. It wants to take out the $0.50 here. So that would make it about 23 pennies below the high of the day. Chrism, oh, hi, Mark. Yes, Mark, he's the OG of these parts. And so, yeah, Mark's getting it. There he is. Well, we can't really see him there because it's dark as hell. Oh, wow.
Oh, there he is. There you go. He's got his hands up. He's giving a
there's
thumbs
Brendo
up
in the
there.
shot. But, yeah, so those are the TVs, guys. So we're going to have, like, all the business networks from all around the world. And there's Mark right there who's giving up the peace sign. There is the Chile night. There's Mark waving. Shout out to Mark. And so we're going to be able to see kind of all that good stuff there. And I'm personally pumped.
Oh, there we are over here.
There you go. There's your boy Neil. Pa-pam. Shout out. Yeah, I think we've definitely got a lot of cameras now, man.
It's a lot of cameras.
I think we have a lot, like markedly more than we had in the old set.
What are you doing here?
Can we come for a visit? Casey, if you're in the city, Brendo.
Right away. Straight away.
If you're in the city, send me a message. But I may have to revisit that because the OG just kind of kiboshed that. But,
right away, like, boom.
There we go. But KC526 is awesome. Set looks better than any of the cable channels. Yeah, thank you, brother. I mean, this, Ichiro, you've been around with us, man. This has taken a long time, and they're not done. We are not done. There's more. You guys never got to see it, obviously, but there was a room in the back there called the podcast room. That's now under construction. Behind the curtain right there, you guys can't see it. More construction back there. It's in a good way, though, right? If you're constructing, you're building. If you're building, you're improving.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're not building, then you have a flat GDP.
Oh, you're taking shots at our country, aren't you?
Did I?
Taking shots on our country, huh? Why? You see your boy Trudeau? You see the house he bought in Quebec City?
That's your boy.
$4.5 million.
That's
Looks like
money.
a little castle there.
That's like your money too.
That's my money. Oh, that's everybody's money.
Everybody's
clearly,
money. It's a little bit of everyone's there.
Right.
With this girl. All right, guys, let's get into pins. It's starting to get a little bit of a rebound. This isn't what I want to see really because that's a big, strong bounce. We've been sitting in this quite some time. 50.09. Okay. Oh, this thing. All right, so yeah, we want to see this. We want to reject this area, but I was talking about a bounce in this neck of the woods, right? Like we have these levels. Let's eliminate some of these lines so we can see it a little bit more clear. Okay, a nice little move down. So hopefully this is a breath and we can punch through. But what was prior resistance is now acting as a key level of support. There we go. We got it there. 1495. If we can breach that once again, then I like our chances of heading a little bit lower. So let's be patient. The NASDAQ and Rivian starting to come back in. This is what I want to see right now. It is around that time, right? So at 12:55, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, you can typically see those moves. So hopefully this on pins isn't too deep of a pullback. If not, we'll just get involved in something else. Maybe we can get a small move to the downside back here in the T-QQs. If it wants to come back at 12s, if it breaks its previous pivot at 10, then I'll just get out of it, and then maybe we'll find something else here. But I do like our chance of it being somewhat of a breath. 1506, the delay on this is pretty bad, Shreep. If we talk about market latency and the delay, this is really bad, right? So you want to check your network delay. If it's anything over like a couple hundred milliseconds, that's too long in my opinion. Find yourself a platform where it's about 50 to 60. You can get that, and it rhymes with DAS, okay?
You know what video I saw yesterday? Just accidentally. It was from Squawk. It was Squawk on the street or something like that. It was CNBC. Back from 2014. You know one of the what are they called? The Fast Boys? You know that book?
Sorry, repeat it one more time.
The book about algorithmic high-speed trading. What's it called again?
I have no idea.
Chat, fact check me, please. What is it called? Fast Boys? Neil, what was that book called? Neil Roberts. Fast Boys, or you know that book about high-frequency trading or high-speed trading? Flash Boys, thank you. Flash Boys. Okay, so one of the Flash Boys was there, and then the president of Bats was there, and they faced off, and it was a heated one. Yeah, he basically calling him out. He's like, you're rigging the market. The guy lost his stuff.
The
president.
bad guy.
Yeah. You got to pull that up online, man.
What's it
because
called?
we're talking about the latency and all that kind of stuff. And it
Market
reminded me of
latency.
Fast Boys.
It's you got to check that, right? Like you got to go into your network delay and see what it is. Because why would you don't want to have a delayed reaction. It's just a disadvantage.
Yeah, he was
right?
just basically telling him, like, you're rigging it against retail traders. They were talking about retail traders a decade and change ago. This is 2014, mind you, right?
It's crazy.
Guys, FIO is making a move, and we're taking prints here to the high side. Current bar high. The current bar high on the 1255 candle is, I believe, 170. We did get that 170 print, 171 unfilled, 173 unfilled, looking for a continuation into 175. The high of the day, not immediately apparent if it's going to clear that level. I picked it up off the volume weighted average price when I saw, it was making a move back up, but we're not exactly, crazy in the money or anything like that. So we're going to pack the patience, see if we can take it out there. But we built a position, added several times into this, mind you, looking for a move above 175. Austin Brock 63, thank you very much, brother, for the super chat, $5. Bought AAPL calls 4/17, so April 17th expiry for $21.75 per contract. Tried to buy after big 20% loss post earnings. Continue to drop. Stick in it or sell it today. That's your world, Joey.
All right,
ALAB.
let's pull up ALAB here, guys, and see what we got going on, right? So ALAB, down 20% already on these things. They expire, when do they expire? April 17th. Let's pull up the daily and see what we got going on. And I was talking about this not too long ago, just a time and a place for everything. So you got to ask yourself what's going on with the rest of the participants. Is this a buy territory? If you ask me from a participation standpoint, it doesn't necessarily look like it. You're down 50% off those. You may find somewhat of a sustained bounce, but just be cautious. Not much time, and every day that passes by, we know in the options contracting that you're going to lose theta. So if that bounce doesn't happen relatively quick, just reassess your situation. Nothing wrong with accepting the loss and applying that capital somewhere else. So you want to see what the other larger participants are up to, okay? So keep that in mind there, guys. I just
want to shout out some TikTok viewers right now. Thank you, Fabian, for letting us know that. Shout out to Money Market for watching us. Thank you so much for watching right now on TikTok. Shout out to Sapporo 007, Drew Patty 4. Shout out to Stock Market Score. We're doing it live on YouTube. We're doing it live on TikTok. We're doing it live on X. Maybe even we'll do it live on Twitch and Kick. We are, baby. Oh, yeah, every day.
No way.
Yeah. So shout out to our TikTok viewers, guys. Thank you for following on TikTok. Fabian, thank you for that, guys. And stick with us, man. If you're new, obviously, since our TikTok channel, I think we're sending out that feed again. If you're newer, we're live every day from 8 till 4. And on many days when there are earnings, we go from 4 to 4:30 for those earnings plays if you're newer. So, we'll be live every single day. The markets are open. American markets are open, not the Canadian market. So thank you for joining us as well. It's 1 o'clock. And we only have one position left here, myself, with PHIO. I'm going to let this one kind of manifest. But I think it is probably time to start the news. So give me 1 second over here to load this bad boy up. There's a whole lot to discuss and a lot to talk about. Give me a sec, Joey. There we go. We got it. Let me put this on a screen I do not need. There we go. All right, Assassino, we're good to go. So something's going on here with Meta. Not right now. It's down 0.13. But Ernst & Young, they are a little befuddled, let's put it that way, with some of Meta's accounting practices. Not like we didn't already know this. We already had been talking about this. Now we're kind of getting the official nod from the auditing firm. So Ernst & Young flagged Meta's accounting treatment of its $27 billion Hyperon data center as a critical audit matter. I'm putting those bunny quotes there because it is a quote, direct quote. This designation, critical audit matter, signals one of the most complex and judgment-heavy decisions in the audit process. While Ernst & Young ultimately approved Meta's accounting, the warning label highlights elevated scrutiny risks. Such transactions are specific flags that are relatively rare for these mega cap names. So let's talk about why they're worried about it. So in October, Meta moved the Hyperon project into a joint venture with Blue Owl Capital. We know that. Meta owns about 20% of that joint venture. The other 80% is owned by Blue Owl Capital. The holding company, though, that Blue Owl Capital is operating from issued a record $27.3 billion in debt, in bonds, obviously, to fund the structure. The entity is classified as a variable interest entity under accounting rules. So Meta concluded that it's not the primary beneficiary of this variable interest entity, and as a result, the joint venture here, the assets and liabilities, don't appear on Meta's balance sheet, even though in reality, they're going to be on the hook for that, right? This keeps leverage metrics cleaner when they're doing their earnings report, despite the massive AI infrastructure. So we've been talking about, the circularity of some of the business arguments or business setups, excuse me. We talked about CoreWeave, we've talked about NVIDIA, OpenAI, and how they're kind of, I'm not going to use the term, but they're all, in business with one another.
Yeah,
now we're talking about creative accounting practice, and we've seen this. Remember, special purpose vehicles, offloading your debt into a special purpose vehicle to move it off your balance sheet. This is kind of a different way.
That's what CVNA did.
Exactly. You remember that?
Yeah, exactly. So, I think it's interesting. Is it going to hurt the earnings report? I mean, how's the street going to perceive this? They're not liking it right now. I think it's just a little bit of salt in the wound. And you know what, Sharif? I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see a little bit more of this, considering, and especially in names like Oracle. Right, like that's a name that you want to keep an eye out for these kind of fishy accounting practices. Meta's still slightly off of those all-time.
Yeah, and I worry about shifting, and creating these. I don't want to call them shell companies because they're not technically a shell company, but they're just these entities that you can offload your debt to through creative accounting, so that the street doesn't make you pay. I think the street's wise to all this, right? I mean, the fact that we're reporting on it and Ernst & Young had to actually speak about this directly means that the street's already wise, and you have to assume if the street is wise to it, it's going to be reflected in the price action, no matter how Meta wants to set this up. That's my opinion there. Adara, give us yours.
When it comes to price action here, I just want to mention we did get a reaction to this story because this came out on Wednesday around 12:30 p.m. So it's about 48 hours old now. I was right here with you guys. It had like this little slump here to the downside when Wall Street Journal first reported this. So it is worth noting this is a couple-day-old story. And Meta, to be fair, had a lot of different catalysts on Wednesday. We had the Bill Ackman and Pershing Square position. We had their new data center coming out in Lebanon, in America, not Lebanon, the country. So yeah, I think with Meta, this catalyst might have gotten lost in all the other catalysts we had that day, but it is worth noting this is not necessarily brand new information for the market, regardless of, again, whether this is like priced in for their earnings. Now, with regards to Ernst & Young, based on their I think their behavior during the SMCI situation where they just stepped down, they seem to me, and again, if people know otherwise, please tell me because I actually want to know, they seem to me to be quite ethical. They had concerns about SMCI, so they stepped down. They're flagging this issue here with Meta, even though, again, it's a critical issue, but it's not going to stop them in and of itself. So I think I appreciate Ernst & Young's ethics here. And again, I think given their conduct in SMCI, it kind of seems to hold up and to be in line with what we already know about them. So that being said, if there are further issues with META here and this restructuring, I wonder if that becomes a problem. And I think in that case, you might see more of a market reaction than that blip we had 48 hours ago. And yeah, guys, if you do know more about like the ethics of this auditor, definitely tag me in the chat because I'm very curious.
Let's go on to the next story. Apple FTC flags political bias concerns in Apple News. Let's talk about this. FTC Chairman Andrew Ferguson sent a letter directly to CEO Tim Cook, questioning the alleged political bias within Apple News. The letter claims Apple News may have prompted left-leaning outlets while suppressing conservative publications. Ferguson suggested such practices, if proven, could raise concerns under the FTC Act. He also emphasized it is not policing political speech, but protecting consumers from potential misrepresentations or omissions. The issue is centering around content curation transparency rather than core hardware or services revenue. And the allegations include reports that Apple News did not feature articles from conservative-leaning outlets in recent months while promoting liberal publications. If you believe that, then this is obviously a problem. But This is also a problem that's not specific to Apple. Many of the large language models have been accused of having left-leaning biases. Why? Because they're being trained on mainstream media outlets. For the most part, and I don't care how you guys think in the chat about my view on this, for the most part, the left-leaning or the media is more left-leaning than right-leaning.
Right at the T. I was gonna point right at the TV. Yeah.
They have left-leaning opinions. However, you want to split that in the middle.
Yeah.
And so because they're more proliferation of the mainstream media outlets and the LLMs training off them, it ends up having a bias that way. I feel that Apple is just basically curating the main media outlets. I don't think they're specifically targeting one view or another. I think they're just going with the main one. And if the main one is left-leaning, that's what ends up coming.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's just my opinion on things. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. At some point, you're just going to have to pick some from both sides, but that's not necessarily the case. Maybe you have to go with a little bit more of a right-leaning media outsource, and then same thing with the left. But you'll never find a balance. I don't think that's going to be the case. It's been like that for a long time, and I think it's going to continue to be so, Sharif.
All right, let's go on to the next story. Google, we reported this to you guys yesterday, by the way, but it is an important one. European Commission has launched a fresh probe into Google over concerns it may be manipulating ad auction pricing. Regulators are suspecting Google is, quote, artificially increasing the clearing price of search ads, potentially harming advertisers, of course. If proven, the conduct would violate EU competition law and would trigger fines of up to 10% of their global revenue. The investigation apparently is in the early stages and could soon be formally announced. Google's already accumulated roughly 11.3, come on, bro. I can't even say this with a straight face. $11.3 billion in EU antitrust fines, about 9.5 billion euros. New scrutiny could materially add to that. The probe includes requests for information about Google's dominance across online advertising markets. And under the EU's Digital Markets Act, Google recently received a 6-month deadline to remove technical barriers for rival AI search assistants on Android. The company must also provide key data for two competing search engines. This is the whole Rogers and Bell thing we were talking about yesterday, where you have to give your competitors, access, so to speak. The EU probe, could complicate relations with U.S. policymakers and further escalate regulatory coordination. If you recall, Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative who's been kind of spearheading a lot of these trade deals, I think about a month ago, he outlined a non-exhaustive list of European companies which could be on the receiving end of reciprocal, let's just call them investigations or fines. Thankfully for me, and for chips, ASML was not one of them, but there was a huge list. SAP, Mistral, even some companies are not even public.
Some car companies as well too. Were
Actually, let me find out. But I don't remember seeing the car companies there. So could this be part of the tit for tat kind of? Do we?
I think so, right? Like we knew that Donald Trump was talking about. He said, didn't he at one point say that he have to stop fining our companies so much, or we're not going to be more lenient on the tariffs, right? So that has to be taken into consideration. My big question is, where does all this money go? Like Google alone has paid $11.3 billion. Where is it just going into the pockets of the bureaucrats? It's interesting here. I mean, it's going to continue, Sharif, as long as they continue to operate in the EU, whether it be Meta, Apple, or Google. The EU is going to continue to fine them, in my opinion.
Let's go on to the next story. Amazon Ring cancels Flock safety partnership because of privacy concerns. We'll explain what Flock is in a second. So the Amazon-owned Ring is terminating its planned integration with police tech provider Flock Safety. The partnership would have allowed Ring users to share footage with law enforcement agencies using Flock's investigative tools. Ring said the integration would, quote, require significantly more time and resources than anticipated, and they basically decided to cancel as of that. The decision, though, follows criticism over Ring's Super Bowl ad promoting its AI-powered search party features for lost pets. Civil liberties groups, they labeled the feature as potentially a surveillance nightmare. Broader scrutiny, though, is rising over the tech company's relationship with ICE and the Customs and Border Protection Agency. Protests have actually organized outside of Amazon's Seattle headquarters. calling for ties to be cut with all law enforcement related partners. Flock, though, the company that we're speaking about here, they operate automated license plate reader system used by thousands of communities and law enforcement agencies. Reports indicated that ICE and CBP accessed Flock data though Flock denies sharing information directly with those agencies. And just to give you by way of information, Amazon acquired Ring back in 2018 for a little bit less than $1 billion, about $839 million. What do you make of this story, Joey?
I get, sorry, Sharif, I'm working on something right now. Yeah,
Let's go on to the next story, Applied Materials. So this absolutely rocketed up today, 9% for AMAT here, and it was an earnings report that kind of sent this one through the roof. Adjusted EPS of $2.38 on revenue of $7 billion. That is for the quarter of January, both ahead of Wall Street expectations. Analysts were forecasting 7.01 and $2.28, so an inline revenue number and a beat on EPS. The earnings, though, the earnings strength reinforces the narrative, though, that the semiconductor equipment makers are direct beneficiaries of the AI capital spending cycle. And for the current quarter, here's what we're looking for the guide. AMAT expects revenue of $7.15 billion up to $8.15, with EPS going to come in from $2.44 to $2.84. Either way, both are above expectations, with the CEO, Gary Dickerson, saying the company expects its business, semiconductor business, to grow more than 20% this year, all driven, of course, by AI-related demand. Management also suggested the global semiconductor revenue could reach $1 trillion this year, believe it or not. And we've seen, the semiconductor manufacturers, or semiconductor equipment providers and manufacturers, they've been killing it. Whether it's AMAT, ASML, who else was Lam Research, they're all booming as a result of that. Here's what some industry context we can add. AMAT's commentary echoes like what I said, ASML and Lam Research, they both said the same thing. KeyBank is noting that AI has triggered what they're calling a long-duration growth catalyst, providing unusually long demand visibility for these equipment makers, and AMAT shares have nearly doubled over the past 12 months into earnings, signaling, expectations were already elevated, yet the results still cleared the bar.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked about Applied Materials being on a run for quite some time now. If you look at the full year outlook of 2026, guidance targeting at around 7.65 billion. Free cash flow starting to increase as well, too, guys, around 1.04 billion free cash flow, and returned $702 million to shareholders via dividends and repurchases. So $365 million going to the shareholders, and then approximately 337 going to the repurchase program. When a company's buying back stock, it gives them more control, and that's a good move. Applied Materials looks like this move might be sustained, but also keep in mind, you have this massive gap up, and I was talking about this yesterday, right? I said, watch out for a strong move in Applied Materials, and then a move back in towards to fill that gap, and that's exactly what's been happening. Even though we haven't fully filled it yet, considering it is still right at a key supply zone here at 357 in Applied Materials, watch out come Monday, or Tuesday, I should say. You might see a little bit of a continuation to the downside. Why? Because on the daily, once again, we'll refer to that. Selling pressure, and we're going to close as a bearish candle today.
Instacart, good, strong, gross, what was it called again? Gross transaction volume sparks a 14% pop in the aftermarket. Where's Cart at now? Let's take a quick look. Up only 7%, so it's well off the highs here on Cart. Let's talk about their Q4 revenue, almost $1 billion. They brought in 992, but that is a 12% bump year over year, and that beats the 974 that analysts were looking for. And profitability, healthy, 30 pennies per share. That was, though, below the 52 expected by the street. It's being blamed on higher operating expenses. Net income, $81 million. Adjusted EBITDA, about 303. But that does top the 292 expected by the street. Investors really did focus more, though, on the growth and the forward look than the EPS miss. Otherwise, we wouldn't be up 7.25. Gross transaction value. So that's like the amount, the total amount of all the products that they delivered, I'm assuming, because they're a delivery company. 9.85 billion, that beats the estimates of 9.54. That is the strongest quarter they've had in 3 years. Not a bad look. Their orders, they had a little bit less than 90 million orders in the quarter, 89.5. That's ahead of the 87.8 analysts were looking for. And for Q1, they guided that gross transaction volume to be 10.13 to 10.28. So that's a quarter-over-quarter sequential growth as they brought in 9.85 for the prior quarter. And again, ahead of estimates, 9.97. So quarter-over-quarter sequential growth and beating estimates by analysts. The CEO, Emily Rudder, highlighted strong performance in the enterprise segment. Interesting, with 70 new net retailers added last year. Okay, so they're expanding, obviously, the product offering for their users. Recent product launches include AI tools for grocers and integration with OpenAI's ChatGPT. But this company has been suffering a little bit with some, headline news. They previously faced backlash over that AI-driven dynamic price tests, which showed different customers, different prices. The test was halted after the criticism, of course, but they're also facing competition from Uber Eats and DoorDash, which have both now gotten into the grocery game. I was telling you guys, you can basically get a cup of coffee. You can get a chocolate bar if you like through Uber Eats. So clearly, Joey, they're not the only ones in this space anymore.
No, not at all. So, it's tough to take share from the Uber Eats, though, right? And the DoorDashes and everything along those lines.
Fabian, flip. Fabian.
They seem to be doing so. One thing that was interesting to me is that advertising and others up 10% year over year, new Carrot ads partners, brand diversification, AI tools boosting engagement. I think that's a pretty good, that's good, right? That's what you want to see, that ad revenue start to uptick. And then full year revenue, Sharif was talking about that also, but just the focus, including AI enhancements for grocers, consumers, and international expansion. I think that's what you want to see. I remember previously, you go back a year and a half or 2 years, if you said AI in your earnings report, your stock was going to see a boost. That's not necessarily the case right now, even though we did gap up right now, Sharif, into $40, giving back the majority of that move now to $35 and change here on Instacart, C-A-R-T.
All right, let's talk a little Airbnb, a revenue beat and an upbeat guide. Where's Airbnb at? Let's find out over here. Give me a sec. 4.5% in Greensville, but well off the high. Looks like it was a 127 high. All right, Q4 revenue, $2.78 billion. That increases about 12% year over year and beats a 2.72 that analysts were looking for, with profitability also coming in below expectations, 56 pennies per share. The street wanted 66. Net income also declined year over year. $341 million in profitability, dropping from the 461 last year on the quarter. But management did cite what they're calling a $90 million non-income tax matter and stepped up investments as well in growth as the reason for the driver of the lower profitability. So it looks like it's a one-off item on the line there, as well as investment. So more CapEx. Shares did rise. Investors really focused more on the top line strength and the forward guidance as opposed to the EPS miss. Let's talk about some of their metrics. These are important. 121.9 million nights and seats that were booked. That's a 10% bump year over year, and that beats the 117.6 expected by analysts. Another important metric, the gross bookings value, that reached about $20.4 billion, up 16% year over year, and topping the 19.4 expected by the street. And that GBV growth is suggesting that improving pricing power and high value stays are really taking over as opposed to last year. And Airbnb has beaten revenue estimates 20 of the past 24 times. So when you talk about that top line number for growth, they're doing quite well. Not the same story, though, for EPS and profitability. What's the guide, though? They're saying low double digits. So they're guiding Q1 revenue to be $2.59 to $2.63 billion, ahead of the $2.53, with full year revenue expected at least in the low double digits. That's, again, ahead of the 10.2. So that could be low double digits. Airbnb also hired this Ahmed Al-Dahal. Should be able to say that a little bit better. He's the former head of Gen AI at Meta, and they assigned him as the new CTO, Chief Technology Officer, clearly here with AI aspirations.
Yeah, I was just reading a little bit on that. Key drivers including AI resolving with third of North American support tickets and product updates, adding 200 bips to night growth. That's not bad. Free cash flow increasing as well too, guys, to 529 million for the quarter and 4.6 billion, for full year 2025. That's a 38% margin. It's unfortunate that 219 down to 121. That's a 40-something% haircut. See, it's funny. Do you look at Airbnb kind of in the way that Uber took away from the taxi cab, just obliterated kind of, even though they're not necessarily in hotels? I find a lot of individuals don't even go the hotel route anymore and just go to Airbnb. So what I'm getting at is this thing was a major disruption to the hotel chain.
Yeah, 100%. No, of course it is. Yeah, 1,000% I agree.
Yeah.
What I've seen, though, is in some, especially in Europe, you're seeing a lot of pushback against Airbnb.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Spain. Because it's, according to them, I don't have the data, but the argument is they're increasing the
fees.
No, not the fees. They're increasing the cost of living, like shelter costs.
Okay.
Because people are buying these things and then they're Airbnb-ing them. That reduces supply for the people there. So a lot of people were like, you know what they had? They had posters. They would go around to all the tourist areas in Barcelona and say, tourists, go home. They didn't want them there. Right?
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm serious. So I do feel that that is a bit of a headwind. And then also, hold on, you know that some cities are now limiting that because for that exact reason. Toronto is limiting it, New York,
That's exactly
LA.
what I was just about to say.
So you know
Some
exactly.
condos don't even allow you to
There you go.
Airbnb. So
There you
can't
go.
Airbnb. At my old one, you weren't allowed to.
You can't Airbnb at mine either. Minimum lease duration is 6 months. So you can Airbnb it, but it has to be for more than 6 months,
Okay, that's
which is
interesting.
unlikely, right? Like, that's kind of my my little take there. Let's go on to Pinterest. EPS, 67 pennies, in line with estimates, up from 56 last year, so good there. A bottom line improvement despite some operational headwinds, which we'll get into. 1.32 billion in revenue, that missed the 1.33, but not by much, but it was still a 14% year-over-year increase on the top line. Adjusted profit margin missed expectations, and the shares fell big. Where are they at right now? They were down over 20% in extended trading, and that is the lowest price, oh baby, that Pinterest has been at since July of 22. I know your boy Joey Ops is going to look at the technicals in a second, but the current quarter guidance also disappointed, reinforcing the narrative. You know that there is certainly near-term momentum slowing down. Wall Street expected 15% revenue growth, but the deceleration here suggests the ad market recovery may not be strong enough to offset some of the internal cost pressures the company is dealing with. Stock's already down 28% since announcing the restructuring in late January. That wasn't even that long ago. And here's what they announced. They're laying off 15% of their workforce, and they're redirecting the savings in the fixed cost into AI-related investments. Shocking, right? Management aims to transform the platform from what they're calling visual mood boards into what they're calling an AI-powered shopping assistant, which is going to blend advertising and e-commerce monetization. I want to see it. They historically move sharply after earnings. The average next day move for Pinterest is about 13%, and that's over the past 20 quarters. Joey, do you even use Pinterest?
No, I don't think I've ever been on it, to be honest with you. Maybe just took a gander
I have
on
it here.
Yeah, I don't even know what it does. Really. Like, what do you do on Pinterest?
Oh, it's not even on there no
you
more.
don't got it
Joey got
anymore.
removed.
What do you do on? What is
like
Pinterest?
you can see like clothing. It's ideas like how to put ensembles together, or like you want to.
Okay, so like house decor, like you go there and see.
Exactly.
Okay, all right, yeah.
There's more, but that's the main thing. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit tough of a go there in Pinterest. We tried multiple attempts on it here today, but we want to talk about the numbers. Year-over-year growth in U.S. and Canada, 9%, not horrible. Revenue, 979 million. Europe, 25%. That's going to be its largest growing segment. And then, the rest of the world is actually up 64% to $96 million. So at a growth rate, you're going to see the rest of the world and then Europe sitting in that. So some modest growth here in the U.S. and Canada. Not too bad of a look. We tried multiple attempts. The street, 18% to the downside. We thought we'd get a little bit more continuation. We tried this on multiple occasions to get that short to come into play. Not necessarily the thing or the continuation in which we were looking for. But Pinterest, we'll pull up from a daily.
This is ugly, Joe.
It's bad. It's probably not good.
This is real ugly, bro.
Pins
We're
there.
below the 2022 levels, man. We're talking about COVID level lows now, Joe.
Probably. I mean, if you're at that, you're at COVID, so yeah, you'll
open up the weekly
recover.
on that bad boy.
You'll never recover, unfortunately, from this one. So there it is, $84 down to $15. This is a tough look, especially when you have obviously X coming into play. You got Mark Zuck and all of his platforms, whether it be Facebook. Now he's got Threads rocking and rolling. Threads could be disruptive to that as well too. And then as well, what other names am I missing? Snapchat's not anything relatively close, but there's too much competition, and it's tough for this name. Essentially.
You're talking for advertising dollars. Absolutely,
yeah,
for sure.
Reddit, you have the Reddits and everything along those lines. So yeah, a bit tougher of a look here on.
All right, Adara, give us your opinion on pins.
So it's interesting because we're talking about the stock weakness, but I just went through all 7 years of quarterly revenue for Pinterest. That's 28 quarters, and that infographic hasn't come out yet. It's going to come out around 2 p.m. But the thing I want to stress, guys, is every single quarter, we get some kind of year-over-year growth. So not ever has there been a year-over-year decline in their quarterly revenue. I do think that is significant, and I want to open with that when I talk about PINS or Pinterest. I want to mention, too, here, our friend Bill Reddy. Bill Reddy, this individual here with the pink background, he's the current CEO of Pinterest, and he's been so since July of 2022. Now, I bring him up because his pedigree is actually really interesting, and it makes me wonder with this restructuring if he'll be able to bring a lot more to the company. I think he will. So he was actually CEO of a company called Braintree, which was a startup. Then that ended up being acquired by PayPal in September 2023. Now, what you might not know, what I had no idea about until just now, is Braintree, while he was CEO, acquired Venmo. And that's why PayPal is Venmo. So this man has a massive amount of experience here, specifically in this payment space. He was actually COO of PayPal from 2016 to 2019. He joined the company after his company, Braintree, was acquired by them. Then in January 2020, he becomes Google's president of commerce, payments, and next billion users. So his role as CEO of Pinterest is kind of odd when you consider his payment-focused background. So that being said, I wonder if we kind of see this AI focus, given his experience with, PayPal and his experience with Google. I think Bill Reddy might be able to offer a lot more to the company. Now, I'm excited to see what it does in this era. Now, before I send you back over to Sharif and Joe, I want to talk about this. I found this really interesting. So what I did here was I looked at Pinterest fiscal 2025 earnings here based on region. So total revenue and then monthly active users. So as you can see here, total revenue growth was about 16% year over year. However, 62% of that is the rest of world regions. So you're not maybe getting a lot of Pinterest usage growth in North America, but you're getting a heck of a lot of it in these other regions of the world. Now let's go over to what I thought was shocking, which was total monthly active users, or MAUs. More than 50% of Pinterest's monthly active users are coming out of the rest of world region. So once again here, we're seeing a lot of usage here, maybe not so much in North America or in Europe, but a lot here in the rest of the world region. And again, that region growing the most when it comes to monthly active users and revenue. So interesting look here for Pinterest in terms of where its users are coming from. Not really what I was expecting, but a very interesting look. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that. Let's go on, talk about Rivian. All right, interesting look. Let's see where Rivian is at on the day. Well, it's pretty close to the highs, about 27.25%. $120 million in gross profit on $1.3 billion in revenue. That does beat expectation. Roughly break even, though, for the gross profit in about $1.2 billion in sales. Profit was down. Yeah, down from $170 million last year. So they beat in terms of expectations, but sequentially year over year, they're down. Revenue declined from $1.7 billion last year. So gross profit dropping, revenue dropping. Market doesn't care, though. There's a reason for that. Net loss also $804 million, but that actually narrowed from the $1 billion they lost. So shoring up some internal costs, they delivered 9,745 vehicles in Q4 of 25. That is down huge. 14,183 is what they delivered in last year's quarter in 2024. For Q4 of 2024, reflecting, of course, that weaker EV demand. And we know why there is weaker EV demand with the cancellation of the $7,500 EV tax credit by President Trump in September, which caused U.S. EV sales to drop 36% year over year in Q4. Only about 234,000 cars, EVs, were sold total Tesla, everybody, in Q4 of 2025, highlighting, the macro policy headwinds. Management did point to cost control improvements, hence why they lost less money. But unit growth here remains close. Unit growth is very important to close the profitability gap. They got to be able to make this on the economies of scale in order to make the money. So what are they talking about for 2026? They're expecting 62 to 67,000 cars to be delivered in the entire year of 2026. That would be up, though, from the 42,000. We'll get to why in 2025. Analysts are also projecting about 64,000 deliveries, meaning, it's in the midpoint somewhere. That's largely in line. Cash and investments totaled $6.7 billion at the quarter end. Wall Street was thinking about $3.5 billion they're going to burn of that 6.7 in 2026. Now, let's get to why they expect deliveries to be up big. About in the most conservative of guide, it's about 20,000, and that is because of one car and one car only. It is the R2. So the R2 supposedly is going to be about $42,000 starting price. We'll see if they can bring it to market at that price. Number two, how basic of a car it's going to be for that price and how high up the cost will go for the upgraded trims. Now, we're obviously not connected to Marques Brownlee, but he had a really good review on his channel about the R2. It's all camouflage because it's like what he's calling the last prototype before mass production. He was highly, positive about the car. He noted specifically that, looked like the R1S, but was just a scaled down version in terms of width, length, and it doesn't also have a third row. So it's a bit smaller on that regard, but it basically has all the same features and functions, but it doesn't have that overkill like that, the flagship does, like I don't know if it has the flashlight, by the way, but it doesn't have that portable speaker and all that extra stuff that they put in on the R1S. So I do like this. I want to see if they can produce it in scale, if there are going to be defects with the product, what kind of pricing we're really going to get for a decent trim, not the most basic of model, and whether their ambitions of selling 20,000 more cars this year is going to actually happen. I think that they have a plant in Georgia or North or South Carolina, somewhere like that. So it's good for American jobs, obviously. But let's just look. I looked at it. It's fantastic. I'm not hating on it.
Nice car.
But compare it to the Chinese EVs and the opulence that you get for a very good price with these Chinese EVs. I still think that Rivian, you're paying more and you're getting a little bit less as compared to.
Yeah, exactly. And I think what has to be taken into consideration is that the sway from going full electric to that hybrid style, Rivian, it's still fully electric, right? So I think that that's a big time issue. This stock is down substantially, and at this point, we know that this space is already competitive. I think it's at the point where we can officially say this stock will never recover, especially as it gets. You got Elon coming out with the autonomous vehicles. I think that's going to do more damage. That's going to be more invasive to the space as well, too. So when you have this luxury car brand that's kind of overpriced at some point, it's really tough to put a dent in the overall space.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all with that. Assassino, if we can show, this is the R2, so you guys can see it looks exactly like the R1S. And it's hard to tell it's a smaller car just from the pictures, but apparently when you go and you see it in person, it's markedly smaller. It still has some of the great, accessories that you can add, like the camping feature. It still has that built-in screen, some good stuff in the back as well. I'm just not sure if it's gonna have all the bells and whistles like the R1S, but I did like that comment there from Krasi Krumov. If they can get a mid-spec trim for about $55K, it would be perfect. I have to echo that sentiment. If they can really do that, like a good mid-spec trim where, a lot of, let's just say about maybe 50% of the available options come into that mid-spec, I think that they've got a needle mover. And I also think there is a large group of people who do not like Elon Musk and hate Tesla, and they are just looking for an alternative because, they're obviously environmentally inclined and they want to get into a good car at the same time. This might be the option for them, right? So we'll have to wait and see whether or not that ends up picking up steam. I know RJ Scaringe, he's like quite apolitical. You don't really hear much from him, so I don't think he's really peeved anybody off. Joey, any other comments before we go on?
Yeah, I just don't know. Like, okay, I can understand that you may not like Elon, but I don't know if it's
enough to go out there and buy a $50,000 car. Like, man, I don't like that guy so much, I'm going to go out and buy a Rivian.
No, but like not to spite him, but if you were looking for a car, you didn't want to benefit Elon, right? Like, if you're looking for a Model Y.
But see, that's the thing. Do you turn to Rivian or do you go to some of these other full EV, right? Bro. You know what I mean? We got the BYDs coming in North America.
That's here. They're not allowed down there.
Not in the States.
Yeah.
Obviously
yes,
fair,
sir.
but you got to think about it. Do you kind of sway that way? Is Rivian your next option?
It's a good question.
Right?
I feel that's a good question. I just, there's not too many. Well, who knows? We'll see what GM is able to put out there. I know they had a great Silverado, but it's like $100,000. It's expensive. Chris, Bezos-backed state electric car truck starting. I remember that one. It's it's that minimalist car, right? You're talking about. I know about that one. Thank you. Oracle's going, says Texas or something right there. Let's see where Oracle is at. The Coral. It's up 3 1/4. Not bad. Still, zigging and zagging, but yeah, good call. XXZ, double quadruple zero. Sharif, hey, what do you think of that wild-looking car called the Aptera? I don't even know what that is, man. Now you're piquing my curiosity over here. Oh, what the hell is this? Joey, you driving around in this?
No.
I don't like it, brother.
Who would drive around?
I don't. Why does it look like that, man? Why does it need to look like it's coming from space, though? Like, why can't it?
Black one looks all right.
This way, yeah. Well, yeah, cars always look great in black, Joey. We'll probably get dinged if we play that, but yeah, that's what it looks. I don't know, brother. No, I don't like it. Yannick, I think it goes beyond environmentally inclined. I think the future is EVs and autonomous. I think Ford will lose out the most from stepping back. That's interesting, brother, because I feel like Ford has kind of repositioned themselves for that extended range EVs. Yeah, they're not technically hybrids in the old sense like the Toyotas, but yes, they have a gas-powered engine, they have batteries, but as we've talked about before, the gas-powered engine only charges the batteries, it doesn't propel the car.
Listen, it may not be in our lifetime, but how I truly feel is that if you don't have an autonomous vehicle, then you're going to be phased out. It doesn't matter, right? You're going to fall behind in the technology.
And some people have actually been thinking, Tesla might actually license FSD to like the Fords or the GM, get big money from that.
Software, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So there you go. So if you don't build something along those lines, you're going to, I think it's just being prolonged, right? All the regulators and everything along those lines. They're trying to keep everything in the old way, because everybody's got their hands in each other's pockets.
You're right.
Essentially, so.
No, that's fair. Chaz, Sharif, look into what Slate Auto is doing. Tesla should go that route. Let's take a quick look and see what the Slate Auto is all about before we go on to the next story. Man, all these comments are piquing my curiosity here, Joey. All right, what do we got here? Slate Auto, the customizable EV that works for you. Oh yeah, this is the one that's backed by Bezos, no? That's what I was talking about. Yeah. I got wind of this a while back. It's very basic, super minimalist, and it's functional. Yeah, I did know about this. This has been out for quite some time. Reserved for $50. How much is this going to cost me, Joey? Let's find out over here. Get early access. No, I don't want to reserve mine. How do we build it? Personalization. Design yours. Is it going to give us a price? No, it's not going to give us a price. It'll let us build it and stuff, but we won't be able to see
Randy
how
was
much
talking
it is.
about this thing.
Yeah, he's been talking about it for a while. Let's talk about Roku. Good. We'll find out if it's good or not. How are we doing here on Roku? We're up 6%. Adjusted EPS coming in at 53 pennies, nearly double the expectations of the 28 pennies expected by the street, and revenue also climbed 16% year over year, $1.39 billion in that top line number, beating the 1.35. The results here are suggesting improved monetization ads and subscriptions, which are key drivers, as we know, as linear TV dollars continue shifting into streaming. Just look at the advertising sales for some of the linear television producers. I think President Trump is talking right now. Get it, Donald. All right. Roku expects full-year adjusted EBITDA to be $635 million on $5.5 billion in revenue. Again, that is ahead of the estimates of $603 million on 5.4. So good beat there. Guidance is implying continued margin improvement and ad recovery, which is very important, of course, for multiple expansion. What else we have here? Seaport Research, with a buy rating, they raised their price target from 116 to 130, citing the strong 2026 outlook and advertising tailwinds. But there's streaming wars right now. Roku's benefiting from rising live sports streaming demand, increased advertising budgets, and revenue share from subscriptions and streaming channels. What do you think of Roku, man?
Yeah, I have Roku. I have a Roku TV.
I know it's actually quite nice.
Yeah.
It's a sick TV, bro.
I think it's pretty good, right?
I think it's pretty good too.
I like Roku. I mean, on track to exceed 100 million streaming households by the end of 2026. I think that's pretty good. Like you said, Sharif, there's streaming wars, right? So to grab share from the Netflixes, the Primes, the Apple TVs, the Disney Plus isn't easy. Share repurchase up to $150 million in 2025. Free cash flow up more than 100% year over year. I think that's some pretty good numbers. Like Roku's somewhat of a sleeper in my opinion. We'll take a look at some of the technicals. I think it's good because like you get the TV, they build the devices, right? So you have the physical device, and then you can subscribe as well too to their products, which I think, why is it doing this to me right now? ROKU.
They're saying
Super, man. Why do I have to hit that? That's so ridiculous.
I'm gonna hit that. For show.
For show. All right. I mean, it's not great. The technicals aren't good whatsoever on the weekly. You peak, obviously, during COVID. You're down 80%. Yeah, you might not recover from this, but the earnings aren't horrible, to be honest with you. I think what's really important here, the repurchase is big, but then on track to exceed 100 million streaming households. And then you can also see that the devices are relatively flat, but gross margins at 20%. That's not horrible for a physical device.
My God, that's got to be the most textbook double top in the history. That needs to be put in every textbook. Jeez Louise, bro, that's classic right there. All right, let's talk about Donkey Kong, DraftKings, Q4 miss, and prediction markets push. They're down about 13%, 12.84. And guess what, guys? DraftKings is already down a month and a half into the year, 36.33%. DKNG is down on the year, reporting $1.99 billion in Q4 revenue. That's actually up 43% year over year, but the earnings number, 36 pennies. The street wanted 39. Bottom line miss. Fiscal 2026 revenue, they're guiding 6.5 to 6.9 billion. That is well below the 7.3 billion the market was expecting. And as I mentioned, shares dropped quite aggressively, signaling investors were disappointed around the forward look rather than that top line growth, because they did grow 43% year over year. It's always about what you're going to do for me lately, I was about to say. CEO Jason Robbins, he highlighted the firm's new prediction market platform as a larger long-term opportunity than its core sportsbook. Management believes predictions could represent $10 billion in annual gross revenue opportunity over time. He didn't stress what time that was, but he also said early data shows no discernible cannibalization of their sportsbook revenue as a result of the prediction markets push. That's interesting. Wait a little bit. I don't think people are going to be doing both. I think it's one or the other, right? Revenue will come from two streams if they actually successfully push into the prediction markets. Free revenue model, so free revenue model, so fees charged to traders, and then the market making activity where DKNG may take the opposite side of trades and capture spread or profit. Oh boy, the market makers are back everywhere, baby. Unlike traditional sports books, if you're wondering what the hell these prediction markets are, prediction markets allow peer-to-peer trading. DraftKings can act as a liquidity provider, though, and profit from the imbalance on one side or the other. That's kind of what they're thinking there. The market reaction, though, obviously speaks volumes here, down 12 3/4. They weighed prediction markets heavily on gaming names, including Flutter, FanDuel, which is FanDuel's parent, amid concerns about long-term margin pressures, Joey. So even though they're saying, they're getting into the prediction markets, the prediction markets themselves is having a negative effect on DKNG.
Yeah. I mean, the sports book, though, the sports book year-over-year growth, not horrible, up to 64%. iGaming up 20% as well, too. It says lottery and others just growing. So nothing really big, but there's just so many things. The prediction markets, as you mentioned, Sharif, can be definitely can hinder what we got going on here on DKNG. Sorry, I'm short the market, so we'll go over this quick. Why
Why do I have to keep doing
I can go to the next story, brother, just so that you can focus on what you're doing.
Let's do. We'll go over the technicals. That's fine. Sure. Let's see. It's either one thing or the other is going to happen, essentially, right? So we'll wait and see. The market's just ebb and flowing. A gap down, and you slowly start to fill it. We were looking at this from an intraday standpoint to trade it, but it was just moving sideways. A lot of chop, a lot of chop, a lot of chop, and that's been the narrative so far today. It's gone nothing. It's just trailed VWAP the whole day, essentially. There, Shree. You can see sideways, sideways, sideways.
All right, I'm trying to pull up DVLT for the OG Adam James, but there we go. So he says, look at DVLT daily, 4 breaks of trend squeeze soon. All right, I like the higher lows here, Adam, which isn't bad. Holding off that 50 penny, working its way into the 100. Bless you, Neil. But I personally don't like this downtrend here. It looks like it could be breaking, though, the downtrend. If you connect the closing prints, I'd like a move above a buck, Adam, and then ideally you make that new area high. Look at that triple top on the daily from the 5th of January, 5th, 6th, 7th. We reject off that $1.40. If you can get above that $1.40, get into that $1.50 territory, number 1, you'll be above the 200 simple and exponential. Number 2, you'll be above the 50, which is overlapping, about to give you the death cross right now with the 200. And number 3, you'll be above the $1. And number 4, you'll break above prior area high. So that $1.40, $1.50, I'd be looking for that in order to get into this position, but I completely see what you're saying there. If you want to build a position here and give it to prior area low, which I think is 60 pennies, good on you. You're risking about 26 pennies off that level. Shout out to Adam. Q4 earnings for Coinbase. Crypto winter deepens. Oh no, but coin was up nicely this morning because I kept looking at Neil's charts, and it's up bigger, 17.8%. Let's talk about the report. Q4 revenue, Joey, $667 million. That is down sharply, almost halving, man, from $1.3 billion. In fact, it is halving, almost. From $1.3 billion a year ago. What they're saying is sustained slump in crypto activity. I don't think that surprises anybody. Net income, $2.49 a share. Profitable, right? But they brought in about $4.58 a share last year on the quarter. So sequentially, year over year, big drop. Transaction volumes, again, being blamed here for the pressure. With those transaction volumes, let's talk about them. Transaction revenue fell to $551 million. That is a 37% drop year over year on the quarter, tracking that broader decline in crypto prices as well as retail engagement with crypto. Coinbase issued Q1 transaction revenue guidance of $420 million. That's also below expectations. Subscription and service revenue is expected to be between $530 to $630 million. That's roughly in line with what the street was predicting. And the CEO emphasized the launch of Coinbase predictions. So yet another, let's call it brokerage, entity, whatever, getting into the predictions market, calling it a major incremental opportunity. Brian Armstrong, the CEO, estimates that prediction markets could represent about $10 billion in annual gross revenue opportunity over time. Where did we hear that again? Oh, that's right, DraftKings. So they both think the same thing. Company insists predictions are not cannibalizing the sports. What the hell? Okay, so clearly this is a bit of a miss here. Well, they don't even have a sports book, so this is a bit off here. Cost discipline and diversification. Subscription and services revenue was totaled $727 million, and that makes up the majority of the revenue mix. Stablecoin revenue from USDC and custody services remains strategic pillars, according to the report, and Coinbase has now 12 business lines generating more than $100 million annually. Despite all that, transaction fees remain the dominant swing factor for earnings, Joey.
I think it's just tough when you have so many different brokerages offering kind of what we have here in Coinbase. We'll give it the grandfather kind of benefit of the doubt here. But when you have the Robinhoods you can trade crypto on, and then if you're in the States, you can do it on IBKR as well too, and other platforms. I think with it being heavily correlated to Bitcoin in the cryptocurrency, obviously, world, I think it's tough to play this name. We'll head over to the actual technicals of it, and you can just see how much it's been damaged as of late. Why is it? And that's why I find it making it tough. When you're a one-trick pony and you have everything, like if it starts offering equities, I heard that Shreve said they're going to get into the prediction market. I don't know if that's necessarily the case, but it has to be taken into consideration. They only have one thing essentially, and that's crypto. And there's so many different platforms that can offer the same product, 62.2% off of that previous all-time high. So you've been in a 194-day downtrend here in Coinbase.
All right, Adair, give us your take.
I mean, I have one metric in particular that I want to talk about here for Coinbase because I found it fascinating. So let's get into this. So this is a very, very, very niche aspect here. This is for fiscal 2025, and I found this by going on the company's 10K filing. So, you know, we did our research. We were down in the trenches for this one. And I initially even got to the 10K because I was trying to find info on specific crypto trading volume per asset, and I couldn't find it. Wasn't on the 10K. Wasn't in the press release. So Coinbase. Kind of a weird choice for you there to not include it, but I digress because let's talk here about this metric. So what this is, it basically looks at of all of the transaction revenue that came from spot trading, what percentage of it came from trading of each asset. So roughly 40% here, or sorry, 47%, just under, about half here of the trading was from other crypto assets. Bitcoin 27%, just over a quarter. XRP 14%, Ethereum 12%. Now this infographic here on, or not infographic, but visual here rather, on the right side of this chart, takes a look here at the change here of the percentage of transaction revenue from spot trading per asset. So did it go up or did it go down? Now Bitcoin, XRP, and Ethereum, Bitcoin, Ethereum, and other crypto assets, they all lost some market share here when it comes to the percentage of transaction revenue from spot trading per asset. But XRP's spot trading here in terms of its market share relative to its peers on Coinbase increased by 133% year over year. So what this tells me is Coinbase customers might not be trading as much of Bitcoin, Ethereum, or these other assets in 2025, but they were trading tons of XRP. That's a really interesting look to me. It's something I wanted to highlight. I realize this is all very, mumbo jumbo and a tiny little metric that looks at a fraction of a thing, but I think it just shows the interest in XRP here, and that's why I wanted to mention it. A couple other stories to mention before we go back to the guys. SpaceX reportedly considering a dual class share structure for its IPO, which would basically give select shareholders outsized voting control when it comes to decisions made by the company. The other thing is I was seeing some comments here from Trump just generally about the economy. I'm not seeing that he's speaking anywhere right now, though, and I fully would have seen a link if he was live. He's supposed to speak at 1:30 p.m. Now it's about 23 minutes after that, but he's kind of known for being a bit late. Oh, he is live apparently on the TV. I'll take a look at that. Thank you for letting me know there, Andre. So it looks like he might be live. I haven't seen much come through, though, on my blotter. Back to you.
All right, yeah, guys, so there it is. I tried a short here in the TQs, and then we bounced off that 40.93. I thought this was going to be the chance that, the time that we broke down. I'm like, all right, I'm not going to get stuck in a squeeze. I didn't re-engage right here at 49.50. Apple started to head towards the downside and breaking through some key support levels. And this was when we made this move. But I ran through the mag and see what they were up to. Apple wasn't doing that, but Microsoft was continuing to climb higher. NVDA was doing the exact same thing. Amazon, Microsoft, Tesla. Tesla was putting in a new high and now starting to pull back. So I didn't want to get caught in a squeeze there. So we got out break even. And then I tried a small short on F-Slide. Didn't work. I got out for a small loss on that one. So red on the day so far.
All right, guys, we're still holding FIO here. It's feeling very flat top breakish, if I can say so. This is the kind of the look on FIO, and this is why I've been patient, really patient with it. That uptrend is very, very clear. That seller at around 70 to 71 pennies is even clearer. So this one is a flat top break candidate. Whether or not it actually manifests that way and what kind of move we have, let's take a quick look here at the hourly. Let's see that. Okay, so we're not a blue sky setup, obviously, but this one does feel like it could squeeze into 2. There's been a lot of support at 2 from the basically middle of August to when we gave it up there in early November. So for, maybe 3 weeks or so, $2 was support. It could easily act as resistance if that flat top break manifests. The high of the day is 175. I've got 64s on. It's showing me 70s. We've been packing the patience. We've been wetting the beak here at strategic levels, but PHIO, not the biggest mover on the day, but certainly setting up like it could be a flat top break. We'll keep an eye out on that. Let's go to the last story over here. I don't want to do Aricia win. Let's see BTC. Let's see what Zscaler, Baidu. No, I don't like any of these. We're done the news segment. They're all a little boring there. But yeah, that is the look there, Joey. So let's see what else is moving in the world of small cap gappers. Let's bring in the side chart, see if these bad boys are still moving and which ones look pretty good. Adam is still suffering from that same downtrend and unbroken, really, for the exception of this area, which is where I got out. And we were worried this was going to be a double top. It didn't really manifest into a double top because the neckline break would have been about 356, and this has already dropped into 342. It does feel like a more prolonged downtrend. What I'd be waiting for is a clean break of this downtrend. If you do get one, you can get an outsized move like this, but make sure you're ready for the reversal as it's shown its, propensity to reverse pretty quickly. Rig has been beautiful. It's not a big mover on the day, but if you took good size here, you were rewarded, and there was ample liquidity. Like these 5-minute candles, they have 1 million, 1.2 million, 500,000, 800,000 shares a pop, so you could be sizing in substantially. Moreover, it didn't really give you much in the way of bamboozlement. When it breached the 10, it quickly reverted, and it never breached the 20. The 20 is the yellow line. 8.5% in the Ville of Green. Good look. There goes PHIO into the area top, and that's where I wet the beak. Packing the patience here, baby. We got 74s on now. We got 64s. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead here and set up at 79. We're looking for a move here. Can we squeeze the shorts? We know that the high of the day is 75. We're at 75 right now. There's nothing being taken off the gateways. I'm going to have to take off something here in case this pulls back. Let's watch now, PHIO. Can we get a 76? The answer is no. We're taking off some of the orders here. Can this squeeze? There's 76, but there's no squeeze. So they're selling at every penny. 76 back showing up. Can we see 77s? The answer is no, Joey. So let's pack the patience here on PHIO, but it is looking good. My only concern is, I think I gave Neil a flat top break the other day. It was like QNCX or something like that. It had touched it 100 times, and it looked like it was going to be a crazy flat top break. And then it dropped, lost view up, and never recovered. So you never really know with these ones, Joe. So PHIO in focus.
Yeah, good luck there, brother. All right, so let's see what we got going on here. Why is that like that? So we'll just do a quick trade review. Again, this is going to be my second red day of the week, so nothing crazy. Last week was pretty solid. We'll go over everything here today. I'm going to just dock it in. It's 2 o'clock. I don't like what the market is doing. It can break down. We had a good opportunity, but yeah. Just don't, yeah, we'll leave it at that. So pins was our better trader here on the day. We would have been nicely green, but we got stopped out of the majority, and then it started to rip. We took a couple additional shorts on it. It did work, but then we got out right here. We didn't get the continuation to the volume-weighted average price. The TQQQ, small win on this one, nothing substantial. It is looking like it wants to break down and breach through this neckline here. I think that's key. 49.20, if that breaches, then you can head into that next supply zone around 48.86. So keep an eye out on that. F-slide, we take a small loss on this, looking for a short, but it is strong. Like, you know what, let's just get out of this before we get a little bit more frustrated. So we were trying to play the breakdown and got out of it. It may go now at this point, but that's fine. It can do what it will. I still believe that the price action on the 5 and the 10 minute is still relatively weak compared to what we are seeing here on compared to obviously the buying candles. So you can see the strength within them here and how weak they are to the downside. So that's something really important. We talk about each candle telling its own story, and that is that. We got a couple more to go to. We did pins. Oh, Rivian, we took a loss on. This is going to be our largest loser on the day, actually, RIVN. We tried a couple attempts on it. I believe we got one small win, but this was our loss where we thought we were going to break through the volume-weighted average price, so we put the most size on here throughout the day. No, actually, pins was so second most size here, and then we take this loss, and then we're like, oh, hey, should we flip the script? Is it going to break down? No, that wasn't necessarily the case. As it rebounds off of that $17 mark, you have that half an hour consolidation or so, breaks through those specific levels, and then now recovered. So not too bad of a look. That's my trade review. We'll lock it in today. We'll lock in a small red, but still slightly positive on the week, which I think which matters more.
Of course, that's the most important thing, bro.
Yeah.
What's good for the weekend?
I got physio at 3:30 today. Then we got dinner at 5:30.
Hey.
And then, which I'm a horrible drawer. We're gonna do some. We're gonna try to draw each other. So I told her, I'm like, hey, listen,
that's a date. I'm assuming it's like
no. We got the home kit. We got the home kit, right? Okay. So we got the home painting kit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna attempt, but I'm gonna be honest. Like I was
stuck to stick figures throughout the whole.
You and I both, brother.
Right, so she's like, you got to try. I'm like, I promise I will try, but I don't know how it's going to go.
I think it's going to go well because
I mean?
you're giving it the old college try, bro. That's all that matters.
It's not even a community college try. I'm going to give it the Ivy League try, but it doesn't mean it's going to come out good,
That's
right?
okay, bro.
Like, I'll bring it in as well, too, to see how embarrassing this painting is going to be.
Are you going to bring it in?
Yeah, I'll bring it in. I'll see how
You're a
it
good
is.
sport, man. You're a good sick sport,
I don't
bro.
know if I should, but it's going to be absolutely horrible. I'm like, in my head, I'm preparing for this, but I just don't think I'm going to be able to come out on the other side.
I like it, man. I like it. That's going to be fun,
I'm
man.
not good at drawing, dude. I don't know.
Neither am I, bro. Neither am I. I just
tried.
don't. I haven't tried in years. I got to tell you the truth.
tried.
But I got to do this. There goes a PHIO into the high of the day. There's 180. We got 64s on. I know that's Neil's beautiful mug there on the bottom left of the screen. We got 64s. We're looking for 85 next. We're still holding some shares. We're going to keep a look at this. Always be thankful says, set up a Picasso hat. There you go. I like that.
Yeah, I'll get the French hat on the side and stuff like that. I'll do everything.
You need that like French music. You know, like
we'll get
when
some
you're
little background,
gallivanting
like we're in the
streets of
we're in the
Paris.
hills or something
There
like
you go.
that. Painting. I won't be biting off any ears though. You got that one, right?
Van Gogh.
Was he French?
I don't know. I have no idea, bro. I just know. I know very little about fine art. It's just not my thing, bro.
I like the.
All right, here's PHIO again. I know we have to go to the boys, but it's at the high of the day. It's at 180. It's taking out the sellers. It's up 45 and change. It could be on its way to 2. There's a $2 resistance shelf that we saw on the daily. I hope everybody has a fantastic weekend, man. Long weekend.
Yes.
Nothing on Monday.
What are you doing? You never said what you were doing. Chilling with Betty and Vaughn.
Yeah. I got
couple gym sessions. Couple gym sessions.
I'm going up to the parents, so we'll have a we're going up on Monday. Yeah. All right, guys. I'll see everybody shortly at the big desk. For now, I was about to say Neil and Sean. Obi and Neil are that away.
Great show, everybody. And just remember, Sharif, appreciate you, brother, but keep your eyes off my screens, bro. I don't know why you have to look at my charts when you have your own charts. We all have our own charts that we could look at.
Let me screen watching.
It's just he's sitting there, and it's like he's got charts in front of him, but he has to be all up in my chart. No, it's so that you know, because I do it all the time, where like I can know what's going to be coming next because I'll cheat, and then this is the symbol that we're going to talk about in the rundown. So he wanted to know what I was going to talk about next because I always have the chart up. And this is a little broadcasting thing that, because I'm a professional broadcaster now. See, is you know you're going to talk about something, you prepare the visual ahead of time. Now, 75% of the time, or I just made that number up, I actually won't do that, and you'll see me actually flipping stocks. Let's go talk about Robinhood, and I'm typing in Robinhood, and then we're flipping to it. But as you can tell, I'm going to mention Transocean and Rig here because I have eyeballs on Rig. And the eyeball is the all-day trend line. It is all-day, Sharif.
Sharif with the ad-libs here.
You know when you guys can't hear Sharif, but when somebody is just giving like they're doing the hype man thing, where they'll just say like the last word that you said every single time. So Sharif has been doing that since I started talking, and it's freaking hilarious. But anyways, I lost my train of thought, but trend break potentially on Rig. It's been an absolute rocket ship to the upside. The market's been okay, it's green, but we still don't have like a super volatile day in the overall market, but there have been some massive runners. And apparently, Sharif, PHIO just went. Hey. There it goes. The last time Sharif told me there was a flat top break? Yesterday. Right? And then it ended up, I remember, I forget the name of the stock. And then it didn't break the top, and then there was the most gorgeous trend break ever. But everyone was sitting there for the breakout of the high. But there's PHIO, so if you're waiting around for that in the midday, you've now got it to set upside. I am in BMNR, but that doesn't look like it wants to go anymore. I was looking at this because IBIT was at the highs. I'm like, oh, this is bouncing off VWAP when we're at the highs. Let's see if there's a little bit of catch up there. BMNR is lagging a little bit from the rest of crypto. ETH is doing the same thing as Bitcoin. Oh, we got KC. Awesome week. Thank you for the super chat. Thanks, and have a great weekend. You have a great weekend too. Everybody,
long weekend, yeah.
It's a long weekend. Obviously, that means the markets will be closed on Monday, but I know Sharif said he's going to be chilling out with family. Long weekend plans?
Yeah, just gonna be working on some trading stuff, some journal stuff. Yeah.
He's always working. He's like Michael Noss. Just looking at charts, going over trade plans.
I mean, I'll chill out as well. Maybe do some gaming. See.
What's the game you're playing now?
Right now, I'm playing Hogwarts Legacy, which is actually, it was surprisingly good. Let's say that. I thought it was going to be like, you know, the last I guess Harry Potter related game that I played was on the PlayStation 1. And it was kind of clunky, but it was fun, good memories. But Hogwarts Legacy, totally different vibe than I expected it to be, and it's actually a lot of fun. It's actually a lot more difficult than I expected it to be as well. Yeah,
I'm old, man. All games are different.
No, I'll show you some videos from it. I mean, I don't know how much of a Harry Potter fan you are, but you know, I know you like Star Wars. I know you like Star Trek.
I'll be straight up. I've watched the first movie.
Okay.
My daughter's into it. We watched the first movie, nothing past that. My roommate at university was absolutely obsessed with it, to the extent that, I mean, he's a grown man now. He still loves some Harry Potter.
Yeah.
It's cool. Adrian's like, you're a great dude, man, but he really loves Harry Potter. I tried to read the books, and I'm always reading. I'm never not reading. I really did try to read. I just couldn't get into it.
I mean, those books are amazing.
And I'm one of those people, if I try to read something or watch something, if I can't get into it, I'm not gonna force the issue. I just gave up. It just wasn't for me, man.
No, that's fair. I mean, I actually stood in line for the last few books on release day. So and then I finished them in pretty much I think 1 week. I remember distinctly like the fifth one was pretty thick, and I finished that in about a week, just nonstop. Day and night, I just read. I'd like wake up, start reading, and I'd read by the time, like, you know, only get up for like breakfast, lunch, dinner, and then go to bed. But yeah, no, I was a big fan growing up, and the game is amazing, absolutely amazing. But yeah, no.
Well, gaming stocks, however.
Yes, that's a whole different story, is it?
Like, the volatility. Like, you talk about what has been strong and what has been weak and what is dead may not die. Like, I don't know, Unity is getting woodshedded still, unfortunately. And look, don't get me wrong, I'm only bringing that up because it happens to be on topic. Ooh, Adam James abroad, and a couple people are mentioning that Rhyme is going again. Algorithm Holdings. These guys are the ones who had the headline that disrupted all of the transportation names, and it looks like we are continuing with, I forget the reason why, if there's even a good reason why they have this ticker, Algorithm Holdings, RIME. I don't know if we covered that, but it's finally making move. You talk about something that was doing like some weird, odd barcoding. You don't usually see this, but that's a good pattern, everybody. There's your wedge pattern. Here's your breakout. It's just gone so far. Let's see if it can give some kind of a dip into the prior high. But Rhyme on the move, and remember this one, it did play into these highs yesterday. So this is more or less a double top from the 140 into 150 on Algorithm Holdings. So you take that breakout, you probably want to make sure you take something out. And I don't know that it has the same kind of, the pattern and the structure of PHIO just looks so much better. But yeah, some small cap runners. The market is not doing much of anything. I'll be real with you. But Shree's very excited about PHI. Are you still in this thing? No. Oh. Well, he's covered in the high break, but he's still cheering for the stock to go higher, everybody.
I think the market has broken out of that range that we were holding for a good part of the morning session. We saw that come in, when was this? Around 11 o'clock. So coming into the close of the morning show, we saw that it was trying to trek a little bit higher. Now we're consolidating near the highs there. And you talked about 25,000. Guess what? We're knocking on the door of 25,000. But when I'm looking at, it's just so many top wicks here on the 15-minute, and not many 15-minute candles left to go, Neil. Only about, 6 of them, 7 of them, I don't know. But Apple looking distinctly different. We were talking about how Apple was, maybe there were some sellers yesterday, perhaps, and today more of the same. Coinbase is another one which is looking closer to the market there. Maybe Bitcoin is up on the day as well. 167 is very, very strong here on Coinbase. Earnings day one on this one, but take a look at Apple, man. I'm watching this one. We talked about that 260 being a little bit of a key level. It gave it to you here, maybe a little bit later on in the day as well. Multiple times, just cannot get above VWAP. The one time we do get above VWAP here, we go up to 261 halves and then slam right back in, and we're consolidating near the lows here, Neil. So I'm watching this. Day lows coming in at 258.37s. What else is distinctly different relative to Apple? And I'm just looking at, let's take a quick look at Meta, because Meta I don't really keep eyes on. Tesla is the one I want to talk about. Tesla showing some strength when it comes to these Mag 7s. But right now, we are ready for the rundown. So let's see what you guys voted on. Sharif?
I wonder.
Welcome, everyone, to the Afternoon Rundown, the show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Obi, you saw him. He's in for Sean. Neil, he's locked and loaded, and he's ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get your tickers on the Afternoon Rundown is to join us bright and early in the chat and vote for your favorite tickers. You can vote any time of day. Cutoff time is 2 o'clock. And make sure to throw in that $sign before you vote. Otherwise, it does not register. Let's look at the Qs. We haven't fully recovered from the massacre yesterday. We've recovered a little, let's say half, up 0.75% on the triple Qs. The SPY, a little bit less, 0.5%. The Dow, the worst performing of all 4 major averages, but it made all-time highs not long ago, up 0.41. Leading the way, though, is the Russell 2000 ETF IWM, up 1 3/4, the strongest by far of the 4 major averages. Let's look at the first name as decided by you, almost at day's high, but $1 off right now. Coinbase, stellar report there. A lot not to like, especially with the crypto trading, but it's buoyed by the stock buybacks, a revenue diversification as I look to get into the prediction markets, and the legislation outlook, guys, something we haven't been talking about lately.
Yeah, I mean, the chance that people have said that they've bungled the whole Clarity Act and all that stuff. I don't know that you go that far. It feels like the kind of thing that gets done eventually. But sometimes it's more about do as we say. Is that an alarm?
No.
I keep hearing it. I felt like I heard your phone. It doesn't matter. I feel like it's like do what we say and not what we do, because it's so wild. Pre-market, before we even came on air, one of the setups that we were both talking about was, hey, regardless of what you think about the report, Coinbase was going in the morning, and it had this, not rounded bottom, but like wipeout bottom yesterday, higher low, into a 156 level breakout. And then, the problem with it is it wasn't doing anything you sit down, so it wasn't on like my node. I wasn't really planning on it, and and when it made the break, was looking at other things. At that point, I was trading, it was initial trade in iBid off the open, and Pinterest, and you get caught up and you forget the fact that what was the big earnings name that we're all focused on? It was Coinbase last night. Like, what was the thing we expected to have the big move? It was Coinbase, and we got lulled into this weird, boring action in the aftermarket show, and then came in today without I came in without a focus on Coinbase because of it, but we were gapped up pretty well. We were breaking into new price territories. It was doing all of the things that you would want. Do I think it was that great of a quarter? Not really. I think it was way too mixed. But ultimately, ball don't lie. Triple bottom here on the daily, and we're breaking away from it. Just when you zoom out, remember, if we don't ever break 170, then this means nothing. Like this little recovery move, you're just in a consolidation off of this low. That's it. If it doesn't break through the 170 level, then you have done, then Coinbase has done nothing with this recovery. And it's completely, I don't want to say it's meaningless because anyone traded it long today, congratulations. But if you can't take out the first local resistance level, then the downtrend isn't truly broken. We'll have a crack at that on Tuesday because Monday obviously is a holiday, although it's an outside chance it could go $4 here. The market doesn't seem like it wants to, that's for sure.
Yeah, what absolute strength here on coin. And this morning we covered a bit of an interesting level here. This is a monthly chart, and you can see here, pointed out in the morning, September 2024, and then April of 25. We come here with some aggression, multiple months read into this level, and we caught a bid every single time. both 2 times. But you can see here maybe a potential level in the past as well. But more recent is what I'm looking at here. And guess what happens today, Neil? Absolute strength after coming in. Yeah, we break that level by a little bit, but again, on a higher time frame, things are not necessarily very clear in terms of precise levels, but we did come into that area, and this area that proved the past couple of times, one might even say the past 3 times here, to be a bit of an area of demand. We're seeing that aggressive demand coming in here once again today with a market that's not necessarily, I mean, the market is on the side, but as of this week, the market necessarily has not been with a strong bid. Today's one of the only days where we get a pretty decent bid there, but the morning was absolute chop, and we had a bit of a dip and rip here. Again, Coinbase earnings day 1. What I really liked about this one was that we got that shake and bake off of the initial report last night. We stepped up, we held above this anchored that I have on right here. So we held above the anchored. Pre-market opens up today. We trickle up a little bit past those after-hour highs and make higher lows and higher highs. A dip into anchored brings us back with that bid and off to the races, and continuing to hold this strength at high a day here, 167.10. So absolute strength. Definitely not one I would touch for a potential reversion, but even though look, you can see it's broken multiple trends, right? You can see here off of this push, it broke that trend, didn't really get anywhere, didn't really come down into VWAP. If you want to say this. This little bid right here, we broke that, we got up to 167s, and then, since about 11:54, so around noon, we've just been chopping sideways in about a $2 range here on Coinbase. Now, something to remember is that, yeah, sometimes people want to look at Bitcoin when Bitcoin is showing some strength, and that might be reflected in something like a Coinbase, and you can see Bitcoin with a similar kind of price action here where we had that strength in the morning, now just sideways consolidation. So on days like these, I definitely want to reference Bitcoin, but more often than not, and we talked about this morning, Neil, was that Coinbase kind of does its own thing. Yeah. A lot of time you have people asking, oh, Bitcoin's doing this, why isn't Coinbase doing that? But on days when Bitcoin has a strong move, then maybe more of an inkling to kind of watch Coinbase and look for that level of confluence. If it's there, then it means something. If it's not, then I just usually just leave it alone. But that's Coinbase on the day today.
For those that, before we go back to the desk, for those that are keeping score, Rhyme is now at
Whoa.
$1.74. Oh my goodness. Yeah, if that stock was at 100 and something, that would be insane. Now 50 something, 57% to the upside. Just hit actually $1.75 and continues. And could put in its first red candle. You know, it's almost like somebody was just holding it down all day long. But look at the volume. This is on real legitimate volume as well. So Rhyme is looking like it's a runner for 2 days in a row. And we see a lot of people in the chat. These guys are the ones that are disrupting transportation. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we'll see how big of a deal this ends up being. But I mean, you hear the only thing that's weird about this, and I know we're going to continue in the rundown, what I can't wrap my head around is there's this much pent up belief and anger in this stock. What the heck was going on for most of the day when we were in a pretty strong market? That's what I don't get. It's almost like somebody was purposefully holding this thing down to accumulate.
Accumulation, yeah.
That's kind of what that looks like. That's the only, somebody was holding it down to accumulate. You have to figure, sometimes what can happen is you'll have like a whale who has, like if you're a whale and you have a decent sized position in something, like you have the ability where you can sell at specific times to hold it down, but really you're actually in those dips accumulating more shares. But because you have a big position, you can just sell like little pieces of it. And then when you release, bye-bye, it's gone, and you actually have more shares than you did before. But because your overall position is so large, and I'm not saying that's what's happening here, I'm just saying that's the kind of thing that whale traders have done before.
I mean, that looks absolutely crazy.
And that's what it looks like happened. That's almost like that's what looks like was happening here. Is if you see this pattern on a gapper, Like, it's not giving it up under VWAP. It's not giving it up when it rejects the previous day's high. It's literally making higher lows as all this is going on, but it's not doing anything with it. It's like somebody was holding this down that probably has a really large position they soaked up.
It's also making lower highs, right? That's what I think gives precedent to the wind up, right? It's just like you keep winding it up, and it does look like accumulation. And then, was there news? Like, why is it ripping?
No news happening.
It's just ripping off of no rhyme or reason. I have no idea, but just
somebody released the Kraken. They were like,
exactly.
I'm holding it down. Now I'm not anymore. And I've accumulated all day long. And that's
that is wild, yeah.
And you know what? And if you do stuff like that, like, regular trade, regular people can't do stuff like that. Regular traders can't do stuff like that. But it's got to be pretty lucrative.
What's the float on that thing?
I'd have to double check. Off the top of my head, I'm not sure what.
It's like we can probably figure out how much you probably need to kind of hold that up.
Let me just. I can try.
Because that windup is absolutely crazy, and right now it's like Beyblade, let it rip.
This can't be right. 5.7 million.
I mean, yeah, maybe. Yeah.
8 times.
Think about it.
That's right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's doable.
You could definitely corner that.
Oh, someone's got easily. Okay, let's go back up and continue the rundown.
FSLY is at the high too today, guys, so keep your eye on that if you're inclined for that. But DVLT is the next one, Datavol. There's no specific headline on this one today, but earlier in the week we got word that the CEO, Nate Bradley, was hosting a private invitation-only dinner at the Mar-a-Lago for select group of institutional investors as well as high net worth individuals and senior government officials. Again, no headline today, but it's up about 18%, so you can make your own inferences there.
This is continuation. See, this is what you expect to see for continuation. And not to go back to Rhyme where it gets held down, this was very different. Like, it pulled back into prior support, prior close, and said, okay, that's it, we're gonna go. And it was so deceiving too, because if you were of the camp, I'm not falling for the 830 initial spikes, the first thing I'm going to do is short. Like, the first thing I did this morning was literally short HIBIT. It's hilarious, man. Sometimes it be like that, where it's like you'll make money shorting a thing that was long all day long. No, but like your first thought was, I want to fade moves, and you get that first shot. Well, this was a name, Fastly, that gave you that same setup, but then immediately it's like buy, and then clean break. There's not much standing in the way here on FSLY, and I think we were looking at the weekly chart last week, or yesterday, the weekly chart yesterday. Like, there's not much standing in its way. You can have a look at 20, but if it chews through 20, you're now talking about that 24 level. And don't get me wrong, like, you can always zoom out and find these kind of bag holder price levels. But my goodness, this is a very, very legitimate breakout on the higher time frames. And for those that are like, but look how much it's up in the last couple of days. Yeah, but what are we talking about for it to get to 24? So I think until proven otherwise, I know in the afternoon, a lot of times the trade setup for me, like, I'll look at a rig and say I want to do a mean reversion on that because of what the chart looks like. And I know that actually ended up, if you took that same thing on Fastly yesterday, like, that would have worked out. It doesn't have that kind of a setup. It doesn't really have that setup here, because ultimately, like, you've got this, which is forming a new trend, but it hasn't really developed it yet. But on the higher time frame, it feels like this still has a bit of room. The way that it absorbed that profit taking yesterday and then the dump at the open, I think tells you that it might have some more room to go. Day 3 is always a big day for a runner like this. So I think Tuesday morning is probably going to be very indicative of how far this will really go. But it's got room to 24.
Yeah, definitely. I think this was one on everyone's watch yesterday, and I love this price action yesterday off of the open when it had that opening drive, 100% reported above revenue. And you know what? Gapping up, pushing up higher, pre-market levels, pre-market break, holding consolidation yesterday above VWAP decently, and then breaking out intraday, closing, well, not necessarily near the highs. You talked about this breakdown. I was involved with this along here, and then I took some pieces off of this reversion here back down into $16. But that was very key for me coming into this morning, and $16 never really breaks down, even though we have this bit of a strong push and then wipe back back in, maybe scaring some longs out, potentially wiping all the way back down to some opening prices and then some. But look at this consolidation, tight little wind up there, and then breaking back above VWAP for another round on day 2, where you break the opening range highs and then you sustain higher highs and higher lows, and currently printing fresh highs, Neil. So yeah, day 1, day 2, day 3, this one looks like a serious pivot to me.
Stop, won't stop.
All right, guys, Robinhood next up here, up 7 3/4. There's a few headlines. Nothing is really market moving. Cathie Wood went in and bought about $12.4 million in Robinhood stock. She sold Airbnb to pick up that, so keep an eye out for that. Separately, Truist Securities lowering the price target on Robinhood from 130 down to 120. There was this headline as well. Robinhood yesterday cryptically posting on their X account as follows: "We've got a surprise for you shortly." All right. So this came out today that Robinhood Markets launches a live stream roadshow for their Ventures Fund 1. So this is going to host a live stream roadshow presentation for Robinhood Ventures on February 17th. It's going to be live at 10 a.m. Pacific, so 1 p.m. Eastern. The event will feature CEO Vlad Tenev, CFO Shiv Verma, and RVI President Sarah Pinto, who are going to provide an overview of the new closed-end fund, the strategy that they're going to employ, and what investors can expect, guys. So it's going to be accessible via the Robinhood app as well as on YouTube. Hood, boys, up 7 2/3.
Yeah, Cathie Wood just feels like, you know the person at the poker table that plays literally every hand?
Yeah, that's her.
That's Cathie Wood.
Her bet sizing might be a little different, though.
Well, I mean, obviously, but it's just, is there ever a position or a stock that she holds that there isn't something incredibly active every earnings, every quarter, sympathy play? It's like, oh, Cathie Wood bought more of this, sold more. Like it's incredibly active. Like it's just, I think I have a level of curiosity to even understand the methodology. Like that would be a fun sit down, because it's absurdly active relative to what you're used to seeing for a money manager. But anyways, it doesn't really matter. At the end of the day, Robinhood here double bottomed at 70. Although it's not like a traditional double bottom. You really didn't do much down in front of the 70 level here. Like you spent a few seconds there this morning. That's about it. But you did double bottom here. The hope would be, and I feel the same way about this, and I don't want to be pessimistic or anything, but like I feel the same way about this as I do about Coinbase, we were mentioning earlier. It's like, okay, great, you've held the lows here, and we have a mini bounce back, but given the way that we've seen sell-offs recently, how good do you feel about this? When you take a look at the daily chart, oh yeah, we're up 8%, but when stocks get cut in half, going up 8% becomes a heck of a lot easier, and we know this to be true. Like, it's not as impressive being up 8% when you've gone from 150 to 70 bucks. It just isn't. It's the same reason why we can have a look at, you know, the move on FSLY and why it seems so impressive, and it is. I'm not saying it's not, but if we don't really do anything above 80 bucks or even break out 90, then unless you're a short-term trader, you convinced you've got the bottom? I like Robinhood. I think reasonable people could say this is a good place to start DCAing in. There's nothing about the quarter that completely scares you. But when I pull up like a monthly chart, like the monthly chart says, okay, 70 is a good logical bounce zone, but 50 also looks pretty good technically as well. So like it's almost like a DCA type of level here for the hooded one. Ooh, Rivian, 1840.
Yeah, it continues to push a little higher. So I just want to take a dabble on a potential continuation there. But Robinhood, definitely the volatility coming in yesterday and today. What a reversion, Neil. So I like when things have an aggressive move in the morning session and then they do absolutely nothing all day long, kind of defining that range for us, you know, making my life a little bit easier. So if you just say that I'm looking at, you know, the high of the range and the low of the range here, that it's set for more than, what is this, just a quick measure this out really quickly, for over 4.5 hours going into the close. So that was around 70.50s to 71.90. So we can just say 72 to 70 halves. We pull into that range from yesterday off of the open, and then boom, is it doing any sort of relative volume? Absolutely not. Probably taking it off of my watch list. But if you're trading it from purely, okay, it did a strong move yesterday and then kind of ranged, if you're taking the range break or the range hold, it definitely gave you opportunities. It showed you that, okay, we're bouncing off of a prior, support and resistance level from yesterday, which was recent. We reclaim VWAP, we reclaim opening range highs, we reclaim pre-market highs. And then off of there, you catch about a 3 to 4, almost 4% move before that bid kind of steps off. And since then, once again, today, we're consolidating sideways for almost 4 hours now. Now the range being around, I guess, the highs at 77s and the lows at 75s and some change. We can call it 75 halves there. So tight ranges and then stepping up on top of prior day's range. So I know a lot of people were talking about Hood and not necessarily on my radar. I get it. It's earnings day 2 and 3. Right, you're using day 2 levels, day 3 coming in today as well with a bit of reversion back into these day 1 range areas. So interesting stuff, not really part of my playbook, I'd say here, but technically speaking, you can see how well it held certain structures and broke out of certain levels coming into the day today. Not really doing as much volume coming into the later half of the day. You can see most of that volume was done right off of the open, and once that buying kind of stepped off, you can see the volume also stepped off and trading much lower. But you know what I really like? That we're holding higher on much lower volume. I like that.
Truth. Oh, by the way, Rig finally broke that all-day trend, so I'm in. Stop at the prior high, and we'll see how. I have bids to the first support level. We'll see if it goes, and then if it gets to VWAP, that's going to be the usual target. We have a couple symbols to go over. I got a good feeling that this one might be sub $1, Sharif.
It's $420, Neil. That one's coming up. So TSLA is the one we're looking at here. A couple of headlines, nothing market moving for Tesla. So Xiaomi surpassing Tesla in China in respect of sales. So the Xiaomi YU7, which is their SUV, sold about a little bit less than 38,000 units last month, while Tesla sold about 16,800. So big difference there as Tesla's market share continues to struggle all over the world. Rivian also reporting earnings and good demand likely for their R2. Tesla could be moving in sympathy. Last but not least, this is obviously not Tesla related, but it is Elon Musk adjacent. SpaceX is considering a dual class shares for its IPO, being here reported by Bloomberg, guys. So Tesla barely holding on to 1%.
Okay, so obviously Tesla's not a penny stock, but I know DVLT is going to be one of the names in the rundown. Has to be. If Tesla is a penny stock. You did DVLT? Did we? No, I didn't talk about DVLT.
I didn't talk about DVLT.
Okay, that's our bad.
Okay.
We didn't actually go over
I thought it
DVLT.
was Fastly, yeah.
I thought it was Fastly. Okay, so that's my bad.
Yeah.
Entirely my fault. I'll take the L for that. But that being said, if Tesla was ever a penny stock, a lot of us around here would be feeling some pain. It's not going to happen. Definitely not going to happen. I do believe in them. Look, I can't wait for the SpaceX IPO. Unfortunately, we do have to wait. I think we're past the point of thinking that very, very brief window of speculation that maybe, just maybe, instead of doing an IPO, you could have further consolidated and combined with Tesla. That looks like was just some random nonsense. It's not going to happen. So we'll probably go the traditional IPO route there. But they did have the tie-up with XAI, which I think was a smart move because you have SpaceX, which is generating much better revenues, obviously, while XAI is just spend. You get those together, and I think it's a more attractive package for, hopefully, what is an IPO we'll get soon this year. Before we get into some technicals, what do we have here? UBS corporate buyback will go from the lowest seasonality this week to high or even peak seasonality at 30 to 50 billion per week for the next 6 weeks until the end of March. We like it when you sprinkle some buybacks on things. Well, it's true. What is the best way to gloss over high valuations, right? It's the same way that you gloss over bad tasting food. You just sprinkle stuff that tastes good, and then it's just much better. It goes down a little bit better. So sprinkle a little buyback on your 1 bajillion PE, and everything's just goes down the hatch a little bit better. I don't know. It's just objectively true. So Tesla, it's all about 420, everybody. And as long as we're above 420, then I will feel good about Tesla for the rest of this afternoon. The problem is, it does seem like we've turned the corner a little bit. Like, this is a name that feels like it's turned the corner off the highs. Like, you got the lower high being put in. Like, I'd wonder if we lose 420, if there's not like a play into the volume weighted average price. I still don't feel that great yet about Tesla to get back into the highs. I've sort of been saying, look at the trend from the top. We just keep rejecting. Every time we press, we reject the top of this trend line. So until we start breaking away from that, like I won't be thinking explosive move back into the highs yet for Tesla. So that's what I have my eyeballs on for next week. If we break this, then I'm going to go into next week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, thinking long every day till we get to 455, and then the same thing if we break through there. We just haven't been able to bust through yet on Tesla.
Yeah, I mean, Tesla, I definitely have eyes on that 420 level, like Neil mentioned earlier, maybe potentially key. Let's go to a weekly chart. And if you guys watch the show every now and then, you guys already know how my Tesla chart looks. And holding trend is what I'm seeing, right? We still haven't necessarily broken this trend here that we've gotten higher lows. This is a weekly. And let's see how that's looking. Boom, whoa, that's a lot of lines. But you know what? I like this one right here, the anchored from that prior high, coming all the way down here at 356s. So I know that's a little bit messy, but a lot of chop, a lot of areas to potentially catch a bid here. Even if we do break this trend, guess what? Bigger time frame, we'll go to the monthly. This is pretty much sideways, right? We're still in the range that we were in 2021. Maybe we're attempting to hold a little bit higher. We did kind of breach that here in January of 25, December of 24. But pulled right back in, made a higher low, and we're attempting to do the same coming into December, January of this year. We attempt to break this high, and we're pulling back in. But let's see if some of these bids sustain us above 400. Now, I've said this before. This thing has been a classic stair-step squeeze with very extended and long legs, and it's just volatile sometimes, right? You can see each way when you go to the upside, these legs are pretty extensive. When we come to the downside, very choppy, but still extensive, and then still the same. So it's like we're stuck in this kind of a range here. If I were to say what that much higher time frame range is, just go to a 3-month chart. You can see here much more clearly 415s. Now again, don't forget this is split adjusted to 100. Right? And we're attempting to break that 415, 420 level right now. We got all the way up to 500. I wouldn't say failure to follow through, but didn't really get to 500 at all. So 498s, I think 498s and some change were the highs there. Yeah, 498.83s I'm seeing here, and that was in and around December, mid to late December there. Let's see, it's only the beginning of the year. We closed the year pretty strong. Right? If you go to a 12-month chart here, you can see we closed pretty strong last year, right? So this is more of a trend. Now each bar here is representing 12 months. We still have 10 months and 19 days to finish printing this candle. I say, you know, just looking back at it, a lot of these candles have wicks on both sides. Look at the candle on this year, Neil. It's a flat top. Does that change probabilities for you? I don't know. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'll let you decide that. But I like how sometimes candles form.
You're taking it to a whole another
level.
The 12-month chart.
Of course. And we have range to the downside as well. Don't get me wrong. I mean, 250s, 280s, you have all of this range. So I have no idea what the stock is going to do. But these are things that sometimes, you know, they keep me up at night being like, okay, you know, is Tesla really going to close a flat top on this year? Maybe, maybe not.
You know what keeps me up at night? What's the next symbol? Because I'm curious. Because at this point now, I'm like, did we do DVLT? We did not do DVLT. Will it even be a small cap? We did FSLY, but on my board, it's like number 7 on the, like, because I try to cheat, right? Because it's like, imagine you have the notes to the test, where I can flat out look at this live visualizer. And then therefore I'm supposed to be able to look like I'm a genius. I know we're gonna talk about Coinbase, then we're gonna talk about DVLT next, then we're gonna talk about Robinhood, then we're gonna talk about Tesla. We didn't do Ron. How did FSLY even get into a conversation there if it's number 7? So at this point, I have no idea what Sharif is gonna say next, which is always fun. You like to have surprise in your life.
The cutoff time is 2, Neil. I know they've kind of developed, the different votes have increased on some, but MLEC here is the last one, up 68 2/3. Mulek Sciences, guys, announcing the results of a crushing process of their Glassos safflower platform. So they announced the results of that platform, confirming gamma-linolenic acid concentrations of approximately 45%. The result follows the completion of their other safflower campaign and represents a major operational milestone, validating the company's ability to deliver commercial-grade agricultural and industrial performance through its plant-generated molecular farming platform. That all is worth 70%, well off the highs, though.
Is it really Mulek?
Mulek, yeah. Mulek.
I can't even. What are we doing here, Mulek Sciences?
Yeah.
But anyways, it doesn't.
Come on, molecular.
I get it, but
molecular chemistry. Never took that course?
Anyways, it's a very weird name for a company. I can't be the only one that thinks that. And maybe it's a Friday thing, but I can't take it. It's hard to take it that seriously. But you know what? This is also the classic. If Louise was here, I think, I feel like this is the kind of stock that flat out could have rinsed a trader in both directions. And I know there's small cappers that back in the day when I used to be a penny stock trader. Here, can I at least talk? I know we didn't go over DVLT, but I'm gonna throw it up here, and there's an actual purpose for this. Don't get me wrong. Back when I used to trade penny stocks when I started out, a stock like DVLT, this is one that pretty straightforward if you were trading it. You get an early push, hold VWAP early, it loses it, so you break away. You might lose trying to take this trade, but then it does this nice little trend up, holds VWAP, and does a classic breakout setup. I don't think you would have gotten rinsed if you were a DVLT trader. This Mulek stock, I'm not sure how you trade this without getting your butt kicked. This was just bamboozling you left, right, and center. It looks good here. It loses some support and immediately halts down. After halting down, it then 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, halts up, and then instead of holding VWAP, it's an instant rinse into the low. And then after halting down, it goes in the other direction. Your best plan of action, believe it or not, trading this stock, was to buy it after the down halt, effectively, sell it after the up halt. And that actually would have worked out for you pretty well, except for this final time when we lost the volume weighted average price. Now it just seems like it's dead, but I'll say that it looks pretty dead to me, and then the next thing you know is it'll down halt and then start flying. This is exactly the kind of stock that just seems like it chops you up. Give me a DVLT or a Rhyme. If you're a small cap trader, those seem so much more reasonable to trade. Here, it's almost like just punch and pray on Mulek. And yeah, and also the daily chart, what utter nonsense is the daily chart, which is even telling you where you should just be let it try to break $9. That's what the daily chart is telling you, and then just fade it after that.
Try to break it, see what happens. It's done it a couple times. But I asked you this, Neil. Remember when this stock was $6,337? This is on the monthly chart.
I remember the good old days.
Remember the good old days.
When Mulek was $6,330.
Mulek, definitely there was some sort of float chemistry happening there. But again, Neil hit the nail on the head right there. It kind of tells you where supply came in. Prior Thursday, January 15th, was when we had a strong move here on Mulek, post-split runner right here a few days after. When was it split? January 5th, post-split, kind of just maybe runs up in the pre-market here or after hours, comes right back in, pushes up to 13s, 1295s, pulls back in and has a bit of a chop and just a fade. I call this kind of chart a crumble because it's just not really doing any volume, and the chart literally looks like crumble. The candles look like crumbles on the chart, and then all of a sudden you catch some volume here, whether it's from a catalyst, whether it's from some new development. I have no idea, nor do I think it really truly does matter. But a beautiful vehicle to catch some intraday trades here. So if we'd go down to say a 3-minute, we can see here just cannot get through that $13 level, cannot get through that $12 level, and it only gave you that chance, Neil, maybe a couple times in the pre-market, but just off of the open, and then once again here coming into noon and trickling back down into day lows. And we looked at what the float on Rime was earlier. I don't know necessarily what the float on Mulek is, but I have here 517,000 shares. Heard that right, 517,000. Not even a million, that's 500,000 shares on the float.
That is absurd.
And it's done about 2.23. Talk about some churning and some rotation happening there of that float. So
we got 2 super chats here.
Interesting stuff. Yeah, so Trader TV fan here, 0.2% done to check Pinterest for man bun ideas.
You don't want my opinion then, easy peasy.
Okay. And then the easy peasy saying that was my other act for Pinterest joke. Oh, account.
So because
okay, I see what you mean.
You haven't filled in a while. So
okay,
easy peasy has been
Trader TV fan.
Trader TV fan is easy peasy.
Yes.
So easy peasy has been donating via super chat 0.2% of his returns every single day.
Okay.
So every time we get a super chat, we know you've had a good day.
Nice. Congratulations.
And I'm going to reread the other one because that was the funny one. Here, because you can't call me up for a man bun. Check Pinterest for man bun ideas. So you don't want my ideas for Pinterest. You want Obi's.
I mean, we can take a look at. Thank you for the super chat.
Show off first of all, Obi's got that ill flow.
What?
You got the ill flow.
Well, yeah, it's flowing.
Just saying.
Flowing for now.
My hair ain't growing. Y'all can see that for real.
So Pinterest, I mean, I liked it this morning. Now again, these are just my opinions here. I liked it this morning because of the flush down, and it was looking interesting, just showing that weakness. But you can see here, once it reclaims that VWAP and just starts trickling up, that's in line with the rest of the market. So here you can see that maybe yes. I mean, I had the idea to take this short off of the opening drive, but I was definitely very, very wrong on that. And you can see it just swipes right back up, reclaims VWAP, comes back into that $14 level. Why was I looking at $14? Let's take a look at the higher time frame chart to see where that $14 potentially came in. Where'd it go? So this is a weekly. Let me get rid of this VWAP here. So I think this was why. Yeah, we were coming into this $16 level, and then potentially coming into this range here where the ultimate low is sitting at $10.10, and then 14 was that level from the pre-market, right? That's what it was. Yeah, in and around here. So 14.5. So I was like, all right, we'll take the whole dollar back in. Definitely did not work. As well as I was looking for. 1384s was the low, but you can see here just trending up, consolidating near the highs and showing some strength in line with the rest of the market. The market was very choppy off of the open, and then now trended to the upside there, now consolidating just shy of that 25,000 here on the NASDAQ, and if you want to look at the ES, just shy of that 6,900, nice on the ES. So I liked it this morning for one thing, but when it doesn't work out, I left it alone, right? That was not the idea.
It was a good mean reversion on pins.
Yeah, if you looked, I did see this. I did see this here, yeah.
VWAP, and then now it's
15 rejection.
It was literally doing nothing. It was right at the $15 level. That was it. It's just been a weird day, man. It's one of those days I look and it's like the 2 best trades came on shorts that were longs, and that's just kind of how it is. But there was one thing I wanted to just quickly, because I know on a Friday where the market's not doing much, I just want to make a note that Rime is once again breaking highs, now through $2. It did get to 100% to the upside, because the high is now 220. So it got to it was at 108 was prior close. So it complete double up here. You actually have a chance if it closes over 2. 2 is that big time post-split support to resistance. It's a monster level if it can hold that 2. You got to factor in like the short sellers that typically will short any kind of a reverse split. A lot of times they're shorting here, they're shorting that, they're shorting this, they're shorting that. So there's some $2 shorts in there, but it's almost like 250 gets them in a heck of a lot more trouble. Easy peasy is pins a buy here, LOL. You were watching the after show last night, weren't you? I mean, I wouldn't. Anybody can do whatever they want. I wouldn't buy Pinterest. That's just me. I can't think of what the good reason would be to believe in the quarter, to believe in the company, to believe in the future. I'm not seeing it, but what the heck do I know, man? I'm just I day trade. So if somebody could make a compelling argument to me, the value of Pinterest for anything other than here, like I think if we're talking about, go back to that monthly chart, like if we're just sort of talking about take a shot because we're literally bouncing off the pandemic higher low. So there's the higher low off 2020 pandemic, and you just want to take a shot on that and swing it and hold it to the all-time low. Because you figure structurally, if you get back to 24, 28, like that'd be a reasonable bounce. If you just like that trade setup, that is what it is. I just can't see a reason to be in this company outside of maybe it eventually just falls far enough that someone wants to pick up the pieces. Like that is not unreasonable to me at least. But yeah, not for me, Pinterest. And I know sometimes we're harsh, but we just kind of call it like we see it. I just noticed Sharif.
Yeah. I mean, I asked the chat. I was like, chat, what is Sharif doing in the background? Wrong answers only. Behind the scenes. He's doing behind the scenes.
What is this for? But where are we posting this? It's going on like Instagram or something?
Instagram, TikTok.
What's the Instagram, people?
Fans only.
I'm so old with this gray hair, I have no idea what an Instagram is. You people have to school me. I'm just doing it for his camera right there. I know exactly what the Instagram is, everybody. The Instagram.
The Instagram.
That's where Sharif posts all of his workout videos.
Yeah.
And first of all, I'm going to out him here too because there was one time he was scrolling and I'm like, I know what you're, and he was right next to me on the desk.
Yeah.
He's like, and I'm like, I know what you're looking at. And he's like, that's not what I'm doing. And I crap you not. I walked over, I'm like, give me your phone. He's like, yeah, I'll give you my phone. And the very first thing that I saw in his feed was exactly what you all are thinking right now. And that's all I'm going to say. And Sharif knows it's true. And he knows it's true.
It was an advertisement. I swear up and down it was an advertisement. I had no control, man.
He says.
So you're saying that the ads are not catered to you based off of your profile?
He says it was an advertisement. All I'm simply saying is, yes, it was a workout video. No, you would not be looking at that workout video for somebody's correct form. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying, I'm just saying because that's how it is. So the market is coming. Let's just change the subject for a second. It wasn't Sydney Sweeney, just for anyone out there.
Nice.
I don't know. It was random. It was a squat video. So, I mean, obviously Sharif works out. So not completely illegitimate. To say the market's coming down, like we're very slowly sliding down a little bit here. I lost my train of thought because there was another stock I was going to get to that wasn't RIG, which since breaking the trend, you know what's strong? It broke the trend line, put in the lower high. So usually when I see it do this, hold the lower high, I'm thinking, okay, this starts to break down here. You could almost even add to it. And then it just held the line at the entry point where you get the trend break, like held on pretty clean. So this, I'm not adding to this one for sure, but I'm still waiting for this to actually show signs that it wants to break into the downside. And I'm going to keep eyes on this Rhyme stock, now at 220. This thing is an absolute rocket ship.
Yeah, I mean, I think Friday before the long weekend, something that has a really low float.
I've never seen that.
That's been churned around.
Setup is insane.
Yeah, might not be over. You know, we could see this. We could see more of a squeeze. We're almost coming into power hour. You know, we have about an hour and 8 minutes left, or hour and 7 minutes left in the trading day, and Rhyme continues to climb higher and higher.
Fastly is gone again.
Fastly is going. Fastly is absolutely strong. And again, a lot of us are talking about some of these setups here. When you have a strong earnings report, you gap up, you continue, and it's a nice little push there. Fastly definitely I think qualifies for one of those setups here. But where is the next trade? That's what I'm asking you guys. I got a few things on watch. But guess what, Neil? Things are at the high of day, or kind of consolidating in and around VWAP. One of those names is Dutch Bros. So Dutch Bros, right here, holding VWAP pretty well, and bruh is right. That's probably what the longs are saying as well, because on the reversion, it gave you a beautiful reversion right here, all the way back into VWAP, which was 42.90 something, and I'm getting some phone calls. Anyways, 52 halves was that VWAP, now pulling right back in. So maybe is this the next trade? That's what I'm asking myself here as of right now, as we attempted to push back through VWAP, holding some of those opening. I would call this maybe the opening session low, not necessarily opening range low, but this was the first place where we did attempt to catch a bit of a bounce. And we only got to 54, maybe just shy of 55s, and then slam right back in again. Guess what? Over the past hour or so, hour and a half, we attempted to push these areas once again, 53s. So can't really get past that, pulling right back in. So the question I'm asking is, are sellers that were dominant in the morning, are they going to continue to be dominant going into the last half hour or last hour of the day here? So I'm waiting, I'm watching. I don't really have anything else that's too crazy. Baba, I'm watching really closely here as well. Rivian's probably going to stop me out there. It goes stopping me out, pulling back in. So maybe a reversion on Rivian there. Alibaba, similar story to that of what was that one called? Of Dutch Bros, but only because it's trading now back below VWAP. This was distinctly different in the morning, where it did rip up off of VWAP, off of this. We had to report it in the morning, and I was just like, yeah, this is a breaking news trade. If you had it in the pre-market, you had it. We reverted back into those reference prices, couldn't really get too far past that reference, and I think that's probably one trade as well, Neil. And we talked about this being a breaking news trade in the pre-market, where if you got short maybe into 154s, that was nice for a leg down into 150s. The back through 150 was a great place to maybe potentially start looking for a reversion and coming in off of the open. We did get a breakout of this kind of consolidation or local high here, whether you want to call that 155s, 153s off of the opening range on a 3-minute, maybe coming in and around the same area. But we, on every pullback, we held that level until we got to the reference price of where that selling initially started. So one could argue that it's up here as well. Fine, if you want to nitpick, that's fine. Some strong selling up here as well, and a bit of a crumble. Maybe someone new here, and the news took a little bit of a while, maybe an hour to disseminate all throughout the world, and then you get that nice little crack coming in with some follow through. Regardless of which point you used, it failed to follow through those references of where those sellers stepped in. And then guess what? Sellers stepped right back in. So this was a bit of a miss on my part. What was I doing from around 11 to 12 o'clock, Neil? I was at Cabanos eating a burger. So
I
wanted to ask you. Yeah, I went to Cabanos with Wayne because, I mean...
I didn't say you were getting burgers.
I mean, we went for a walk, and then I had to go pick up some things. So we did a little bit of shopping, and on the way back, I was just like, all right, well, Cabanos is on the way back. Why not?
The chili was pretty good.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, how was the chili?
But it wasn't a Cabanos burger. But
yeah, it wasn't a Cabanos burger.
It was fine.
Any news on iron? One of my pod members messaged me about this one, about what's happening with iron, and I was just like, it might just be a little anemic here as it kind of sells off pretty aggressively. No news was necessarily found on this one. Maybe Derek can help us out with this one. What's going on here with iron? Halt down, open up much lower. Imagine chasing into this sell off, and then you open literally, what is this, 20% lower, Neil, and we're catching a bit of a bid here on iron. So when was this selling coming in? 224s, halted down at 230, opens back up at around, let's go down to a 1 minute here. When did it specifically open up? 1452, so 252 is when it opened up here on iron, but hopefully we can get some news there. But
There was news this morning.
yeah, nothing in and around this time at 2:24.
Iron, I-R-O-N.
IRON.
Adara. Like, I just see.
India, Romeo, Oscar, November.
Yeah, there's some stuff from the morning about the FDA, but that's a very delayed reaction. That's pretty nasty. But it's already got the bigger
Don't
bounce.
think that's
There's
what
more
it was.
volume on the bounce than there is on the actual drop. Yikes. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that.
AC saying iron investigates claims in behalf of disc medicine. Maybe, I don't know.
No, I see a similar headline from like 1:30, but there was a headline from 1:30. U.S. Food and Drug Administration reviewers on Thursday postponed their decision on an experimental treatment from Disc Medicine, Inc., which is iron, by about 2 weeks to February 10th. So that story actually hit somewhere in here, and the stock did pretty much nothing. And then all of a sudden, I guess it just lost the bid. Maybe there was like a reaction to it a little bit late. So it could be something like that. Webcoin saying that its cash value is about $15, just in case it should fall a little bit further. That's sometimes those are important metrics to look at. And again, if we get some kind of an update on the story, we'll let you guys know. We just entered Power Hour, everybody.
Ooh.
Means we have 1 hour to go.
Do you
and
feel
I
it?
did see Bien Mayo actually put in the chat to remind me, see if we can't get someone to actually ring the bell at the close today. So
Where's the bell at?
Yeah, we put it's right over there.
Oh.
We had the bell back up. And then we put the bell up, and then we rang it once at the close.
Yeah, that was a good tradition.
And every other day, we have not done it. So I messaged Fabian if we can actually pull that one off, because somebody asked nicely. I don't know who's going to ring the bell. Fabian could ring the bell. Adara could ring the bell. Adara could ring the bell.
Okay.
I get to ring the bell a couple of times. I did a flying punch one time. Adara could just throw something at the bell too. You could hit that, Adara.
You know what was a significant bell ringing? Was it this week?
Bell ringing?
When Sydney Sweeney
rang the bell.
When American Eagle was it American Eagle? I think so.
It was with American Eagle, yeah, and the CEO.
Yeah, American Eagle.
Was it?
Yeah, because she did
her own line of something.
She did the jeans for them, right?
Dave Stottenstein, CEO of American Eagle.
Okay.
Yeah, so she rang the bell, and the bids came in real hot. Let's just say that, all day long, straight up.
I know Sharif watched that.
So, see, I found out much later. I thought if I had that piece of nuance, that piece of information, I would have just taken an opening range break on the SPY and the NASDAQ and maybe hit some futures as well.
You didn't watch that morning. We mentioned that she was ringing the bell at the NYSE that morning. I know we did in the pre-market show. 100% we mentioned it in the pre-market show. And first of all, Mike Peter Ryder,
hey man,
it was not cold-blooded for me to say that Sharif certainly watched it. Anybody can be a fan. He's a fan of Sydney Sweeney. Respect. Him and Joe had the bet about American Eagle making a new all-time high at some point. I forget when it had to do it, and they actually had a bet about it. And to my understanding, Sharif obviously won that bet because it got there. Just one quick note. I just want to show you guys, if you're trading DVLT, just to come back to this name, there's this order. See, I didn't say dude this time. There's this order here right at 83.5 cents, 380,000 shares, just kind of chilling on the bid. What I'm curious about is, because it's just kind of busting through VWAP, do they walk that order up? And when I say walk that order up, does this buyer, if the price increases, step their order higher, chasing the move? If they do, then there might be a nice little long using this as exit liquidity. But I haven't seen it step up. It literally isn't even moving. And it's a real order because they're getting filled here. Fill them. So what you'd like to see ideally happen here is they try to hit this bid and they're taking it out, 10% maybe is gone at best. And instead of it getting through, the next thing is it holds, reloads for even bigger, and then swipes the offer. That's not happening. They're actually, so you can see like those T-prints. T-prints are NSB. So I know that Ds are dark pools, Ts are NASDAQ. Every one of those has a code. If an ARCA comes off, that'll be a P. So I know that if this is legitimately getting filled here, if it re-ups and then we start swiping the offer, that'd be a good punch long. But they might actually get through this order, which means it would be a nothing burger if they get through But that's what I'm watching on DVLT because not much happening in my friend Rig, and I'm still watching that Rime stock. Oh, by the way, I said I would check out locates on Rime. Insanely cheap. I was expecting there to actually be a fee, but it was like 0.0009 cents per share for locates on Rime. So it's for a small float stock, it's actually very cheap. But if you look at when volume came in, there's your first dip, there's your second dip, third. It just attempted to break trend line and held like a champion at that $2 level. I feel like if it takes it again, I'd probably just take a shot, but it's not the kind of stock that you want to sit there. It better work right away. Like unlike Rig, Rig is not absurd. Like I can be in this break trade with my stop at the high, and it's like it works or it doesn't, but not with Rime. Like Rime is either going to do it or not do it right away. So I'm just going to redraw that. This one I'll save. So if I find this one breaking down, that's a different story. Because if it doesn't immediately start flushing, like there's nobody that's trailing out underneath that $2 level, you don't want to stick it. You don't want to stick around for it to potentially halt up on you. So I'd rather just take a quick shot at it if it breaks down, and then that would be it. So Rime's on the mind. That DVLT doesn't look like it's going to do anything with that order.
No, nothing too crazy here. Rivian kind of taking a bit of a curl back in, so I am taking a bit of a dabble on this, pulling back in maybe into some of these prior levels, but a lot of chop and churn here, breaking this. Short-term consolidation. We consolidated here about for 30-35 minutes. We'll see if there's a bit of a continuation here. But coming into some prior structure, we could very well just kind of continue to hold some priors and then continue to the upside. I have no idea, but taking a bit of a dabble on this one. Coming into the last hour of the day, this bid, Neil, has been coming in, I would say, for about the past three and a half hours. What's up?
Well, I can tell you, we have an idea that in the world of gold and silver, volatility isn't necessarily a hurdle. Why? Because it's an opportunity, and harnessing it requires the right tools. Beta Pro by Globex delivers that edge. As Canada's first and longest running suite of leveraged inverse and inverse leverage ETFs, Beta Pro provides a decisive way to engage with metal markets. Through 2x daily bull and 2x daily bear exposure, these funds are built for the precision and momentum the modern markets demand. Designed for sophisticated day traders in Canada who understand the risks of leverage and the power of a tactical response, Beta Pro provides the agility to navigate market moves in either direction. Just follow the gold and silver markets and position yourself for what's next. Discover the suite at betapro.ca. As always, make sure you read the prospectus at their website. Give a shout out to them. Scan the QR code in front of you, and we want to thank them for sponsoring the final hour, the power hour of the show for sure. And no, I'm answering this directly in the chat, Rainmaker. No, we cannot stop pretending that curling is a sport because we are Canadian. And I'll tell you this right now. I have curled. I recently curled for the first time in my life just last month, and it ain't easy. Straight up. I played a lot of sports in my life. It is not easy. The rock is pretty heavy, and if you're like myself, I would just say that I am challenged on an ice surface and in winter sports is the best way to describe it. It's a very challenging and actually a fun sport as well. Let's go to Adara. We have some news.
I want to mention here, Fed's Goolsbee is currently speaking right now, and he's talking a lot about inflation. I mean, understandably, he's a Fed. It's what they do. But I'll just read you guys some of these comments because some of them are of note here. He's saying that he hopes that we've seen the peak impact of tariffs, talking about the CPI data, saying that it had, quote, some encouraging bits and some concerns. And this is not the only comment I've seen, by the way, today. I've seen some commentary in passing here on social media that not all of the CPI data is necessarily quote unquote good, even though, again, we did have cooling year over year. He's also saying that we're still seeing pretty high services inflation, and that's probably what his concern was here with the CPI print. So again, Fed's Goolsbee is talking. Be aware, be careful, and I'll keep you all posted. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. I want to shout out to, so we told you guys this morning that we're on TikTok. Hey, that's right up in the top left as we're speaking. It's almost like somebody knew we were going to say this. We're back on TikTok, so you can check us out there. But we had Kitten Strength asking us about when is SanDisk going to tank. Okay, look, a lot of people have been thinking that this is going to unwind at some point, and it's got to be the top. I remember when we were pulling back here, I know for sure I was like, look at this, and you had this lower highs into a flat bottom, and I remember looking at this pattern, and I understand this pattern goes both ways. It's either flat bottom break or it's breakout. Obviously, the breakout happened. It more than doubled since then. In fact, it almost tripled on that pattern, and now you're looking at a lower high. When you have this deep of a pullback, the inclination sometimes is to think that, okay, lower high here and it's game over, man. Not always that simple. I've seen this reflect in where you can end up with some kind of like channel down that just holds for a while without any significant breakdown, or we could just immediately break this out, squeeze more people. The fact is, you're looking at, they had a blowout quarter where expectations were super high in all of the memory chip names, and they absolutely delivered. So you've got the backs of that. Then you have short sellers, which are probably scared because they all think it's the top, and they just keep getting stopped out. So I think either one of these things is possible. Just respect. Like, I look at this channel and say, I'll just respect the channel. If it breaks away, then you got to look long. I think when it gets down into the bottom of the channel, it's probably worth even treating it as a little bit of support till it breaks, because that's what we're dealing with here. Like, you've got to respect the pattern in front of you and what the stock is doing, regardless of if you think it was overvalued. Like, how many people are dancing on Palantir? So like, ha ha ha, I told you Palantir's overvalued, this thing is gonna die, and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's all well and good that you happen to be right after it failed at 200. But people were saying that at 120. People were saying that at 150. People were saying that at 180. And all of those shorts got blown out. Even after it pulled back here, this felt like, and I remember this felt like, okay, that's it, Palantir is done. And what happened? It came back to the highs, made another top, another deep pullback, still managed to get back into the 190s. It's never that simple that the first crack in the armor is going to end up destroying the whole ship. And I think that's probably where you're at with SNDK. I'd rather just respect the pattern and keep it simple for now. And yeah, I hope that helped. Hopefully that answered your question. I think we're going back to Adair.
I want to talk here about the market as we get more comments from Fed's Goolsbee. He said that he thinks interest rates can, quote, still go down a fair bit more, and that we, quote, just need to see progress on inflation. That being said, he said that he's still wary because service inflation is not tamed. So in one sentence, Fed's Goolsbee being a little hawkish and a little dovish. He does tend to talk this way. I find of all of the Feds, his language is probably the most flowery, for lack of a better term. Like, he likes to have fun with the words he uses. So just be aware of that here with our friend Fed's Goolsbee, again, worried that, quote, services inflation is not tamed. I also want to mention here, IRON, I was looking to that IRON stock. I couldn't find anything new. I just want to keep you guys posted that I have not seen anything else on that. Back to you.
Oh, that's fair. I tried to look for something as well, but
yeah, there was that. Like I said, there was one story that was like an hour before anything even happened on that stock. And just because something moves doesn't mean there has to be some kind of a catalyst. There are situations where, like, what happened in iron could be as simple as somebody was sitting on a lot of shares and hoping that nothing was going to happen, and when it maybe lost like $70, they just, like, liquidations or something. This could be a lot of technical reacting to a news story that was already happening. They're probably trying to slowly unload, and when the floodgates opened up, everything just went haywire and they were screwed. Someone just asked me, why rig short? Look, man, it ain't working. But I can't say that I would always take an all-day trend break like this, but any stock that's this strong, that from the open puts in one low and then breaks the high and the first available dip. So now you've got a trend line. Then it comes in the afternoon, bounces off the trend line to make another straight up high. I don't know that I'd ever not try that kind of a reversion trade. It's just, it's too far, it's too good R&R, and certainly it's obviously just sitting here doing nothing but gliding higher. But that's a trade that, you know, when it works, and you're supposed to take all of the trades as a trader that's like a positive expectancy. Like this morning, like, I'd already lost on pins, and then it just formed a pretty clear trend line into the 15 level that I liked, and it pulls right back into VWAP. And then you hit it and you quit, and I don't touch it ever since. But if that's what you look for, then that's what you trade. And you sit in the trade because it gave you a setup, and whatever happens, happens after that. It's kind of like, I always liken it to poker. Like, you're never going to see me on the button. You know, you get deep in a tournament, let's just say, and it's like three-handed, and I'm sitting there with like, I don't know, call it like Queen 8 suited or some nonsense. Of course I'm raising you. It's not a great hand, but I'm gonna raise you, and I'm gonna have to think about it if you come back at me out of the big blind, because I know the position, I know the situation, and you're supposed to just play the situation, and then the rest sort of figures itself out. So that's the way I look at it. Commodity King, watch Tesla for a strong close. Market's really pulling back. I don't think there's any strong close happening. Seriously, Rhyme? Oh my goodness, this stock. It tried again to lose the trend line and right back into the tops. It can't close anything. It won't really hold underneath $2 for the short, but all you're doing is blasting and wick topping above 220. This stock is completely insane. Completely insane. And David Geisler, that's, see, my long-winded way of saying it because I talk too much. He just says play the hand and the person in poker, play the chart and the symbol in trading. To me, that's what trading is. Like if you're investing, then I might care about the fundamentals. But even when I'm doing that, I'm still going to look at the chart. Like that's what you work off of. I'm looking at the price action. I shouldn't say only the chart because it's really about the price action. The chart is just one of the ways you visualize the price action. The tape also gives you the price action. Level 2 also gives you the price action. The volume. There's all kinds of ways that you can look at price action. It's not really just the chart. But yeah, this Rhyme stock is insane.
Yeah, some of the stuff going on right now, absolutely crazy there. But yeah, that's been the small cap arena for the past, I would say, couple of months at the very least here. But yeah, the market definitely catching a little bit of a pullback here as of right now. We'll see. We could not get past that 25,000 on the Nasdaq, and then could not get past anywhere near that 6,900 on the ES. What's up, Adara?
Goolsby and his hawkish dovishness at the same time does continue, guys. And there are some comments that one in particular I find really interesting. So I want to let you guys know. He just said, quote, "I don't know how restrictive Fed policy is. I still think it would have been wiser in December to wait." Now, this is significant because we know he actually voted, or rather dissented here, in favor of holdings. This is, or in favor, I guess, yeah, of holding rates steady in December. So interesting look there from Goolsby saying that he thinks the Fed should have waited to cut rates. He also said, quote, "If we're at 2% inflation, we can have several more cuts." So much like the opinion of Schmid, who was alongside Goolsby in holding rates or trying to hold rates at that meeting, he does think that we need to get 2% inflation before there's any kind of more action when it comes to rate moves. Back to you.
So we just got a question in the chat. Thank you, Adara. From the judgment, is there a rig imbalance again? There was one yesterday. I do not see one. It's only 316, so you usually see this populate with more symbols and larger numbers closer to 330, but there's a few. I don't see rig. The BMY, you got GDX in here, XOM. Those are all over 1 million, but no real, no names that we're paying too much attention to, and rig is not there as well. So that's one of those. On a Friday, going into a long weekend, you might see some more liquidity thrown into the auction. There's no expected movers that I'm aware of, however. Like when I looked at the note this morning, like there's not a lot of no index actions or anything that we're anticipating could be some big ones. So if we do see something on the locator, we'll let you guys know. But certainly rig is not one.
Yeah,
eyes on this Rhyme stock. It's like it wants to break down.
Maybe that one will have something on the imbalances, but we'll see. Coming into a long weekend, when is I guess we got rebalancing in a couple of weeks. Still, we still have a couple of weeks for that. But coming into the long weekend, I don't know. I'm not expecting too much here. I didn't even check our. Research this morning. I think I was checking a little too early, but yeah, it was bleak when I checked earlier this week as well. So nothing too crazy. So we'll just wait and see what this here market does at the same time. So yeah, not really looking at anything too seriously, but the market is taking a bit of a pullback, like I mentioned a little earlier. So that's kind of the only thing. We're reverting about, I guess, half of the move that we had off of the push here. So opening a range, maybe if you want to look at some of these consolidation lows, 24.7s, maybe even 24.6s, but that was a wick low right there, pulling right back into 24.8s here on the Nasdaq. So yeah. Nothing too crazy, but if you guys are watching anything going into the close, we don't have too much time left, only about 42 minutes left until the closing bell, let me know. I'm more than willing to look for a potential, the potential next trade here as we move towards some of these day lows, maybe some reversions back into VWAP, but some of that stuff is already happening, right? We look at something like a Tesla here. Tesla, I was watching a little bit earlier, and we looked at that. Look at that little pullback right here that we got. So we break this trend from strong selling. 420s come right back in, and then pulling in even lower now as VWAP comes into play here. 417s on 418s here on Tesla. Vincent, thank you very much for the super chat. Thanks all the team of Trader TV Live. Been trading with you the past 2 years, almost every day. Let's go Canada. Thank you very much for joining us, and for a very long time. Thank you for sticking around as well, man. That's solid stuff.
Yeah, appreciate you, Vincent. I'm going to make the assumption that you're from Quebec, but I don't know that for sure. But yeah, kind of a big match today. Let's just say, hockey's obviously the Olympics.
Yes.
Kind of a big deal here in Canada, and seeing as we don't have any golds yet at the Olympics, and it's the Winter Olympics, so we're supposed to be good. We need to get on that apparently. Hopefully the boys can bring it home, but it will be very, very difficult. It's so much more competition now. On the women's side, like the U.S. team is ridiculous. Nvidia is bouncing off high of day of the low of the day here. Pretty much at the same time as the NASDAQ. I'm just going to pull the black chart over. As the NASDAQ is bouncing off VWAP. So support on the Qs, support on NVIDIA. It's not crazy movement. Like, we're pretty muted on the inside of the range. Nothing crazy happened. Is this thing finally starting to move? Come on, Rig. Like, the stock, Transocean has been strong. When even in this pullback, like, it will not break. Like, it won't break the lower high, but it's also not really falling apart in here. I'm already just double bidding shallow because it's 320 and we're starting to get on in time here. And yes, 1320 MOLF. Oh, I love this. Maple syrup. You know. Real maple syrup is the greatest thing. One of the greatest gifts we have. Actually, can't say the greatest. I'm just letting everybody know. My in-laws literally straight up a boatload of maple syrup. It's a lot of work. They jar it up.
Did you go this year?
What's that?
You went this year?
Yeah. So the last couple of years have not been. It's the weather. Like, whatever it is with the weather, the last couple of years have not been as crazy. We'll see how this spring ends up, but every spring we go up there. And it gets the collections, like they don't have one of those automated where they have all the different they connect the trees.
Right, and it's just like a whole line.
They don't do that. Like, you're literally like, I'm going up there and I'm carrying a bucket.
Yeah, you're tapping individual trees.
Yeah, I'm going to each tree. You're trugging in the snow or whatever, and you're buckets, and you go back, and then you're boiling it. So my father-in-law will be boiling it the whole time. Like, it's straight up work, but then I get like a year's supply of maple syrup for free, which is easily worth it.
I mean, I have a big thing where it's just like, if I'm having pancakes, it better be some good maple syrup, right? You want that. We don't want that single A, double A. We want that triple A, 100% Canadian maple syrup.
Oh,
What's happening?
What happened to DVLT?
DVLT? Oh boy, what's happening over there?
You can't do this. I don't want anybody's stock to go down. No, but what happened to this? It was actually cruising along. The last time we were looking at this, it was that buyer, and I was almost ready to say, if that buyer steps up, I'd go long. They must have just crushed him, and then I shouldn't say him. It's just an order. I don't know. So it crushed through that order and just got absolutely flushed. Yikes. I was going to put up the gates of hell for this. I mean, it's actually up on the day, so.
Sure, it's on these small caps. That is absolutely beautiful trading on that. I mean, think about it. Like, look at the breakdown of some of that structure. When it goes, it just goes. And as a day trader, that's kind of what you want. Like, those are some of the best trades. They don't look back. And when you're like, everybody's been long this thing, and all of a sudden it just cracks. Like, think about having edge A orders just on the break of structure, just horizontal. Some of those consolidations, right? It breaks the intraday one and the morning one back to back. That's absolutely beautiful.
I've never taken, see, it's the interesting thing about applying strategies and setups to different, I've never really tried this setup on a penny stock, but there's literally no difference. Open,
Structure.
support, jump off support, retest the flat bottom, break support, break the flat bottom, short here. It is, show me it's the same setup. It's the same setup, right? Like one doesn't really do anything, but that's the whole idea is you want to take as many positive expectancies. I just didn't do it because it's a penny stock. And in a penny stock, I had this weird anchoring to $1. I'm like, yeah, the short's at $1. Wait till it fails $1, but who cares? Like a setup is a setup, who cares? You just got to take positive expectancy. So I would slap a fail on myself because that was an all-day trend that broke on DVLT and then just gave you a 10% move, which is insane. Meanwhile, rig is still exactly where it was before. Down to Sky says, made some nice gain on this tumultuous
Tuesdays or Friday? Today's Friday.
Well, whatever it is, you have just made the word of the day with tumultuous. Nobody says that word around here. I get lots of lead via this channel, so appreciate you. And so thank you all. If you can quickly analyze end phase, I would appreciate it. So if I can not knock over my mouse there, I will go over to end phase. If it'll, Friday chart syndrome, see how long it takes to load. The daily chart, it's trying. It's trying. It's Friday. I think we were talking about this before. Because of the nature of the show, I call up more symbols than literally anybody in the company. It's like I have all these trend lines, so like everything by the end of the week, it's pretty slow. No, so seriously on end phase, I'm probably gonna have to go to a higher time frame in a second because my first thought immediately is the flattening, and this is something Brian Shannon, when we have him on, talks about, like downward sloping, flattening, or upward sloping 200 period moving averages. So you've got a flattening 200 period, which means it's starting to look better for an upward trend, but even this breakout over the 50 and the 200, it's like temper your expectations because you haven't broken the 200 period trend line. So it's almost like the next bounce ends up being better when it starts to form an upward sloping 200 period. And then you look at the monthly. I like the monthly chart here. That looks like a pretty good bottom shot because I could easily just draw you that and say that you're breaking out here. Yeah, this looks pretty solid for a bounce play. I'm not a huge solar fan. But I know Brian Shannon likes them, and we know others that do as well. But yeah, maybe let it hold the 200 period and the 50 period moving averages. If you're into this sort of thing, it's very close to doing a golden cross, like the 50 period moving average on the daily crosses over the 200. That could easily happen next week if it can keep these gains. And sometimes that's what people look for an entry. I would just prefer this turns into a bit of an upward slope, and then once a 200 is upward sloping, look for that next bounce play and then jump in. They have a lot of room to run, but there's obviously some fundamental things going on. There's probably some, when you think about it, the midterms could actually be a bit of a boost as well for some of the solar names, right? Like that could actually give them a bit of a bump. So that could be your catalyst, is to play into the midterms if you think the Dems would win, and that could help the space. So there's my 2 cents. And my 2 cents on Rime is that it's continuing to go higher.
Yeah, this market is continuing to flush to the downside here, coming into that last half hour. So, yeah, I'm kind of watching this. Rivian's not really doing too much. Maybe some size on that 18 holding it up. It is kind of relatively strong compared to some of the other names. I think some of the better shorts maybe. Was that Apple, Neil? Apple is coming in. Oh, my God. That was the one to get short and stay short as Apple finally, with some distinction, breaks below. Oh boy, look at that. I got some levels in there as well. And I'm telling you, there's levels to this ish. When it comes in, 260s, 258s, finally dumping into the lows here. 258s gives. We're all the way down to 256s. So a nice little flush coming in on Apple relative to the market as well. The market's pulling back decently. Now a full-on 50% reversion here, maybe a little bit more here on the ES. Let's take a look at our other friends here. We looked at Tesla before. We can start off by looking at it again. Back into VWAP right here. Microsoft relatively weaker on a much higher time frame, straight up sideways chop on the day today, but now trading back below VWAP as well. NVIDIA, of course, how can we not talk about NVIDIA? NVIDIA almost at, well, exactly at day lows right now, breaking those day lows actually coming into that last half hour. What does a 30-minute look on this? Let's take a quick look. Wow, look at that. That's absolutely beautiful. With about a minute left to finish printing this 30-minute candle on the day. NVIDIA looking absolutely beautiful. Amazon, what are you up to? Okay, so back below VWAP, and wow, look at that. Nice little reversion right here after that bid. Once those sellers step in, it's just off to the races all the way back down into some of these opening range levels here on Amazon, but still within range of that end-of-day consolidation from yesterday.
This is the longest streak in, I think, a year.
For Amazon?
8 straight days. 20 years.
Longest streak of selling?
Yeah, so 2006 was the last time we had this. We'll get 9 straight red sessions, as far as I was seeing here on X today from a lot of different accounts.
Whoa. That's even worse than I thought. That's nasty for Amazon.
There it is.
But like it's the kind of streak that usually makes you think, okay, where's the turn going to be? That's a bit much for a stock like that.
Amazon. I mean, here's the thing. We talked about this earlier as well with Softy on that, with those cat ears on or devil's horns or double top or whatever name you want to call it on the weekly. Yeah, people have different names for that. Basically, a failure to follow through of those highs on Softy on the weekly. The market's been pulling back as well. Some aggressive selling coming in this week across the board. You know, we got some strong selling on Apple yesterday and the day before off of that news. Continuation happening today, coming into the end of the day. NVIDIA, all the chips are kind of weak. We saw both Micron and SNDK, one of the stronger chip names over the past couple of months. Those caught a fade. We saw commodities like silver and gold. They were running up pretty aggressively as well. They've started to pull back. So weakness all around, Neil. Is this the top? Is the bubble finally bursting? Or are we just taking a little bit of a pullback? I don't know.
Well,
I have no idea.
For now,
but the sellers are very dominant.
Yeah, well, for now it feels like more of a top. Bubble bursting.
Remember those days?
Seems a bit much. Remember the good old days?
Remember the good old days when you used to just come in and, you know, short a bank and it would just continue to just drop? I'm waiting for those days, Neil.
I've said this before. The assumption that back in 2008, all you did was come in and short everything. Yeah. Believe it or not, it wasn't. It's not that it wasn't that easy. Like, there were days that that's literally what you did. No, but some of the best days during the financial crisis for a day trader were some of the bounce days. Honestly, like in a super bear market, the bounces that you see are just otherworldly. Insane, so if you came in and something had a bid, I'll be honest. I'm pretty sure I don't want to say all of, but the majority. I would say the majority of my best days in that time frame in each month would have been when there was a big bounce day or relief rally day. Because you would sit there and if a stock had like just forever bid in the morning, and trust me, sometimes it would be so stupid obvious that you could have half a brain and be like, there's a bid on this today, look at this guy. And you just punch long in front of it. Yeah. And that was your whole day. That was it. Like, you just see one bid on like Citi or some nonsense. You'd punch long sometime in the morning because you saw the refresher buying it, and it's like, yeah, it's been going down every single day. And the one day there's a buyer, you go long and you just kind of hold that trade. And it's a weird thing, but trust me, in bear markets, the crazier the down market is, the better the bounces that you end up eventually seeing. So it's now past 3:30, by the way. Okay. Still nothing on the early look. BMY, XOM, now AMPX. Very, very light on the locator, which is pretty boring for usually on a Friday. Sometimes you're thinking end of week, it'll be pretty exciting. Next week should be the third Friday, so it'll be a little different. Holiday shortened week as well, so you expect to see maybe lighter volumes. I haven't checked XOM. Now that it's up there.
It's been moving around decently.
Well, Randy is about as big of a fan of XOM as you're going to find, so he made it one of his picks as he joined the party. And there's a bit of a pullback happening in this name. Let me double check. I own CVX personally, so a morbid curiosity for myself because I haven't checked it. I want to see where it's Friday charts. Thank you, Friday charts. Yeah, buddy, CVX is holding up much better. See, I like to see that. You know, if you're in something and I'm like, I think this one's a better one in the space, and I see XOM in the midst of this 2-day pullback, and CVX is barely pulled back. Yes, feel very, very happy about that. Princess Tequila. Okay. Says Obi and Neil, can you go over VSAT?
VSAT. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
100%.
VSAT. what is this thing doing these days?
My charts don't want to load. How does your chart load so fast?
I mean, it's a different chart. So.
Oh, that's why. No, in all seriousness, blue sky setup much?
At the weekly?
Right?
Okay.
Like,
yeah, it's got some room. I mean,
it's
been, look at the trend up.
Oh, you go to Obi's chart for a second.
Like
He actually has a weekly.
This is a weekly right here. And yeah, what a strong bid all the way coming in. Like, well, right here, break of this. Is this multi-year? No, but multi-month consolidation here near the lows. You finally break up in the first time you catch a bit of a consolidation, higher highs and higher lows. I guess June, July of 2025, that was the spot to get in. And then talk about another name. I keep seeing these now. You know, people talk about this setup called an episodic pivot, which is made famous by a few people. But shout out to Stock B. By the way, recently he had a great interview with, I think, Words of Wisdom. I think that was absolutely solid. Got me thinking about a lot of things there. But he kind of talks about this setup here, where you have this strong earnings on a beaten down stock. Maybe you know what he's talking about it. And then this definitely looks like one of those episodic pivot setups. And that happened in what, August? And we've only been trending since then. So what an absolutely beautiful swing off of that catalyst there, and coming back up into some of these prior highs. 2023s we haven't seen these levels from. But look at this volume as well, increasing volume into that push, decreasing volume on holding higher lows. Beautiful stuff.
No, it's a great looking chart. I think, and once you get through that, I guess it'll be like it's the 50 top, right? Like, you do have a ton of room for more. I've always been that guy. I've heard so many people say you should never sell things or trim at 52-week highs and all kinds of stuff. I'm usually in the other direction. Like, if I'm owning something because it's a swing trade, then I am that guy who takes out 20% when it gets to a significant high. If it's a long term that you're holding forever, I get that. Like, I trim if I think something has changed, right? But in that particular case, it's at a pretty significant level. Like, I've never been in a swing trade where I know I'm swing trading something and I don't trim at some kind of a high like that. I feel like you got to get yourself paid.
Yeah.
But I tend to be very much more, I don't know the word, like dogmatic about my approach to things. Like my stop is my stop, my take profits are my take profits, and I don't leave that much room to interpretation. It's just how I am, I guess.
The Omega Star in the chat saying the episodic pivot from Cal McGee. Yeah, I mean, he definitely popularized it, but you got to go back to the mentors, and one of his mentors was the Stock B. So shout out to him for that. But yeah, no, definitely that's the setup I'm talking about. Yeah, and this seems like I mean, I got to go look a little bit deeper into this, but it seems like this is exactly what that kind of comes in line with right here. You have that strong pivot. I don't know what the changes here were, but were there any fundamental changes? The surprise was about 34%, but sometimes this application is not necessarily the most correct. So I got to go back and take a look at what actually happened off of this earnings report, and it's been sustaining levels since then. So like I said, it looks like it. I don't know if it is for sure. Definitely needs a closer look for that one there. Rivian finally coming in, man. So I did. Really I got a little tossed around in this chop, not really giving it real risk, but participating in the move when it is here is what I like about this one. Finally coming in. That 18 was a bit of trouble there, and once it finally does give it up, we get about 20 pennies off the bat there. So decent stuff here on Rivian, as we did take that bit of a reversion. You guys saw I did take the long here at the highs, because I was like, how much more is it going to go? And then maybe quadruple down on the size through for when the reversion does come in. So pretty decent move here. Again, in line with the rest of the market. So happened to work out. A little bit of luck, lady luck on our side on the day today. So where is the next trade? Where we only have about 22 minutes left in this trading day. I think maybe looking at the imbalances. The imbalances. Sorry, what was that?
10 to the imbalances. Although there's really nothing.
Sorry, 10 to the imbalances.
Yeah, there's really nothing on locator for now. Rhyme it's pressing back into the trend line. It just keeps bouncing off it. Clean, everybody. It just got to 245. It's almost like it wants that $2.50 level. I'm going to remind myself. Yeah, there's still, I mean, it's starting to really press into some of these. Like look at the rejection highs at 240 and then here at $2. So it's getting into that range where you've had huge rejection in the past. It doesn't actually mean that it's going to break down. And it has shown pretty much no signs of doing anything. DVLT, just oddly enough, since that flush, stopped moving. Completely sideways. It dropped 10%, goes into 75, and has been going sideways ever since. So that's not doing a thing. The market continues to fall. Here, I just slide over and I'll show you guys. Well, that's my 15-minute. We continue to fall over here in the NASDAQ. We've now gone red on the NASDAQ. The ES has been red for a couple points here. Just a couple of points into the downside. Yeah, so starting to look a little bit nastier. And we talked about this yesterday. You care more about late money than early money. So the fact that we're selling off after what was a pretty decent glide higher most of the day, like it was a very gentle upward trend most of the day, to have it sell off. If we end up closing on the lows, I will come in with the same short bias on Tuesday if we close on lows again. Adara?
Interesting commentary here from the CFTC, or the Commodity Futures Trading Commission. They're coming out here and saying, according to a statement I'm just seeing here, that speculators have turned the most short U.S. dollars since June of 2025. So it looks like, I guess, short interest from speculators in the USD apparently reaching a 8-month high. So again, like more DXY weakness, I guess, in short interest here, basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, now 6 days of red for that U.S. dollar. Back to you.
Dixie in the red, not looking good.
You know what? The Dixie kind of, now again, I don't necessarily know the intricacies of how, there's a lot of different factors that can potentially move the dollar, but what I do like looking at is much higher time frame charts. And you can see here, I was watching this one, Neil, when it was coming right back into 100s right here, and we're consolidating underneath that. We've been doing that for multiple months. As bigger picture, maybe a bit of a decent trend here. Wow, what happened here? That was 1985. Interesting. I got to go back and look at what that was. Not really familiar with historical dollar index movements here, but yeah, great look there. Definitely should be reading up a little bit more about that as I become more comfortable. Expanding my reach in said markets. So not only stocks and futures, but I don't really have too much of an insight on any of the pairs,
so what I know
currency
about,
pairs or anything.
I was young in the 80s. My mom was a real estate agent. Let's just say in the 80s there was insane inflation.
Okay.
Like we talk about, if you start, we complain about inflation now. Yeah. The 80s was a different ball game.
Y'all ain't seen nothing.
I didn't understand of anything that was going on at the time, but it was complete insanity. So there was deliberate devaluation of the U.S. dollar. I think.
Interesting.
It would have been.
People just complain about a lot of things these days, but that's just how people have been.
Anyways, like I said, I was too young to really understand what's going on. But like my parents have told stories about the harsh realities when you were staring at double digit, your mortgages, and people complain about their mortgages now, and it's you didn't see the 80s, everybody. Completely insane. We're gonna go to, I just heard we're going to Adara at the desk again.
We are, and it's Walmart, guys. WMT on watch, waffling around a little bit here as we get CSA reporting that Amazon planning another 225,000 square foot big box physical store in Chicago as it continues its push into big box retail. Now, obviously, this could threaten big box retailers like WMT. I'm going to take a look at Costco here. Costco not really reacting, but Walmart is, again, reacting a little bit to this story, reporting that Amazon planning another 225,000 square foot big box physical store in Chicago, Illinois. Walmart actually reports earnings next Thursday, guys. So we'll get that report less than 1 week from today. Back to you.
At the open, and then just go.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Adara. And I was actually just telling Obi, he said, look at some of these names that are rallying. Pinterest is back at some highs.
Back at day highs.
What actually happened in even SMR, this one on the daily chart, because we were going over this chart in the afternoon show and just said, hey, look, this is a pretty significant very significant bottom that you have. Not the actual all-time low or anything like that, but go back to last year, and this would be the April tariff tantrum. The higher low would be off this 13, and you were just pressing that bottom today. And sometimes what'll happen is when you fail to follow through at a massive support level, it is just a snap back trade. That's exactly what Pins did. So it's a good setup. I can look back and just tell myself that I maybe should have, if I was looking long off that pullback instead of the short at the high, just a different ball game. Because the short, the best you could do is get out when it hit the low. But if you're playing that long, you could maybe look for places to reload. Because that's the other side of the trade. Like, it was a false break early, which thankfully got out of the way of it, but there was that higher low that comes in. So when you see these stocks at these big flat bottom break levels, and you're like, yeah, it's going to be a short and blah, 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 you're going to be in it all day long. Not every stock does what, who was it that did that the other day? I'm trying to remember. Was it 2 or 3 days ago? There was something down 20% that just continued for the rest of the session and ended up like down 30. But when they do hold those big levels, you can see the reversal like a Pins. So yeah, down 17%, but that doesn't really tell you the story because Pinterest is in an uptrend the entirety of the day. Made its low at 930, higher low, high of the day as the market's pulling back. I still personally don't think I would want to own this stock. And I'm saying that as somebody, I actually owned this during the pandemic because I'm being real, there were lots of buying opportunities and my wife was on Pinterest a lot. And everyone she knew was on Pinterest a lot. So I'm like, well, pretty much everything looks like an attractive buy. I'll take a shot at this one as well. And literally everything that you bought worked. So you didn't have to be very smart when you were buying pandemic lows. That's the hilarious thing about it. It's like, well, I'm going to buy this for this reason, and I'll buy that for that reason. And literally none of it mattered. You could have just bought anything and you would be just fine. So before we go to Adara, this rhyme, for those of you that are keeping track, yeah, there will be no short setup in this. I'm not even going to bother with having the trend line. It's now 350, 345. At this point, this wins. It's not going to give the setup that I'm looking for. Let's go to Adara.
Yeah, I just want to mention here, this is kind of interesting. If you're wondering why NVIDIA is down and AMD is up, I'm just seeing the CNBC article suggesting this move could have to do with comments from the CEO of Arista Networks. So Arista Networks reported earnings last night, and I guess their CEO, Jayshree Ullal, said during the company's conference call that their deployment has shifted a lot to AMD, saying that apparently a year ago, the deployment was pretty much 99% NVIDIA, quote unquote. Now she's saying that when they look at their deployments, they see, quote, about 20%, maybe a little more, 20 to 25%, where AMD is becoming the preferred accelerator of choice. So long story short, the fact that AMD is relatively range-bound and waffling around now, whereas NVIDIA is at its day low, could be because Arista Networks CEO implying that AMD deployment is actually gaining favor versus NVIDIA as of this quarter. Back to you.
Thanks, Adara. And viewers in TikTok, some of our TikTok viewers actually just said, I want to shout out too, because Vithu actually said, I miss Yannick. I can tell you right now, if you're still watching, a couple of weeks ago, maybe it was even 3 weeks ago, a few of the traders from here, Obi was with us, some traders that used to trade on the floor. We had a poker night, and Yanni was there. So Yannick was at our poker game. He's doing well, got to chat with him, got to catch up a little bit. So traders love to hang out and talk shop. So we actually recently had a poker game, and it's always just pretty cool. Arun showed up to the game. He's doing pretty well. He's still trading the futures. So it's always good fun. And it's always fun to see that we have viewers that have been watching for a while and remember, this host or that host, and it's exactly what you think. Like, it's just a great community. So yeah. Next time I see him, I'll even let you know that. I'll let Yannick know that. What the heck, that you were curious how he was doing. Yeah, that's why I'm speechless right now. There is no rhyme or reason as to why I should have used that pun a long time ago. It just came to me now. I'm not
I used it this morning and no one caught it on the small cap recap, and I was really sad.
Which one? Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's my bad. No, that's my fault. Yeah, I should have caught that. Wow. If you had that pun already, I should have caught that. That's entirely my fault. It's Friday. I'm an idiot. That's fine.
What's going on here?
No rhyme. It just all of a sudden, this is the second time I've done this today where it's
looking like an
going
EU
and then
candle.
Boom! It just smokes everybody to the upside. So this is one of the biggest, not just for the not just for its own move, but Algorithm Holdings basically came out saying they're going to change the industry in logistics. And we're in a world now where you will see some smaller companies disrupt larger ones. That's what AI is going to do. So if you don't believe it, I'm not saying this stock is going to go on forever. That's really not what I'm getting at. But certainly, this is a big story this week. And don't sleep on this for not Monday, but Tuesday. Another spike.
Wow,
Just broke
$3.
Man,
Let's go. Buddy is headed straight for the exit on this one. Talk about a squeeze happening live right here.
Bye-bye.
321s. Oh my God. We only have a couple more minutes or a minute left until these imbalances come out. And Rhyme, whoa.
It's the one right now.
Shout out to anybody who's who took that long there. But if you were short and this is you getting out, apologize for the move.
Whomever
but
accumulated
it
that
is the
stock.
game. It is the game.
Somebody was accumulating this stock. I don't care what anybody says. Somebody was holding that down to accumulate all day long, and then they let it go. And when you let the floodgates go, this is what can happen. But like that's, to me, like the fact that it went this far tells you that it was like all this pent up action that was being held, like all the small volume trying to bring it up. It's like, okay, I can release some and sell some. And then when it goes, they reverse, buy a big chunk, and then bye-bye. You're gone. All the short sellers are out of control. So imbalances are about to drop in just a couple of seconds, and here we go. Nothing crazy. TLT. So yeah, it looks like the 20-year, $3 million to the buy side. You got Rigetti, a sell of $1.3 million. Rivian just showed up there, sell of 1.1. That should be good. You're short Rivian, so that's a sell of 1.1 million. Upstart is a 1 million, just about 1 million sell. StockS, buy of 900,000. Mara, haven't talked about them in a very long time. 800,000 to buy. Mara is an $8 stock. Ooh, that sucks. Qualcomm 740. I'm not even seeing any of the big cap NASDAQ names.
Google's
here.
up there,
Pretty
kind
much.
of. 600K sell.
Yeah, 600K is the biggest.
That's nothing.
That's pretty much nothing. So the big name will be, I'd say, Rigetti would be remotely interesting. And the TLT. Look, TLT is a perfectly fine vehicle. I see Ja in the chat saying there's your TLT running. But the imbalance on the TLT doesn't usually matter. See that 2.9 million to buy? What does it do? It actually ticks down. I have never seen an imbalance on the Treasury matter.
Here we go. 350s.
It's not going to make a difference, I don't think. It's too liquid and too big of a market for some imbalance at the end of the day to move it a ton, even if it seems significant. Same thing with a lot of those like leveraged ETFs that you might see in there. So I'm just going to double check on Rhyme because obviously we just went to 340.
Things could get a little bit wild here going into the last.
That was
last
probably
few minutes.
that was so fast though.
Expect 25 to 50% swipes, maybe.
Somebody just flashed. Are you watching this? The
Oh yeah, I'm watching it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think somebody just took a swipe.
Swipe or no swiping.
Through 330 down to about the quarter. So somebody thinks it's the top. Good luck to whoever it is. I don't know. It could also be somebody covering along. I have no idea.
Yeah, exactly, right? Here's the thing. Some of these things can definitely get going in the after hours as well. You know, the halt band's not really in range on this one just yet, but we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see, right? It is one of the crazier ones. If you took that 250 or that high day breakout, that consolidation, that was pretty aggressive there, and that slapped up all the way to $3 here. But you know what? I'm just kind of focused here on my Rivian. Should have held. I covered a lot here on the 80s right before those imbalances, Neil, and not necessarily the best. I think this is potentially where's VWAP is what I'm asking right here. 17 halves, only about 10 pennies roughly away from there. I did kind of add a decent or a lot more than I currently had left over. But not as much as I had up here. That's maybe the potential issue here on Rivian. But a beautiful reversion coming in with that, not a crazy sell imbalance, but sell imbalance enough on Rivian here as we come into 352. I'm not seeing anything else anywhere else here as of right now. So let me know in the chat if you guys are seeing anything too crazy happening going into the close. Rime is the only one here. Pinterest was pushing its highs there. That was around 15.5s, but that's pulling in here as well. So nothing too crazy going on there. But Pinterest will definitely be on watch for a day 2 move coming in on Tuesday. Don't forget, Monday is a day off, unfortunately, or fortunately for some.
I see Dexter Smith asking about app and a few other people asking about app, which another day, another high for them. They're going to tag 390 in a quick little second. So looking pretty good. These double tops, man, or double bottoms, I should say. These double bottoms, you've got Robinhood that double bottomed, you've got Coinbase which double bottomed, and now you have this double bottom and another press. As the market pulls back in and you're still pressing into the high, look, it hasn't been a great stock, but at the end of the day, into weakness, you're getting a relief rally. Now, just like I felt about Robinhood, and I said this about Robinhood, I said this about Coinbase, the stocks that have this pattern, holding the low is not enough. It's a start, but you haven't even made a dent here. Like, as good as this might be, that's a great trade all day long. If we lose the support, there's a heck of a lot going down to the downside for app. But look, it's a good start. No questions asked. I see the same thing about Coinbase. I think you look at after that report to hold the double bottom, to at least threaten a potential breakout next week is going to be a good sign. So a second ago, Obi, I was about to say that this dude got the high and was going to be good to go. It's already bouncing off 3, Rime. So that swipe, if I had to guess, whomever is short probably has an average price in the at best, mid to high 20s, if I were guessing. So they got a chance. But Rime up 190% today. An absolute beast of a stock, hands down. Like, this one kind of took the cake, only because the pattern, like the way that it moved late, did nothing all day long. And then right about just after 2 o'clock when we came on, it went from a complete nothing burger to one of the craziest stocks you're ever going to see. Nuts. Let's go to Adara. 4 minutes to the close. I just had to get out of rig. It literally just doesn't.
Wow. Look at that NVIDIA.
I'll be brief. This isn't news. I just want to let you guys know we have a long weekend. We have lots of time to prepare for the sessions next week. And how better to prepare than to look at this infographic here from Exit GTV Research. Yes, more shameless self-promo over here, because here is our February 17th preview for the day. We have some interesting after the market earnings reports, including Palo Alto Networks and Lip-Bu-Tan's former company, Cadence, CDNS. So again, you can find this out now on Exit GTV Research. Furthermore, we have a long weekend, and we've got a lot of posts on Exit GTV Research that will be released over the course of the weekend. Got a lot of stuff on Pinterest earnings, lots on Coinbase earnings. Still, I've been rolling those infographics out, and then also some previews for what's to come this week. But you won't know what unless you go check us out over there. Back to you.
Yeah, great look. And that's the thing, like, make sure you check us out. Make sure your Trade TV Research is your first place to go on X. Why? Because, heck, it's one of the first places I go for information. If I want to get a recap on earnings, then I want to make sure I'm pointing at Adara. I know it's a Trade TV post, but it's all Adara. Let's be real. Let's just be real about it. She does the whole thing. But I got to shout, we have 3 minutes to go. And I know there was someone in the chat, maybe a couple people who are saying, well, how do you catch a move like Rime? First of all, I didn't catch this. And I think a lot of people were thinking the stock was just dead and doing nothing. Your best bet is have a volume. If you have a list of stocks that you're mildly in play, and then set up some kind of a volume scan, because when this did eventually break the wedge, because it had higher lows going on, and it's hard to draw them now, but it had I can't do it. I'm not going to do the top. It had higher lows and lower highs into a wedge. But you could see volume start to pick up. See how volume's starting to pick up? There's a world where if you get the notification, this is a 3-minute chart, right? So if you enter on the second bar, you're getting this under 140. Even if you enter somewhere on the third bar, you're getting it underneath $150. As you see the volume start to accelerate. So what you really need is a volume scanner. But that scanner's got to make sure that it picks up a stock like this. So either you have it on a short list because it's in play, And one thing you can do is when you see our free watch list every day and Sharif's note that you get as a subscriber, don't just take that list from today and ignore it the next day. Something in play the day before is valid. Like, I have on my iPad, like, all the names I'm watching. I don't just throw out a name because it was in play yesterday and it's not going to be there today. So even going back and looking at the names that were there the prior day, keeping them on your watch list, keeping them on your quote board so you get the volume spikes in them, because Ryan got left for dead. It was doing absolutely nothing. It was a day 2 play that did absolutely nothing for most of the day, and out of nowhere at 2 o'clock, it becomes the best stock you could have possibly been looking at or trading. So you don't know. Just make sure you got a scanner out there, and it starts with having it on your list. That's why we go through the process in the pre-market every day. That's why we have our watch list. That's why we do this for everybody. 1 minute to go, everybody. And, oh yeah, backbone, this is a good point. If I didn't say this, I probably just said volume. Relative volume is what you want. So if I only said volume, it is relative volume, because it's not just how much, it's doing a decent amount of volume on the session, but the relative volume spikes. My guess is there's no chance, if you had a relative volume scanner, this thing popped to the top of your list, your scanner, or your scanner is broken. So it's a relative volume scan that you want. Less than a minute to go here, Obi. Any final thoughts?
I mean, you know what? I don't really see too much on the board here. We talked about that NVIDIA, Amazon, and Apple flipping up. NVIDIA was a sell, flipped back to a buy there. 1 million buys across the board. We did get a pop across all those 3 names. I was watching this NVIDIA here at 82 halves, but nothing too crazy. Comes up into 83s, a little muted. But the market here, you can see coming into the close, this last 15-minute candle is printing strong in green, back above 24.8. So we found some balance. Pretty much sideways chop here. Still, we close within the opening range. You can see here 0.13% here on the NASDAQ, and then just pretty much flat, minus 0.03 here on the ES. 3, 2, and 1.
And there it is.
Nice.
So Adara did get to ring the bell. And I can tell you, despite the fact that Adara was wearing red, the NASDAQ does open up close to 0.2% to the upside. The ES sneaks it out in the green, 0.06%. And Rhyme is
350s.
still
What did we say?
350, 360, 370, 380. This stock is insane, 250%. This was yesterday's story and then turned out all afternoon. What an unbelievably absurd stock this has been. Hope some of you were able to catch this one, as I was waiting for even a bit of a play to the downside if it could have turned. DVLT even caught a little bit of a bid at the end of the day. Just a reminder, everybody. I know we've said it before, but I don't want anyone showing up on Monday. It's a holiday. I want you to enjoy your long weekend. Of course, I want to give a big thank you to Obi for filling in for Sean. Let's all say good luck and go get him, Gia. She has like a bajillion hockey games. That's where Sean is. So she has some big tournaments over the weekend. That's where she's going to be. Big shout out to Sharif, of course, and Joey Options, as always. Adara doing a fantastic job. Sia, who wasn't here today, but doing a great job this week. Fabian, Ramin, Andre, Brendo, the entire team here. Big shout out, of course, to Michael Noss, our guest this morning as well. We have a lot of fun doing it. And the best part about it, we get to do it all again next week. On Tuesday, everybody. And anybody that says Monday is just getting it wrong. Is Adara, do that dance move again, please.
Doing the long weekend dance.
I don't know. It's a dance. I didn't know it was going to be on camera.
What? It's a weekend. It's a long weekend. Enjoy yourself. Dance if you want to, but make sure you're back here at 8 a.m. Tuesday morning, because we're Trading TV Live. Have a good weekend, everybody.
Yeah.